Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Dun, 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 dun. All right, good morning, everybody. All right, hopefully you can see me better today. I noticed yesterday on stream the lighting was so low, and I realized I must have changed a setting on something because yesterday I was looked like I was sitting in the dark. So hopefully you can see me. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so before we jump into the meat of today, I've got a few videos set up for us. I want to expand on something I said last week and / respond to some stuff that happened in the Discord on this topic. So shout out to my Discord members, shout out to all of you. You know, last week we talked about your personality being manifested into a person. Does that kind of ring a bell? And I was kind of making the point that I do sort of buy into this idea of I look like what I think my personality would look like. And Discord wanted me to expand upon that. So I thought I would use some examples. I asked my Discord if they watched Avatar, and I used Avatar as the example, but they're actually more of like an office watcher. So I'm not talking about gender affirming care. I'm talking about personality affirming care. I'm talking about, I think human beings are tropes and stories. I think all of us are just a trope in a story. And I think some of us try to play a trope we are not, or some of us try to be somebody we're not. And that feels misaligned with our sense of self. And that doesn't matter. Like, it's not the same thing as like, what am I, boy, girl, they, them? That's gender. I'm talking about like the way you see yourself, like your body. And I feel like my face, like my body matches me, like who I am. Like if I looked like somebody else, it wouldn't make sense. So I often use Ariana Grande as an example. Like if I looked like Ariana Grande, it wouldn't make sense. And to be fair, Ariana doesn't even really look like Ariana, but she kind of does. I mean, she doesn't look that far off from what she looked like as a kid, but she obviously she changed herself, but I think she looks like herself. I don't think Ariana looks not like herself. So even if she got plastic surgery, even if she's done injections, even if she's done stuff, I think she looks good. You know what I mean? But if I looked at a picture of Ariana and I said to a surgeon, I think I'm meant to look this way, high femme, dainty, soft, all of these things. Hold on, girl, I'm dried out. Hello, I've been talking for hours. I was filming something earlier today. That's why I was waiting for a file to export. Hello? I've been talking all morning. So if I went to the doctor and I said, I want to look like her, I don't think that would really make sense for who I am. Like my personality and the person that I am. Imagine if I came to stream one day and I had like a really tiny, non-existent nose, and I was like really, really thin, and I had like really high cheekbones. I feel like it wouldn't look like me. Like sometimes I see people on TikTok who have gotten work done, and I'm like, oh, they look really good. Like that looks like them. Not the original them, by the way. Sorry, hold on. Not the original them. The them that is them. Right? So not the original them, the them that is them. Then I see people who get stuff done. I'm like, is this you or is this a costume? Is this you or is this like who you're pretending to be today? Right? Like, okay, I love long nails. I love lashes. I love mini dresses. Not that girly. Never dated that girly. Could not pull off that girly. Love it though. Love the aesthetic, but I'm not that girly. Even when I used to get my nails done when I was younger and I'd get these really long nails done, it was so pretty, but it just wasn't me. You know, it just wasn't me, even though I really love a long nail. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to explain is like when the way you show up in the world matches your sense of being. And this includes like, you can think of aesthetic, like fashion choices, the difference between being that thing and trying to be that thing. But it's more like your personality manifested into aesthetic, right? So, okay, so I'll use Avatar and then I'll use The Office. So imagine in Avatar, you know how everyone's like a clear trope, right? Like everyone is a clear trope, but imagine if Azula looked like Ty Lee and May looked like Azula. Like maybe May and Azula might match a little bit, but May looks so perfect for May's personality, right? Right? Like May looks exactly the way a May would look, you know? Azula looks exactly the way Azula would look. Yeah, Miss Frizzle. Okay, you said Miss Frizzle of it all. Imagine if Miss Frizzle was a goth and was a goth with like a gauge through both her nostrils. Like, it would make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying you kind of like match the way I thought you would look. Or, you know, when you see a guy who says something and you're like, I bet I know what this guy looks like, and then he looks exactly how you thought. And look, there's something intuitionally correct when conservatives are like, oh, nose, no, you know how conservatives say like nose piercing theory. Yeah, you're going to find a pattern of behavior in women with nose rings that might be more feminist or rebellious. Even though that's not globally true, because women who are conservative globally also might have nose piercings. In the West, you might have a good pattern that you can rely on that says, but isn't always true, right? So what I'm trying to say is like, some of us are born into perfect bubbles, right? But I was born into the perfect body. Does that make sense? Right now, for who I am right now, who knows what future Brittany will say. But for Brittany right now, like, I look at my face, and my mom, Assyrians, we get plastic surgery because we want different noses. And my mom, when I was 18, asked me if I wanted a nose job because that's what people do. And I went to the doctor and I asked questions, but I just couldn't envision what nose I would get done that would be me, right? And I'm not saying that I'm anti-plastic surgery. I'm saying I wasn't convinced, and I'm still not convinced, any nose a doctor could give me would match me better than the one I have. Even though the nose I have is the reason I was bullied, is the reason people think I'm ugly, is the reason I get made fun of in my comments, like, is the reason I'm not as popular. Believe it or not, my nose is definitely the reason. Most of the girls out here with these cute, dainty noses whose thumbnails do better amongst boys and girls, yeah, they do better. They just do better, period, the end. But is it worth it? Now, like I said, if I was like really convinced getting a nose job would just be better all around for like my career or money, and that was a priority, that'd be different. But then I wouldn't feel like me. My priority is actually obviously feeling like me and feeling my joy. So it comes at the expense of your career and your wallet, right? But it's worth it to me. But I can understand, and I do respect when other people don't feel that way. If other people are like, no, having stability, having like a reassurance in my job, like that's more important to me, I think that's really valid and real. I don't think that's bad, right? I think that's just life, right? Chet said, Brittany literally had a nose I associate with royalty. Yeah, but like, and again, this isn't a judgment. This is me saying, it doesn't, I've heard this a lot throughout my life. Like, oh, your nose is like art, your nose is like statues, your nose is like this. It doesn't matter what the minority thinks about my nose. What matters is the feedback you get back, right? So you have to decide, is the feedback I'm getting back worth changing or worth maintaining or worth, it's the same thing when I look at people and I think to myself, like, are you dressing? Like, what are you dressing for? Because again, I think these things also matter, but what I'm trying to say is like, it's not about the clothes or the noses we have. It's not about whether you get plastic surgery or not. It's whether or not it matches what you feel like your personality or your spirit would look like if it was manifested into physicality. So I see like there's like this, you know what I mean? There's like this, because look, we're being told all the time like what we should look like. But separate from that, it like, there is no other way I could look that would make sense. So again, Azula couldn't look like Ty Lee because Ty Lee looks like Ty Lee. Ty Lee's like, hi guys, what's up? I'm meditating with the elephants today. Like, and Azula's like, why are you meditating with the elephants? And May's like, what elephants? Like, it matches, right? Right? Chess says, could the matching to your personality be a mismatch vibe? Well, it's like, I do think, if this is what you're asking, let me know, right? I do think that you can be born and not feel like the inside matches the outside, which we normally associate with trans people. But I actually think trans people are gender affirming care, but so is plastic surgery for fitting into your personality. Example, I have a friend who's like pretty, but kind of Katara-ish. right? She's a bit Katara, okay? And Katara is like wholesome. She's not baddie on Instagram. And I have a friend who's trying to decide, does she want to be more baddie on Instagram or more Katara? And I think that's a really good question to ask herself. And like what she's debating, she keeps going back and forth because in some ways she likes being Katara. But in other ways, she kind of wants to be the baddie on Instagram. And I don't blame her. And I don't mean just like whatever baddie you're imagining. I mean model. I mean like my friend is 1 or 2 surgeries away from being like 2 points more attractive. And like that's just the facts. So the question is, do I want to keep Katara's aesthetic? Does she want to keep Katara's aesthetic, which is more wholesome-y? You know what I mean? Or does she want to be more sexy? And like these things are specific. There's a different vibe to beauty standards. There's a different aesthetic. Like even older women, there is like the sexy old woman and there's the wholesome grandma old woman. And both of these people exist. I always wanted to be the wholesome grandma when I got older, but also I wanted to be the naked grandma who wasn't sexy, but who was liberated. But some of my friends want to be the sexy grandma. You can decide who you want to be, girl, right? But it's like, you have to decide, is this matching me or is this something I'm aiming for? So again, there's a difference between matching your personality and feeling seen by yourself or sending out an image to the world that you know is going to get a certain result. Because like even in the mind of my friend, being the sexy grandma, let's say, or not even my friend, just in general, being the sexy grandma isn't just about how people perceive you. It's how you perceive yourself when you look in the mirror. Do I look in the mirror and am I happy with what I see? Does this match how I feel about myself? It's not about other people. You know what I'm saying? It's about you. Because when I look in the mirror, regardless of how many times the world has told me to change my nose, I go, no, this is what I'm supposed to look like. I think I'm supposed to look this way. Because I did really question it. I did really. I went down the plastic surgery, like I went down it, I looked at it. I was like, yeah, do I want to do this? Do I want to be this person? And I was like, no, I think this nose, specifically my nose, I think she's supposed to be this way. People are like, no, Brittany, get a nose job, get a nose job. Like, you would look so much prettier, get a nose job. And I'm like, no, I think this is it. But again, sometimes I see people and I'm like, oh, thank God you got that nose job. You look great. Like sometimes I see people and I'm like, that nose job just saved your life. I do. And sometimes I think to myself, if I could guarantee a nose job would make me feel that way, I'd get it done. I would. Because I would. If I could see myself with the nose job and think, oh my God, your life just got saved, I would do it. But I don't think so. You know what I mean? I don't think so. You know? Chat said that takes courage to not listen to the masses. Well, does it take courage or does it take stubbornness? I'm just stubborn. You know, I don't know if I'm brave, girl. I don't think I'm brave. I think I'm stubborn, you know? Discourse said, do you think your idea of what matches the personality is predicted on the cultural impact and the concepts of what personality goes with that? Well, I don't believe we have free will in this regard. I don't think you get to choose your personality. I think you're fucked. You're born with it, girl. And I think you don't get to choose that. And so I didn't get to choose to be this person. That's what I'm saying. It's not bravery. It's just how I was born. My personality, Toph's personality, that arrogant, aggressive woman personality, that's me. That was how I was born. I was not given a choice. So if I was born this way, then it feels obvious to me that the world is a reflection of those realities. That's why stories are so relatable by tropes, because we see them and we're like, oh, that's me. Now, I do think people go through stages of being. So I'll give you an example. What's the Japanese trope called? What's the manic pixie girl? Manic pixie girl, Japanese trope, the anime trope. What's it called? You know what I'm trying to say? You guys know what I'm trying to say? There's this trope that when I was younger, I fell into like this manic pixie kind of like depressed girly trope. I don't know which anime trope it is, but I fell into this like little trope. But to be honest, yeah, is it Tsundere? Now this one is like more like kind of like psycho girly. This one's kind of like, you know, really like Tsundere? I don't know how to say it. There's like, is this the one I'm thinking of or is this the wrong trope? Popular Japanese character trope, especially manga, that starts off cold, hostile, aloof, but gradually feels warmer and affectionate. Oh, maybe this is the one I'm thinking of. Hold on. Wait. Maybe this isn't the one I'm thinking of. There's one that's more like, let me see. Dendari is typically quiet, shy, reserved. No, not that one. Maybe Yandere? Hold on, let me look up the differences. There's one that I thought maybe I'm thinking of. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. Starts off sweet and loving, but whose intense, obsessive love for someone turns into psychotic, possessive, involved, and violent. Okay, something between the quiet and aloof and something quite like that, where I think there was a romanticization of being like very in love with somebody and then wanting you completely in love with them. And as a kid, I think I role played like a lot of like manic pixie girl, like kind of aesthetics, but I don't think I ever really was that girly. I think I've always been like a tough character, but I think for some time when I thought about romance and what it was, I thought it only came in this package. Because that's what the media I was consuming was, right? These really like obsessive vampire stories, these really obsessive anime stories, these really like, I don't know, like types of girlies, you know? So I think what happens is that you realize like, okay, who was I when I was 15? And who am I at 30 fucking 6? Because that's the other problem here. We're not teenagers anymore. We're not children. So, you know, there's got to be some sort of realization, right? That like, we're not kids anymore. Seriously, who are you in the story? Like, and who do you think you are? So when I say to my brother, you're like Endeavor and Vegeta, and he's like, thank you. I'm like, it's not a compliment. Totally. It's somewhat of a compliment. You want to be a Vegeta Endeavor trope until you realize all the fucked up baggage that comes with it. But he is that trope, whether he likes it or not. Like that, you know, he's got to work on some stuff, right? So think about that. Think about that idea of like I was always Bulma and Chi-Chi growing up. My brothers were always like, Brittany's such a Bulma Chi-Chi, right? My bestie, not a Bulma Chi-Chi, not even a little bit. But Brittany was always Bulma Chi-Chi. My sister, not Bulma Chi-Chi. But Brittany, Bulma Chi-Chi, right? And so like, think about it from that idea, right? Think about it from that idea. Like who could Bulma and Chi-Chi could have, like who would they have been really? But it makes kind of sense, you know? So again, you have to deconstruct how you were raised and who you were expected to be, who you thought you were as a teenager and in your 20s, who you actually are and who you've always been. That's why people say you have to deconstruct the way the world transforms you and go back to your childlike self. Except when I hear that, I don't think go back to my innocent self. I think go back to the root of my personality. And I am, you know, in Korra, when she's a fat kid and she walks out with her little kid belly, she's like, I'm the Avatar. Oh, I love this gif. That was me as a kid, and that is my niece, and it's so funny. Let me grab it for you. It's so fucking cute. I'm the Avatar with my look at her cute little belly, okay? That was me as a kid, and it's my niece. So my niece, they call her Mini Brittany. They go, oh my gosh, this girl walks around the house, you know, control, like demands and leads all her brothers and tells everybody what to do. She's the only girl, 4 boys, 1 girl, and they call her Mini Brittany. That's what they call her. You know what I mean? Like, we are not like, I was never gonna be this like cutesy, like girly, you know, even if I, you know, saw like a princess dress and thought like, oh my God, I love a princess dress. Like I love, you know, high femme aesthetic. I'm never going to be a high femme girly. I'm not going to be that girly. You know what I mean? And I think that's been true since I was a kid, right? So that's what I'm trying to say when I say like these tropes, you fall into categories of people. But I feel like for some of us, we're not only born into the perfect bubble, which I was not, but we're born into the perfect bodies for ourselves. Like the only thing I could do to improve my aesthetic is gain more muscle. That's it. You know what I mean? Right? Chet says most folks aren't one nose job away from Western beauty standards for perfection. It's not even choice. Like, what are we talking about? We're not talking about beauty standards. So hold on, pause. Nothing I am saying has anything to do with beauty standards. I'm not talking about who's ugly and who's pretty. I am not talking about beauty. I am talking about like the way you look makes sense for who you are. I'm not talking about who's beautiful or who's hot or who's sexy. Even when I say sexy grandma, I'm not talking about beauty. When I'm talking about getting a nose job, I'm not talking about beauty. When I talk about my friend even being 2 points more attractive, we are not talking about beauty. I know it sounds like a beauty conversation, but it's not a beauty conversation. I know it sounds like an aesthetic conversation, but it's not even an aesthetic conversation, though it's related. I'm talking about when you think of a character, imagine you're writing a story in a novel and you're putting together what a character looks like. You would maybe draw the character specifically in a way that represents what you think their personality looks like, right? Have you ever drawn a character from scratch and thought of like what you want your character to look like? And you think like, oh, he's like this way, or she's this way, or they're this way. So I'm going to give them this manifestation of their personality. That's kind of what I'm talking about, more or less, right? Chat says aesthetics and beauty is oneself are related. No, I think okay, hold on. Chat says, so are you saying rather than it being predictable, predicated on cultural impact, we perpetrate those tropes because there is an authenticity to their portrayal because of their reflection to us? Yeah. So like, okay. Hold on. Let me try this way. So Discord said they watched The Office, right? So I only watched the first few seasons of The Office, so you're gonna have to help me with character names. Okay, who are these? Who are the two lovers? Who are these people? I can't think of their names right now. Helper, John. What is their name? John, Jake, Bob, Joe. Fuck, I can't remember anyone's names. Jim and Pam. Okay, Jim and Pam look exactly like Jim and Pam. If Jim looked like anybody else, it wouldn't make sense for his character. Like, he is the manifestation of his personality. Okay, Pam is exactly what a Pam would look like. Like, they look the way you expect the trope to be. Do you know what I'm saying? So if he looked like he was tattooed and had a buzzed head and had a weird handlebar mustache and then had a neck tattoo that said, I eat your mom's pussy, wouldn't it not be really weird for Pam to end up with him? But it's not just the aesthetics. It's also the way he looked. Maybe he has, I don't know, that's too aesthetic focused. That's too much him modifying his body. But what if he was also like born into a body that looked more like, people who look like rats? Or people who look like dogs, or people who look like certain animals. Like, imagine if he looked like a different animal. It would completely change the trope of the relationship, the kind of relationship, you know? And I'm saying for some of us, we're born into bodies that match how we feel, we match our trope. But other people don't. Like, some people are born into bodies that don't match them. Like the girly who just wants to be soft-hearted and wants to be like really like, who's actually like a sweetheart, but her aesthetic is really big. Or a guy who's all muscular and is like, he looks like this, but he's actually like really a sweetheart. His personality and his aesthetic are like, oh. And that's because there's an expectation. I think I'm one of those people that just matches, generally speaking. And that's all I'm saying. And I'm saying some of us match and don't think about it. And then some of us don't. And so we have to fight it, right? I think of my tall girlies. I used to have friends who were like 6'7". I'm not exaggerating. Or 6'5". And in heels, they were 6'7". And these girls, like, some of them just wanted to be held and they wanted to be a bottom princess. They wanted to be the small spoon. But their body, like, almost kept them from feeling the way they feel on their inside. Right? Yes, Chat says this convo is intuitive energy and style, inner outer, encompassing, which can sound confusing. It totally 100%. And I know that. I'm trying to explain something to people that, like, there's so much baggage attached to it. So, like, that's why I'm saying we have to deconstruct it. But yeah, like, I think some of us are lucky enough to be born into bodies that make sense for us. The fact that I am short but aggressive fits a proper trope of short aggressive women versus short and meek and like, people mistaked me my whole life as being like someone to take care of until they started talking to me. From the outside, men would approach me like, hey, you want someone to take care of you? And I'd be like, fuck off. And they're like, I am not the sweet, small girl to take care of. I am the chihuahua that bites you, right? And so I fit perfectly into that trope, but there's two tropes for tiny girls. the one that needs to be taken care of, and the one that's like, fuck off. I'm the fuck off. Okay? Sometimes I do, as a mask, play the other one. But that's a mask. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, so that's what I'm trying to say is like, and then what people do is they mistake the association. So they talk to people and they treat them the way they feel like they look instead of who they are. But sometimes the way we look is the way that you can assume, like, yeah, I do look like that for a reason. Okay, example, you can have two types of nerdy gamer boys, both a little chunky, both with glasses, both with greasy hair, and one is an incel on red pill forums, and one is the sweetest boy who volunteers on the weekends to take care of animals at a shelter. It's like, these are both tropes that get fit though. The gamer boy that's sweet is also a trope to the gamer boy that's shitty. The difference is, do you know which gamer boy you're dating? Because both are real, but both get mistaken for the other. How many times have you dated a gamer boy thinking he was the sweet one and he ended up being the asshole? How many of you have dated the bisexual gamer boy who was bullied growing up and you thought was sweet, but he ended up being the asshole? Right here, girlies, me. And so I realized, like, okay, I need the gamer boy that's sweet. I need the gamer boy that's sweet, okay? And so that's what it is. It's like, it's about matching. So, okay, so let's assume what's this guy in the glasses? What's his name? What's this guy? What's his name? What is his name? Imagine if he looked like a Chad. The whole show would be different, right? Like Dwight. Okay, Dwight, thank you. So imagine if you were Dwight, but like he looked like a Chad. The story of the show would be like everything would be different. The way he was treated, the way people treated him, the way we had conversations, it would just be a different show. Even though it would be the same personality, the way we would interact with that personality would feel different. The way things would go, the storylines they would write for him would be different. Because again, so what the world does superficially is they judge you on what you look like. But more introspectively, right? I think it's real. Not always, but sometimes. Like, I think there's something intuitively correct that humans have that makes us look at people, notice patterns, and judge people correctly, and often incorrectly because of our biases. But if you can really see people for who they are, then you can see what category of trope they're in and see how well they play to it, which then brings into question free will. How much free will do I have if this was my personality I was born with? You know, Discord said the more you talk about this, the more this sounds like autistic need to categorize to understand. For sure, what I find to be true of people is they think they're unique and special. You're not. You're a trope in a story. And though you think you're unique and special, you're just not. You are beautiful and you're loving and you're one of a kind, but you're not that interesting. And this freed me so much from the burden I had of trying to be unique. When I realized I was a trope in a story and I realized like, oh, I'm so this person, it freed me from this need to constantly look for this desire to think I was like special or unique, to write the perfect novel no one's ever written, to make a YouTube video no one's ever made, to, do this thing. And then to realize like, oh, my life is so much easier when I just like know who I am. Right? And so like that really freed me from the ability to say like, oh, like, yeah, I'm just like the nerdy guy, the nerdy girl. Now, it also gives you the power to say, right? It also gives you the power to change who you are in the story if you need to, while working with what you have. As an example, you ever see the stereotype of looking like a pedophile? Do you guys know what I mean? Hold on. Pedophile stereotype. Hold on. Okay, creepy man look. Okay, first of all, this is hilarious. So when I Google creepy man, this is what it looks like. What's the trope? What's the look called when you look like a predator? Predator man? Girl, I'm just trying to find that greasy ass looking man aesthetic. 80s pedo. Thank you, chat. You're so smart. 80s pedo. Is it 70s? Nothing's coming up. Is my phone on safe search? Hello? Oh, come on now. You can't give me a stereotype, bro? Pedophile trope in movies. Ugh, I'm so annoyed right now. Yeah, the Lovely Bones guy. Great example. The Lovely Bones murderer. Hold on, great example. Yes, chat. You're so fucking smart, girls. Yes, girls, you're so smart. You know exactly what I was looking for, which is so funny. Okay, so, okay, so you could look at this, you know, aesthetic, and on one guy, it's the cutest aesthetic ever, and he's so sweet, and on another guy, it's like the pedophile look. Okay, so on one guy, you're like, oh, hey, hipster, and on another guy, you're like pedophile. Okay, and if I looked like this kind of a man, I would question, do I look like a cute hipster or do I look like a pedophile? And if I thought I looked like a pedophile, I don't know, girl. I might change my aesthetic. You know, I might manifest something a little different. But some people, and this is where it gets a little interesting, is like some people might actually feel and be a manifestation of this personality trope. That this trope that gets created might actually be fitting for their personality. That for the rest of us, we might think to change it, but for them, it is a manifestation of the physical. So there comes stereotypes through bigotry. This is wrong, right? We're not talking about beauty. We're talking about what things say about us. The reason, okay, this is listen, if you feel yourself getting triggered or offended, you are right to feel offended. If this was coming out of anyone else's mouth, I would assume it was bigotry. I'm not coming from a bigoted place. If you think I am, you can call me out. I'm trying to tell you why people stereotype you into a specific category and why sometimes it's a matter of survival for them. Okay? It can be a matter of survival. And how, when you feel in sync with your joy, your body will reflect that, your aesthetic will reflect that. But more than that, like you like are sometimes like, and maybe this is too woo-woo, right? Like you can look in a way that matches you, right? Which is why we have to deconstruct the need to change ourselves in the first place, right? Okay. No, Chat said, what about tropes about fat people? Fat women? What about them, right? You said it is problematic. I don't think it is. If you guys feel like I'm being problematic, then again, let me just like speak from my own experience again, because I think this is like very important. And sometimes I do think like we really struggle to have this conversation because it doesn't feel like a safe space for most people because we're too wounded by the world around us, right? But like sometimes I will see people and I know people are afraid of them because they're not groomed and because the physicality of their disability creates a narrative perpetrated by people who look similar that do harm. And I'm saying we have to deconstruct that. Sometimes I will see people in public and I'm like, I know people are afraid of them because the way they're acting. But the reason they're afraid of them is because often either in media or the way that it's depicted or even the reality of the situation, this type of body tends to be associated with some form of fear or violence. And again, don't imagine whatever you think you're imagining. Whatever you're imagining, stop. Because your biases trained in society is already telling you who you think I'm talking about. Don't. Stop. Stop. Right? Erase it from your mind. Whatever society has trained into you to start thinking about stuff, don't. Okay? Start from scratch. Start from scratch. Okay? When you're born into the world, how do you first start to decide? What was your earliest memory of deciding what you look like and what mattered? And then tell me, when was the first moment, or don't tell me, when was the first moment you started to feel like good in your body and not because of other people, but you felt right in your body in a way that was like, oh, this is me. When you looked in the mirror and you said like, this is not only me, but this is what I like to look at. Okay? Not beauty, you. When was like the first time, right? Okay? So, and then ask yourself, is this my personality manifested into aesthetic? Or is this my aesthetic manifested from culture? Or is this like who I am now, but might not be forever? If you were just hearing my voice, okay, we do this all the time. We'll listen to call-in shows and we'll automatically people start clocking it. Oh, that's this ethnicity. Oh, I bet they're this person. Oh, I bet they look like this from just their voice. What is that? Right? There's two parts of it. One is trained by society, so bias and prejudice, and two is intuitive and it might be correct. If you just heard me talking, you would probably be able to guess partially what I look like, or maybe not even what I look like. But for those who are correct, they're picking up on something that I do think exists. But I think, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's hard to describe because you have to be able to say, okay, do I actually think this is what I'm hearing, or is this what I've been trained to hear? Right? And is this correct, or is this what I think is correct? Okay, and then when you like, okay, I think this is the problem with like, okay, so we live in a world that's fatphobic, as an example. And the world will tell you, you're never allowed to look in the mirror fat and feel good about yourself. And I would say, no, sometimes when you look in the mirror, often you might actually like the way you look and be fat. For some people, they don't, but it doesn't mean they're fatphobic. It could mean they're fatphobic. If you're a person who looks in the mirror and prefers yourself like muscled or toned or thin, it might be fat phobia, or it might just be how you feel most like yourself. If you're a person who's fat, okay, you might actually like the way it looks, or you might be lying and coping to yourself because you actually don't want to look like that, but it's really hard to do the work because you're traumatized. The question is, do you know? Okay. Now, separate from all of that, and again, separate from all of that, because everything I'm explaining to you is, it's not internal. It's not introspection. It's extrospection. Okay, introspection. Myself, alone in a room. If you're honest with yourself, okay? And I don't mean honest with yourself like judgmental. I mean like safe with yourself. Are you safe with yourself, right? Okay, I'm safe with myself, and I'm sitting in a room. Do I wish I had a different face? Do I wish I had a different nose? And if I had a different nose, and I was born with a different nose, would I have wanted a different nose? And why am I even questioning my nose? Does it matter if I have a nose? I actually do strongly believe that we are animals on a planet, and we know non-human animals care about what they look like. And so we care what we look like. The question is, why do we care about what we look like? And that is where the introspection comes in. Why do I care what I look like ever? Why do I care? I care because it makes me feel safe with myself. I recognize the person in the mirror. It makes me feel secure. I can show up with my head held high. I care what I look like because it feels like me, the me that I identify with. So I feel like I'm honest and authentic, okay? When I look in the mirror and I see my face, I see me, right? When I imagine myself with a nose job, or I do those like little apps where you can change your nose, I see a version of me that doesn't exist and might exist in a different timeline, but she isn't me, you know? And so what I'm saying is I am lucky that I was born into a body that matches my sense of self. that my nose, even though the world keeps telling me to change it, is telling me to change it because they're busy fighting and surviving in capitalism, which is so valid. But I'm not doing that in the same way. I would rather take the hit to my job. I lose money not getting this surgery. I need you to understand this because I was lucky enough to be born in a body that feels like me. Right? And it not just feels like me, but like is me. And I'm saying that could change, but all of these years I've had the chance to get a nose job time and time again, and I've never done it. Why haven't I done it? It would literally make me more money. People would like me more. It would basically only benefit me socially. So why am I not getting it done? And I'm telling you, some of us are lucky enough, right, to feel like, oh no, we were born with the right default, right? Now, some people are born into a default body that they also neglect, that it might be how they feel, but they're neglecting it. Okay, so we have to talk about that conversation as well. But what I'm telling you to think about, right, is that like sometimes you look the way you think you would look. Like this looks like a predator because there's like a purposefulness to it. But this also could represent somebody who doesn't look like a predator based off how they hold themselves, right? Again, going back to The Office, if Jim and Pam didn't look like this, it would be a different conversation. But Jim looks like his character. Jim looks like his personality, right? Like Jim looks like that. I'm saying you look the way your personality is. You look like that. And I'm saying I don't think a lot of us have a free will in this, but I think some of us are able to be born into a situation where like getting gender affirming care in any capacity or personality affirming care is reasonable and good. Okay, now I will read your comments and we will clarify now that I've monologued. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Anything from the Discord? Chad says I must be a different kind of autistic because I'm still struggling to get this. Let me see. I don't think I'm unique, but I don't feel like my physical form and inner personality are necessarily connected other than aesthetic choices made for appearance. Okay, wait. Then you are not my category of person, right? Yes. So now you are the other category of person. You're saying, I don't feel my physical form and inner personality are necessarily connected. Vibes. Pause. Perfect. I am the other category where I do think they match. And you're saying they don't, but it's not about cis or trans. Pause. It's not about being cis or trans. Okay? It's not about that. It's not about gender. It's about personality affirming care. So if you're saying my physical form and inner personality aren't necessarily connected, that means you're in the other category, which is valid. It's really good. Also, thank you, chat. Says your hair looks moisturized, shiny, healthy, honeybee. Keep up your curly girl routine. Thank you so much. Did a hair mask. Treated my hair with kindness and love. Paid attention to it. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now you said, let me see. Let's see. Am I missing anything? You guys are talking a lot in the Discord, but let me know if there's anything in particular. Let me see. Let's see. Discord said I very recently stopped getting mad at myself for intuitively clocking personalities because I thought I was being too judgmental. But recent experiences have shown me how my mind body intuition was seeing patterns I didn't have words for, and I protected myself following the intuition. Of course, this involves a lot of self-reflection and correction to make sure I wasn't being bigoted, for sure. And that's the dilemma, is like bigoted people have an intuition that they come to the wrong conclusion with because they have bad data. So again, all people have an intuitive pattern seeing ability. The dilemma is like, if you're too bigoted or prejudiced, you will come to the wrong conclusion, right? So yesterday I put up that cult podcast review, and right away the guy's aesthetic plus the way he was talking about women made me clock him really quickly. Now, sometimes I'm wrong, right? Like sometimes I'm really wrong with my ability to clock people, but then sometimes I get it perfectly fucking right. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, you feel like I got it. Okay. Same thing. It's like Sometimes you see a person, you're like, yeah. And by the way, he's a good example of how things change, right? I don't know what he was like prior to this. I don't know what he would be like if he was healed. I don't know, like, but you know, that like his body makes sense for his manifestation of personality, but because he was so damaged, I don't know if he was different when he was more in shape and stuff, right? Jared Leto is so interesting because you see Jared Leto and he looks exactly the way you expect a cult leader to look. But you know what's funny is like even this Jared Leto was like a different guy in the making, but he looks like a cult leader. But what's funny about him is that like there is a level of hot person that I automatically think is just a predator. In the same way, there's a level of like ugly person or pedophile looking person that I'm like pedophile. There's just like there's two categories. There's the hipster guy who looks like a pedophile but isn't. The hipster guy that is a pedophile. And then the hot guy that's a nice guy and the hot guy that's literally a fucking groomer predator. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying some people are a manifestation of their personality. Jared Leto looks like his personality and values. Like Lana Del Rey. Lana Del Rey looks like the way she would look. If Lana Del Rey looked differently, it wouldn't make sense. Lana Del Rey Lady Gaga looks exactly how you think Lady Gaga would look. Cher looks exactly the way you think Cher would look. Angela Bassett looks exactly the way you think Angela Bassett would look. Like you see certain people and you're like, that's exactly the way you would look. Like that's exactly the way you would look. Dolly Parton looks exactly the way Dolly Parton would look. You know, it's like there's something about certain people you're like, that makes sense that you look like that. You know, Elton John, Elvis Presley, like certain people, it's just like, yeah, you look exactly the way I think you would look. You know? Oh, chat said, what's an example of a real person who doesn't look like who they are? I'll give you one. Hold on. I'll think of one. Okay, let's think. Ooh, Alan Rickman. Oh, that's a fun one. Let's see. Let's look up Alan Rickman. Yeah, you're kind of right. Like it is kind of funny, but I don't know him I don't know him much other than, you know, the classics. But I'm trying to think of who's a good one like oh, you don't look how I expected, or you don't look, you know what I mean? Okay, chat says there are patterns, but I still find this harmful rhetoric. What are we trying to do here? Judge people by their looks? My partner gets it every day. You might do this without being offensive. Okay. In an unsafe environment, this conversation could be unsafe. But in a safe environment, this conversation is very fucking normal and very necessary. And I don't know about you guys, but maybe it's just the way that I'm in. If this conversation is too painful, it might not be the right conversation for you right now. And that's not a bad thing, girlies. Looks are very personal. But I feel like, do you guys not like talk to your partners about how ugly you are? Am I the only one that goes to my partner and I'm like, damn. Like, don't you talk to your siblings about how ugly you look today? My sister calls me all the time. She's like, man, I look ugly today. I was like, you do look ugly today, bro. And like, she'll call me and she's like, damn. And I was like, I know, I'm having an ugly week. Do you guys not talk to your family like this? Do you not like without it being harmful? Yes, you can have bullies in your family. And yes, it can be unhealthy. I'm trying to have the healthier conversation. I'm trying to have the free conversation that doesn't say you're obligated to be beautiful. You're not obligated to be beautiful. I'm allowed to be ugly. You know what I'm saying? But I'm also allowed to say that like ugliness is like, it's a state of so many things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think people are obligated to be ugly, but I don't think you're really deconstructed or healed if you also can't have the conversation about being ugly. And I'm saying I can understand if this is triggering, right? But like, let's talk about it. I don't think ugliness is inherently bad. Okay? Right? But like, if you do, then maybe it will feel like judgment, right? Chaz says, don't you think we should deconstruct it? What does deconstruct mean though, Habibi? Deconstruct doesn't mean to destroy. It means to take it apart and make sure we figure out if it's healthy. I'm saying I believe in deconstructing beauty standards to the point of also deconstructing ugliness, to also say there's nothing wrong morally to be ugly. You are not immoral because you're ugly, but you are ugly. And like, that's okay. Like, again, if you don't like that word, that's okay. Let's use a word people don't like. Or let's use a word people do like. I don't mind. Okay, again, I'm really trying not to trigger the fuck out of everybody right now, okay? I'm really trying to be like safe. Like in my bubble, the safest space you can be in is in a space where people, you know what I mean, allow you. No. See, not appealing is not good because who are you trying to be appealing to? Like, who are you trying to be appealing to? You said deconstruct the concept of judging people by their looks, but you can't do that. You don't judge Nazis when they have a Nazi tattoo on their face. You don't judge certain haircuts because they signal racism. You have to judge people by how they look. What you're not doing is judging people by how they're born. But we are definitely judging people by how they look, girls, because they're using it to signal racism. They're using it to signal homophobia. They're using it to signal aesthetic. If you're not judging people for how they look and you're stuck at a Trump rally, you better lock in. Okay? So like, again, I'm not trying to say like unattractive, or I'm not trying to say like, you know what I mean? You said that's a symbol, not their body composition, but who's judging their body composition? I'm not judging their body composition. I'm saying, okay, pause. Everybody stop it. Everyone take a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Everybody calm down. Hold on. Pause. What's going on? Why is this conversation so hard? Why is this conversation so hard? You know? Okay. Why is it so difficult for us to have a conversation about an experience that feels very intuitively true for a lot of people, but is being heard a different way, right? Okay. I'm saying, let's go back to the beginning of this conversation. Let's go back to the beginning. I think if my personality was manifested into a physical form, it would look like this. I think my body and my personality look like each other. I think I am one of those people who happens to fall into this category, which is just a neutral category of there is nothing plastic surgery could improve on my body, right? Like there is nothing that a nose job could do to make me feel more like myself. I already feel like myself. But some of the ways that I choose to engage with my body are working out, staying more in shape, generally speaking. But I feel like my face, which has often been an example of how people have told me to change, is something that I've never actually done because I actually think it looks like me. Okay? Things I'm open to changing, would love to change a few other things about myself that don't feel like me. I don't think the gaps in my teeth feel like me. I don't think I'm not opposed to like maybe a facelift later in my life. I'm not opposed to working out more and having more muscles. Like that feels pretty like cool, but like I'm indifferent to, maybe that's not a good example because I'm indifferent to that. But like my gaps in my teeth do not feel like me. They make me feel less like myself. As an example, I tolerate them, but they make me feel less like my personality self. They don't feel like me. Sometimes I see gaps in people's teeth and I'm like, that is so you. That is so you. You look great. You look so good. Sometimes I see a gap in a person's teeth and I'm like, you look so like you. But then in other people, I'm like, yeah, we should fix that. Let's fix it. Because I want you to feel more like you. Example, there was this lady I saw on a TV show where she hid her smile because she didn't want people to see it because it didn't feel like her. And then they got her teeth fixed for her and she was smiling. I think we want to feel like ourselves, right? You said there's a link between this and capitalism, and I feel like it isn't being talked about that actually drives us why we feel these things. Look, I'll leave, but I'm not sure why we're looking at the why we feel these things, but because we've already done that. Maybe you're late to the conversation. I've already put a lot of I've already said this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about something different. Because remember, I think you exist outside of capitalism. Now remember, maybe I'm coming from too much of a 5 perspective on this, and if that's the case, I can try to rework it. But I'm really trying to have like an intuitively obvious conversation that isn't so obvious, right? And I'm saying I can try to have a different conversation if you would like, but I'm saying you exist outside of these things. You exist outside of capitalism. You exist outside of, body judgments. You get to sit in a room alone and be honest about how you feel about your body, separate from the way the world has told you to feel, whether it's loving your body or wanting to change it. Right? And I'm saying the reason it feels so painful is because you're battling some system that I am not representing today. The reason it might feel painful is because you think I'm coming from a place I'm not even coming from. I'm telling you something I'm experiencing personally that makes me feel so fucking secure in myself. And I hope you feel it too. But I wondered if anyone else was feeling it. I wondered if anyone else, this is why I shared it last week. Because I was like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Does anyone know what I'm saying? And some people are like, oh my God, yes. And some people are like, no, could you explain it more? So I'm explaining it more. But to the people who are like, oh my God, I get exactly what you're saying. That means we're having an experience in a category that is just us. And that's okay. We're not better than other people. We're just having that experience. And I'm saying, is anyone else having this experience? Right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm having an experience. I wondered if anyone else is having it. And it makes me feel really excited and happy and joyful and like lucky. And it's freed me in so many ways, right? Yeah, like we need to put on our character design hat. Exactly. Imagine you're making your own avatar. Like imagine you're making your own avatar and one that feels just like you in a video game. I came pre-assembled and I wouldn't change anything about my character. Maybe some more muscles. That's what I'm saying. Imagine you were making a character from scratch in a video. Thank you, chat. Imagine you're making a video game character from scratch. What would it look like? And what would it look like for real? Not what you think it should look like because people will think it's cool. What would you want it to look like? You ever play Zelda? Gerudo Valley? Those are my girls. When I was younger, everyone would be like, Brittany's from Gerudo Valley. Those are my girls. Okay? Like, those are my girls. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can get you a picture. But for a lot of people, that's not how they see themselves. For a lot of my cousins who did decide to maybe get plastic surgery, this isn't how they see themselves. But like, yeah, I see them and I'm like, look, it's me. Okay? And I'm saying I'm really lucky that I was born into a body that feels like me. And that's separate from like even gender stuff, like just aesthetically. Now, if I could only have her muscles and her abs, literally next goals, guys, muscles, abs, muscles, abs, muscles, abs. That's the next goal. Okay. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying if I was giving into capitalism, I would have gotten that nose job. If I was giving into capitalism, I would have gotten that nose job because capitalism has told me my whole life I would make more money, and I would if I got that nose job. Literally. That's why I'm saying I'm not coming from that place, because if I was, I would have gotten that nose job. I would have gotten the nose job, girl. Like, that's why the world, I would have, girls, you would have clicked on my videos more. People would have watched me more. You know what I mean? And I'm saying, again, even if I had gotten that nose job, that would have been my business and nobody else's. Okay? And that's the point too, is like, you're not a bad person, because I don't want people who did get the nose job to feel bad, because, people do miss their noses. And I'm saying, don't feel bad. You did what you thought was right in the moment. But, that's okay. It's just like, if I had gotten it done, it would have been fine. But maybe I would have felt less like myself. Maybe I would have looked in the mirror and been like, damn. Okay? But also, okay? And all I'm saying is, like, do you guys have this experience, right? Discord said, I've never been interested in gaming. Someone tried to roll up a D&D character with me once, and I got so bored I had to peace out, bro. Every time I hear about D&D, I'm like, leave me alone, bro. But no judgment, So again, I just want us to reset. You see how, like, hard that conversation was for people? That's okay, right? That's okay that it was hard. But it was hard because we don't have as much free will as we think we have. And because we're products of our environment, you know what I mean? Right? And that's the point. And that's the point. You are allowed to look in the mirror and say, I don't feel good in my body. You're allowed to want to change it. You're allowed to want to get something done. You are not a bad person for getting plastic surgery. You're not a bad person for dyeing your hair. You're not a bad person for getting piercings or tattoos. You're not a bad person for wishing your body looked different. You're not a bad person for wanting your body to be the same. But is it making you joyful? It depends on the person. There is not a one-size-fits-all answer to this, okay? And I refuse to engage in a reality where like you're not allowed to get plastic surgery or you're not allowed to do stuff you want to get done, okay? And the point of this is to also say it's not so black and white. Lots of people get gender affirming care through plastic surgery constantly. And aesthetic matters to people. You know, again, I was not born with this hair color. This is the henna dye in my hair. I dye my hair. This is not my hair color. Okay? So again, it doesn't matter like what you think is natural or whatever else. This is not how I was born. I also don't look like this technically, because if I really came to stream full on natural, I would look a little different. You know, even wearing makeup should be questioned. Am I doing it for me or other people? But I don't see inherently the difference between plastic surgery, staying in shape, being fat, whatever else, as I do from anything else we do. We are allowed to deconstruct and still wear makeup. We are allowed to deconstruct and come away with the hope of still wearing plastic surgery. You know what I mean? We're still like, or getting plastic surgery. Like you are allowed to deconstruct and still want to change how you look. And you're allowed to wake up and say, actually, I think I like the way I look and I'm good with the default settings. You know, I'm okay with the default settings. You know, yeah. Okay, so does that kind of make sense? But you see how this conversation, I can't have the conversation I want to have because it's too connected to these other conversations and people think we're just talking about this. We're not just talking about this, okay? When you see, and again, I don't, again, this is so like multi-layered, but it's fine, right? Like what everyone is going through. But I'm saying this idea of like, well, my way is the only way is what I'm saying is not. I'm saying my way is my way, but you might not be having this experience. What do you think you need? Right? And it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of deconstruction to say, do I only feel this way because other people exist? Or can I feel a different way? And then you have to remember, I do think we're animals on a planet, and we know biologically speaking, animals care about the way they look. But what does that mean to care about the way you look? You know what I mean? Like, that's why all of these things have to be deconstructed. Like, does a bird sit there and contemplate if they look good? I think they do. Do they feel like themselves? I think they might. You know what I mean? I think they might. Okay? Yeah, and animals can be pretty or ugly. Oh my God. I have a brother who's like, not the most, listen, he makes a choice. He's not the most attractive sometimes. And I looked at him and I said, you look like your dog. He's like, my dog's kind of ugly. I said, you know, it is what it is. You look like your dog. And he said, what? And I said, I love you, but it's like on purpose, you try not to groom. It's like on purpose, you want to look less cute. You know what I'm saying? You could be so cute and you on purpose do everything in your power to look less cute. Okay? I love you. Figure it out. Okay? Okay? I'm just saying, like, you know, but that's, you know, but to be fair, he looks like his personality. But then maybe a part of me is like, you should change it. Because he also falls into the personality that tends to look like a predator. And honestly, he's dabbled too close to the sun. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're not talking right now. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Some people dabble too close to the sun. And I'm like, listen, you need to figure your shit out. You know? Sorry, that got really dark really fast. But you know what I mean? I'm serious, though. I'm dead serious. If you do not pay attention to the patterns in people, which are separate from fat phobia and everything else, the way people look, the way we manifest, do you know why? Because there is a real them that exists, but because we're tainted by the world, and this is why deconstruction is so hard, you have to acknowledge that even your sense of justice could be shaped by the world around you. Like, it might not come from a good place, right? That's why people won't get better, because you think your sense of justice is fighting for something that, like, isn't even what you should be fighting for. Example, we're going to cover it today. It's like the girls who try to say like the best way to fight the patriarchy is to be good at capitalism. You know, I get it. I used to be one of those girlies, you know? I used to be one of those girlies. So I'm just saying, like, if you understand what I'm saying, great. And if you don't, that's also okay, right? Discord said, I'm glad you talked about this. I know it's hard because of so much of the baggage behind this idea of but embodied belonging with our current way of being, or embodied sense of self is, what's IMP? For me, at least, to feel aligned with myself. Important. Yeah, I feel like it's really difficult. Because my mom would say to me stuff like, Betty, this isn't you. I can tell. This isn't you. This isn't you. This isn't your look. And I'd say, no, I want to look like this, though. I want to look like this. Now, my mom was wrong about some of my aesthetics, but she would also acknowledge, like, this looks more like you. And I think sometimes she was right and sometimes she was wrong. Sometimes you just look a certain way. You're like, this is how I'm supposed to look. You ever, like, again, if my friend got plastic surgery and they were like, I've never felt more like myself, I'd be like, you look like you. Yeah. It's like, that's what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Like, you're looking to feel like, oh yeah, this looks like you. Yeah. But do you know what we're saying when we say that? Does anyone, like, my mom's pretty autistic, but do you know what I mean by that? Like, you look like you. You look like you. Like, sometimes when I say that to people I love, sometimes it's like even meant to indicate mental health. Sometimes I'll be like, hey, you don't look like yourself. You look different. But like, hey, you look like you. And that feeling can defy the standard of beauty, but doesn't always. So that is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you just, yes, Morticia. Okay, Morticia, how could she have looked different? Right? Like, Morticia looks specific. Even the version of which Morticia plays Morticia changes. But like, again, it's like sometimes the you that is you is what I'm talking about. And that you exists outside of the world. I really believe you exist outside of the world. But maybe that's too advanced of philosophy to talk about, you know? Because it's hard, right? We really think like the world is us and I am the world. You know? Oh, Chad says, this is why I go clothes shopping with my bestie. When I buy myself, I just get whatever I think looks cute, but my bestie helps me identify what looks like me and looks cute. I love that. Yeah, same. Like, that's what my friends and family do for each other too. We're like, hey, does this look like me? Or does this look like me? Because, okay, let me give you an example. Oh my God, ripped to my, okay, this is such an embarrassing photo, but I love it. This is one of my favorite Britney photos that was not me, but I was trying it on for size to see if it was me. And I went to the movie theaters when I did this outfit. And I went in public looking like this. Okay. Let me make sure there's no boobies about to pop out. Hold on. Okay. This Britney, I was trying on for size. I was trying to see if this was me. This was not me. And, okay, hold on. Now, okay, hold on. Hold on, pause. I want to show this to you, but, okay. I'm going to show you some photos. Hold on. I don't want to trigger anybody. If you are triggered by bodies, aesthetic, judgment on physical form, just like maybe come back in like 20 minutes. Okay? I just want to talk about it freely, but I don't want you to feel like I'm judging you because I'm not. I'm just talking about myself. But body conversations can be hard. Okay, guys? Like, body conversations can be hard. Yes? So we know they're hard for a reason. And I'm saying, I'm just like, listen, when I was like a little fatter, my dad would make jokes about my weight and it would make me want to kill myself. I'm not there anymore. I'm in a very healthy space where making jokes about my body do not faze me because I know where they're coming from. If I feel they're fat phobic, I will call them out. If I feel like they're body shaming, I will call them out. But I can tell the difference now between a joke that's meant to be harmless and a joke that's rooted in something else. Now, that's the place I'm coming from. So when I am critical of whatever I'm about to see or show you, just know that I love this girl and I love everything she's gone through. And I am not judging you. I'm not judging anybody. Okay? Right? Okay, everybody ready? Okay. So I tried this aesthetic out for a while, you know, jackets and like bow ties. It's very lesbian to me. And I went to the movie theater in this aesthetic. Look at me with my rainbow earrings, my funky hair, Okay. I tried this out for a hot second. Big lips, you know, exaggerated makeup. Okay. And I went to the movie theater with my brother-in-law looking like this. Okay. My former brother-in-law looking like this. Yes. Okay. Okay. Obviously, love her. She's so cool. And I'm just so happy for her. But it's not me. Okay. It's not me. Right? It's not like, it's not me. You know what I'm saying? But I like her. Like, I think she's cute. You know, I like her a lot. And I'm really happy she tried to do this and she went out in this, right? Yeah, you don't look fully comfortable. That's what it is. I don't feel fully comfortable. Now, hold on. Let me just see. Hold on. Let me find a picture here. Okay. You see this photo? So in this photo, I wanted my whole life to be this girly. My whole life, I wanted to be a ballerina femme girly. But the truth is this also was a costume. This was my goal, and I still didn't feel like me in it, you know? Like, I wanted to be this girly, you know? I wanted to be, hold on, I'm just skipping because in case I have nudie photos, okay? I wanted to be her, and it was working, but it wasn't me, okay? It wasn't like what I was looking for exactly. Okay, hold on. Let me grab you a different one. Give me a second. Okay, first of all, hold on, is there any boobies in this photo? No. Diva Hot Cheeto aesthetic, thank you. Okay, let me see, hold on. Okay, now look at this Britney. This Britney's so happy. She's big. She's a bigger Britney, okay? She's like 20 pounds, 25 pounds heavier than I am right now. Okay, she's a chunky monkey. She's a chunky monkey. Look, you could see the chunkiness in my body. To be honest, I was really, really happy, but I didn't feel like myself in this body either. Okay, like she was happy. Hold on, let me just double check here. Okay, like she's happy, but she didn't feel like herself in this body either. Okay, she just didn't feel like herself either. Okay, but look, she was having fun. That's the thing about me. Even when I don't feel like myself, I'm having fun. Okay, even when I don't feel completely comfortable, I'm having fun. You know, I'm out here having the best time of my life. But the internal monologue in my head, do you know what I mean? The feeling I was having in my own self, it didn't match. You know what I mean? But I was having a blast. This is my North Carolina road trip. This is where I was on my road trip. I was in North Carolina here. Had a great time with a friend. We were relaxing, having fun. Oh, look, those earrings. I wore them yesterday on stream. See, I still have those earrings. Like, I loved this, but like, it didn't feel like me. You know what I mean? It like, again, I will never not have fun just because I don't feel like myself. You know what I mean? But she didn't quite feel like me in the same way, okay? But she was living a life. You know, she was living a great life, okay? Look at her out here with her phone, her cute little halter top, you know? Hold on, I'm just moving photos back and forth in case I have booby ones. Okay. So again, I'm not opposed to this Britney and her attempts to like find herself and be a person and like know who she is. But to be fair, you know, I had to deconstruct a lot of my relationship with like, why doesn't it feel like me? You know, I was still having sex. I was still getting some. I was still doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? Discord said, I remember once you said in another life you'd be a fat man if you were binary. Does that still hold true? Definitely. I love a fat man. I do. I love a fat man. There's just something great about, I don't know what it is. Like, yeah, I think in another life I would have been a fat man. Another life I would have also been a nun. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, yeah, Chad said I can't see you being a muscular guy. I would never have been a muscular man. I would have been a fat man. I would have been a fat man who grills. I would have been a fat man who makes jokes and grills. Half the conversations between my partner and I is like, bro, your dad jokes. I would have been a dad. I would have been fat and I would have grilled and I would have made just, you know what I mean? Oh, Chet says bald. You know, I did not imagine me bald. I imagined me with like a messy head of hair, you know? But yeah, I think I would have been absolutely. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me pass these photos, Okay. So you can see this girly here, like she's going through it. She's in her mid to late 20s. She's a heavier girly. And I remember when I started gaining weight and Stream would be like, I'm not going to watch you anymore. You're fat. And I would like grab my stomach and be like, tee. And to be honest with you, I'm going to say something that sounds fat phobic, but I just need everybody to lock in when I say this. You know that conversation? Oh, fat man or a strong fat man? Well, maybe a little bit of both, Discord. Let me just tell you this. I had a relationship glow up. When I was in my most abusive relationship, when I was the most toxic, I gained a lot of weight because I was eating my feelings. I mean, condensed milk every day with my coffee, a bag of Cheetos every day. I eat my feelings even today. When I'm stressed, I eat. Like that is 100% my relationship, and I do not regret it because I love food. It's a comfort for me. When I had a breakup with that guy, I got so much in better shape. Let me see if I can find you an appropriate photo for that. Like, I can show this picture, but it's a little bit of a revealing photo. I'm topless, but it's only the back and there's no boobies. And I came back looking like bigger to looking like this. And I remember this day in particular, I did this photo shoot at a friend's house. And I remember taking off my clothes and everyone went, oh! And I was like, what? And they're like, you lost so much weight. And I was like, oh, yeah, I dumped my boyfriend. I did. I remember all of my friends and people who hadn't seen me in a long time being like, oh! And I was like, what? And they're like, you're just so much thinner. And I was like, oh, yeah, I dumped my boyfriend. Like I had one of those glow ups. I'm not saying that fatness is a result of not having, I'm saying you can be fat and joyful. But for Brittany, there was a correlation between being bigger and being unhealthy for Brittany. But now, let me tell you, now if I get fat again, please know it's just because I'm happy. Because I did gain weight in this marriage, but that's just happy marriage weight. Because we've been enjoying Croatian food and we've been eating a lot. We've been eating, that's different. Okay. I am trying, I'm on a calorie deficit right now and I'm trying to get my muscles back. So I'm trying to work out again, but I will just say that in this marriage, if you've noticed I have gained some weight, it's just because we're eating a lot. Don't worry, we're both getting fat together. So there's also that problem. Also, my metabolism is slowed down. Also, I'm an older girly. So now if I hold on to weight, don't think it's depression. You know what I mean? Because like, okay. So like you can see here in this photo, I've got a little bit of a belly. Like I've got a little bit of a hangout, like a little, this was like one of my bigger. And by the way, this picture was taken. Okay. You see this photo? No, not this photo. You see these photos? We had a huge fight this day. This picture, begging my partner just to take a photo of me was like a battle. And it would trigger me and it would trigger them. And I'm like, just take a photo. Like, can you take a photo of me? And it was like a fucking pulling teeth. And I was like, I just want a photo. Can you take a photo of me? And like, it was like the end of the world to ask them to do that. Anyways, I went home crying this day and I ate more food, of course, because, food is great. Okay. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like you look at a photo and you think, oh yeah, look how great she looks, so happy, but you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what's so interesting about being people. You could look at a person and assume, oh, they're thin, they must be having a happy life. You don't know that. Oh, they're fat, they must be having a bad life. You don't know that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't know what's going on in people's lives. Okay, here's this photo. I was with my sister and my friends, and we were at the Solstice Parade. We're at the nudist parade, the nude bike ride parade. Okay, had a great time, great day. Okay, just me and the girls, me and the gays, me and the theys. Okay, let me see, is there any nude people in this photo? There isn't. Here, look how cute we all are. Look how cute. Oh my God. Cute. Okay, let me see. Can't show you this photo. I can show you this photo. Cute, cute, cute. We're so cute. We're all hanging out. Okay, let me see. Look at all of us having fun. You know what I mean? And this was like, we were having fun, Okay, skip these photos. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. I got this beautiful photo of me running into the river. You know what I mean? Cute, cute, cute. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, that's a butt photo. Oh, again, love trying this on, but just like wasn't my aesthetic. It wasn't me. You know what I mean? It wasn't me. Like fun photos, but like it's not me. You know what I mean? Like it was cute. Me when I had a nose ring. Love a nose ring, just not for me, you know? Realistically, let me see. Okay. Ooh, is there any more photos I want to show you to really like, oh. Okay, I'll show you the pictures I had of myself where I felt like really good. Okay? I felt really like for the first time in my life I had accomplished something. I felt really good in these photos. I felt like really, really like I finally did it. I finally looked the way I wanted to look. Like I finally did it and then I was over it. I finally felt like I did it and then I was over it. I was like, oh, I did it. Since I was 15 years old, I wanted to look like this. Since I was like 12 years old, I wanted to look like this. I finally did it and I was like, okay, mission accomplished. Okay? So again, like, but I always look like me. Like oh my God, this photo, I had myself dead. I was like, I finally did it. I finally did it. You know what I mean? I finally did it. Yes, that was Green Lake, chat. That was Green Lake. Okay. Yes, thank you, chat. Says Discord said you're so Tumblr millennial. Thank you. Okay. So again, when we have these conversations, I feel like I always just look like me. Like, look at me. Like, look at my nose. Like, who would I be if I didn't look like that? You know what I mean? Like, who would I be if I didn't look like, you know what I mean? Like, if I had a skinnier, cuter nose, this look would be more cute. It would be more aesthetically pleasing. But because I had a big nose, it just never pulled off correctly what I wanted. Oh, I love these photos, but I can't show them to you. Here's this one. Okay. Again, this photo would have looked so different if I had a cute butt nose. But then who would I be if I didn't look like me? See, this was not me. This was cute, but this wasn't me. Like, I could tell I was trying to be femme and dainty. I was trying to be like cutesy, you know? I was trying to be like feminine. Okay, look at these very overexposed photos. It's like, I know what I was trying to be, you know? Like, look at this. You know exactly who I was trying to be, right? But it's not me. You know? It's not me. Oh my God. Me with my press-ons. Okay, me with some press-ons. Like, you know what I'm saying? I look, okay, girls, literally, can we go fuck yourselves if you would not tell me my eyebrows look fucking stupid before I left the house? Go fuck yourself and get out of my life if you would not tell me my eyebrows look fucking dumb. That's what I'm saying. Are you saying you can't look at your friend and say, girl, that's ugly, go fucking change? Girl, that is not, you are not pulling this off. I care about you too much to let you leave the house. You can't do this. They're bad eyebrows. They're bad. There's a way to make blue eyebrows look good and you did not pull them off. Okay? They're not good. Shape them differently. Actually dye them blue. Guys, that's eyeshadow. I put eyeshadow in my eyebrows. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they don't look good. You look like you don't know what you're doing because, hey, newsflash, I didn't know what I was doing. I did not know what I was doing with makeup. Okay? So I would like sit there and be like, ew, my eyebrows were so ugly. Why did I let myself leave the house? Now look, I don't want to judge some of you, right? Because if some of you are like, oh, those are my eyebrows, I look like that. Hey girl, I'm not trying to judge you. But do you want to look like the thing you want to look like but pretty? Or do you want to look like the thing you want to look like but you don't know what you're doing? Because I want to look like the thing I'm trying to look like but pretty. Or like look like I know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? I want to actually, you know what I mean? Like the difference between like, you know, again, like when you first start off doing something, you're going to be bad at it, but I don't want to be bad at it for the rest of my life. You know, my favorite videos on TikTok are when the women get on TikTok with their bad makeup and women are like, please, for the love of God, let me save you. And they do. And I'm like, thank you. You're doing the Lord's work. You're doing the Lord's work. You will literally look prettier and more like yourself if you just did your makeup right. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you can't have the aesthetic you want. You want to be goth? Make it the most beautiful goth makeup you've ever seen. You want to be no makeup? Let's make it beautiful. You want to be like eccentric, loud? Let's do it. Make it beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, I actually want you to be good at it. Now, not you. You don't have to do anything, okay? This is for me, okay? I'm just saying I value getting better at things, like learning what looks better on me or learning what, like, makes me feel more like myself. Because, you know, in my head, girls, in my head, I legit thought I was pulling this off. Like, you don't understand that. Let me give you an example. Hold on. Let me see if I can give you an example. Okay. Do you see, this is going to sound so stupid, so I just need you all to fucking get ready to laugh at me and I give you permission. Okay? I give you fucking permission. Okay? Okay, hold on. This is AI, so I didn't fucking want that. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I got you. Okay. Good example. Okay. This is, stop it. You're going to laugh at me so hard right now. But you know what? Permission granted. Okay. Okay. You see this look? Do you see this look? I just need you to stare at it and burn it into your face. Okay. You see it? Yes. Okay. Look. In my head, and this is how you know I'm autistic. In my literal head. Hold on. Let me grab this. I legit thought in my head that I sort of kinda pulled it off to the point where I thought maybe if I really believed it hard enough, my makeup looked like this. Please. Please let me laugh at myself. Please. Please let me make fun of myself. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my head, I was like, yeah, I got this. Okay, can you please let me laugh at myself? Please. Because, like, what you're doing is you're not allowing me to be like, damn, your makeup's ugly, bro. Like, your makeup's ugly. Like, you thought you did it, but you didn't. Now, there is a difference between a conservative coming in and being like, all makeup looks like clown makeup. No. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we love makeup. We love drag. We love exaggerated, but I want it to look good. I want it to look professional, right? So this person saying all I see is clown, you better be, are you being mean or are you being serious? Because I also see clown, but if you mean it in a mean way, you're blocked. But I also see clown. We're like, instead of looking like baddie, it looked like Joker. 100%. Okay, not mean. I agree then. Yes, it's exactly. I didn't want to look like the fucking Joker. That's what I mean. Like, why would you not? If my sister was leaving the house, I'd be like, pause, you look like a clown, turn around. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Can we not, please, like, look, again, you have your own relationship with people. And I tried, listen, I have some girlfriends that I have tried to tell them about their makeup and they just can't hear it. They're very sensitive. They won't hear it. But girl, I'm sorry, with peace and love, it is like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, girl, you can't pull this off. Like, again, if you can, like, again, not that you shouldn't do it if you can't pull it off. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. When I was little, my mother would say, you can't wear purple. You know what I mean? Because it makes your teeth yellow and it looks bad on you. And I'd say, but purple's like my favorite color. Why can't I wear purple? And then I would wear purple. But then I would take photos of myself and feel really bad about myself because I'm like, why do my teeth look so yellow? And why don't I look good? Why does my coloring look bad? And it's because purple makes me look bad. But I love purple. Am I saying you can't wear purple? No, but I believe heavily in color theory. And I'm saying I would rather look, I don't look the way I think I look in purple, that I want to look in purple. You know what I'm saying? So instead of thinking of it as like I'm denying myself purple, I'm trying to say that I don't look like myself in purple, but I really like purple. So I'm going to find different ways to put purple on that doesn't make me feel less like myself. Right? So that's what I'm saying. And again, I hear you in chat. You've tried to tell your friends, they won't listen. Let it go. Let it go. You know, if our friends don't want to hear it, that's okay. And hey, maybe we're wrong, right? Maybe we're wrong. But look, it's not one time I said on stream like, "Oh, I'm done with all that like in like crazy or what I don't know what word I use. Like crazy like intense hair color. It was the blue hair color." And they're like, "Oh, do you have something against blue hair color?" No. I love blue hair color. I meant I'm over trying to save my hair from blue. Because the last time I did this, I had to shave off all my hair. It was a very hard struggle to fix my hair from that color, but I loved having blue hair. Look at me. Look at me. I loved having purple hair with my Cheeto stained fingers. I loved having new hair colors every week. I had so much fun being this Britney. She was great. But this Britney now, today, the one you're looking at, she's trying to save her hair. She's trying to get it long into her elder years. And I can't just sit here and, you know what I mean, bleaching, shaving, dyeing, just like, you know what I'm saying? I can't do this anymore. Not to say that I didn't want to be like all of these different, you know, I loved having all these different hair colors. But yeah, eventually it was like, okay, we're done, you know? Now, okay, where's that picture I want to show you? Hold on. There's one last picture I want to show you, and then we're done with this topic and we can move on from body stuff. Okay, first of all, okay, so this picture, again, okay, this picture is what I'm trying to get back to right now that I'm not at right now. How do I do this? This, okay. This is what I'm trying to get back to. Okay. I am not here anymore. Okay. That's what I'm trying to get back to and more muscles. Okay. So that's my inspo pic. My inspo pic is my own picture. Okay. I'm trying to get back to this Britney because right now I'm not her. I'm like 15 pounds heavier and no muscle. All my muscle is gone. Okay. This is in Croatia. This is my apartment. My muscles are gone. They're shot. Let me see if I can show you. Let me see if I can bring up. Oh, this was a time. Oh, when I had this, bro, this was, oh, it's swine. Now, this had no muscles is the problem. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I love, you know, again, these things can be really triggering, so be careful. Bro, hello? Oops. I just got triggered. Look at this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that felt good. That aesthetic felt good. And all of it was like, you know what I mean? Like she was, you know what I mean? She was rocking it, bro. Now, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. And again, like I just, you know, I accept whatever the result is, but the point is like you're allowed to shoot for goals. And you're allowed to know what makes you feel happy and joyful. And I think that's really important. Let me see if I can find you. Maybe I can't. Maybe I don't have that photo, but I thought I did. Maybe I don't. Oh my God, you want to see the worst picture ever? Back when I was an H3 fan. Are you ready for this? Do you like how this stream just, you know, turned into look at Britney's old photos? But I think they're important for you to understand, like, I have a lot of data, okay? This is when I was an H3 fan. I was like, look, we match. That's what I look like that day. And someone said, you look like Ethan Klein. And I was like, oh, really? Let's take a photo. Literally, I think it was with my sister or someone. They're like, you look like Ethan Klein today. And I was like, thank you. Yeah, good times. You know, the point is, girls, the point is, you know, I can't find this photo, but you know that photo that I had where it was like a before and after of my weight loss? I think I really wanted to show it to you because like that Britney is so interesting. Like, I just remember thinking like, oh, she's really going through it, but she's making the best out of it. And that's kind of the point is like, I'm always just trying to make a best out of my life because ultimately, like, you just never know, you know, where life is going to take you. But I think what's really important is to recognize like it's all just like a journey to realizing what is you and what feels comfortable in you, or like what you feel comfortable as. And I don't know, I'm trying not to, again, I want to have this conversation without judging people, because again, like, I don't know, I just look at myself and I think, yeah, she was all of those people and all of those people were valid. But again, I don't want to lie to myself about how or where I was when I was that person. And I also want to, accept that no matter where our life ends up taking us, it will look different. It will manifest differently. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, maybe you're fat because you're unhealthy, or maybe you're skinny because you're unhealthy, but only you can be honest with yourself about that. Nobody else can tell you the truth but you. So when people look at you and say like, oh, I know you're fat because you're unhealthy and unhappy, they don't know that, but you do. Or, oh, you're skinny, so you must be so happy. Yeah, only you know if you're really happy. And I'm just saying, be honest with yourself. And then past that, right? Past that, just be honest with yourself. Like, do you feel like yourself? And like, what would you have to do to feel more like yourself? I mean, obviously, I think you exist outside of the construct that is your body in general. But I also know that we do examine and feel like we exist through the world, through our bodies. Like, when disabled people are asked, if you could not be disabled, would you? But the question is more like, when you imagine yourself, do you imagine yourself disabled? And it's like, what are you asking? Like, for some, like, everyone's going to have a different experience, right? There is a world in which somebody is born in a way that they don't think about changing. And then for other people, they do. And I think it's just up to the individual. If you're born with a type of disability that could be changed with science or surgery or something, and you don't want to, that's valid. If you feel like, no, I'm good. Okay. If you want to change it, that's also valid, right? It feels like there's like this trap that everyone gets into where it's like, no matter what you do, you're doing it for the wrong reason. Well, that's why it's not what you're doing. It's the why you're doing it. It's not why you're changing yourself. It's not that you're changing yourself. It's why you're changing yourself. And I think this conversation is so hurtful and personal because as much as people think they've deconstructed, you haven't. Because then again, or let me rephrase, deconstruction does not guarantee a result, right? Just because guys, I want to make sure we know this. When I say deconstruct, I don't mean it means anything. I mean deconstruct and see what happens. Because you can deconstruct and still come to a different conclusion than somebody else, right? Deconstruction doesn't guarantee a outcome, okay? So when I deconstruct my aesthetic and my looks, I've come to the conclusion I have, and it's right for me now. I might deconstruct in the future, there might be a different answer, but where I'm at now is the most correct answer, right? And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand is like introspection is about you, extrospection, your relation to all. So when I introspect about how I look and when I extrospect about how I look, these are two different Britneys, right? And so I just want to make sure everybody knows that like it's not a competition. When I say like, oh, you should deconstruct some more, I'm saying you should look for more information. But I'm saying be honest with what's true for you now. True for you now. True for you now. And for now, I would say if my personality was a glowing red orb and they're like, I have to make it into a person, it would look like this. It would look like this physically, not aesthetically, physically. Like, not like my hair, but like my nose and maybe my hair. Because I also decided a long time ago not to straighten my hair. Even though the world was telling me I'd be more professional and well-liked if I did. But just my body, just this thing. Like the nose in particular, the ears, right? It was funny, I saw a TikTok from a girl who said, when my parents took from me something without my consent, and it was a little girl who had like bigger ears and she got them pinned as a kid. And the chat was like, girl, thank your parents and move on. For her, she thought you took away something that made me quirky. And for her parents, they were like, I thought I was helping you because of the way the world would treat you. And it could go either way. For some kids, their whole dream is just getting their ears pinned. For others, it's not. And I'm saying you don't know what's going to be the answer for you. That's why it's so interesting to be a person. You don't know which kid you're going to get. And you don't know what your answer is going to be. That's why I'm saying it's okay to regret things. It's okay to get a surgery you regret. It's also okay to do research before you get it. Obviously, harm reduced to the best of your ability. Okay? I'm saying there's no judgment in the fact that like you did something and didn't turn out how you wanted. Okay, I do that all the time. I try different things all the time. I'm like, that didn't turn out how I wanted. You know? So again, when you're having this conversation, okay, right? Chat said, I wonder what this conversation would look like under the context of people who are otherkin. What's otherkin? What's that mean? Googling otherkin. What is that? Otherkin are people who identify as non-human in other intrinsic ways. Okay. Not one of the bubbles I'm in. You know what I mean? My mom would have that conversation with me. Do you want to have your scars revised? I didn't. Interesting. Yeah. And by the way, you know, Chad, you said pressure for conformity never stops, especially in America, for sure, but also globally. But also, hear me out. What happens when you as a person feel the best looking like the conformity rule? Because obviously the conformity aesthetic is somebody's aesthetic, is somebody's desire, is somebody's actual look, right? So what happens when you actually just want to look like that? Or you just do look like that? So that's why you have to ask yourself, like, do you want to look like this? Do you look like this? Do you want to look different? What does it mean? You know, and again, no one can answer these questions but you. You're the only person who can be honest with yourself about this. I can't answer this for you. You have to answer it for you. Is this how I should look? Oh, by the way, wait, somebody asked, like, who's a real life example of somebody who doesn't look like their personality? Hold on. I'm trying to think of a good example. Usually I see it when I see it. I'm like, what's happening there? But I think most people, okay, hold on. I do believe that most people look like their personalities. I do believe that. I think most people look like their tropes. So first, hold on. Maybe that's why that question was so hard for me to answer. Because I do think most people look like their tropes and most people play into it because it's subconscious. They don't even know they're doing it. You know, you look like you're from Kentucky. You look like you're from California. You look like you're this thing. You look like you're rough. You look like you're tough. You look like you're small. You look like you're feeble. Like we all look like aesthetically and personality always. Like we kind of look like, oh yeah, you look like that. I think we mostly look like that. I can usually notice it in people who are trying to be something they're not. So like I guess myself as an example is a good example. Like, I don't look like that. Zuko's a good example, actually, Prince Zuko, because, like, that's not who he was as a kid. You know what I mean? He became that because it was his, like, it was his destiny. But, like, he didn't actually look like that. You know what I mean? When he went more to himself, he looked like back when he was, like, a kid. But I think I was a good example of, like, me trying on a personality that wasn't mine. Because you know what? Okay, I'll say this. This is another part of it. The reason this is, okay, I would have to change my personality to make this aesthetic work. That's why it doesn't feel good, right? Like if I went high femme, like super high femme, I wouldn't be comfortable. I wouldn't be able to like, you know, I would have to change my personality, which I can't do. I don't think I can do. I don't believe in changing personalities. I can't do it. You know what I mean? Because I can only do it through acting. Oh my God, Jojo Siwa. Jojo Siwa is trying so hard to be someone she's not. Actually, hold on. Have you seen this? This girl will not just embrace who she is. Like, I thought she figured it out. Like, she's trying so hard to be somebody she isn't, and I don't know why. Have you seen this? Is this real? I don't even know if this is real. Have you seen this? And I was thinking, like, why are you trying so hard, bro?
Question.
No.
This is JoJo Siwa auditions for live action Tangled. Is this real?
If it's so important, why haven't you seen the lanterns until now?
That's none of your business.
And why won't your mother let you cut your hair?
None of your business.
You always do everything your mother tells you.
Are you always so annoying?
Can I give you some advice?
Please don't.
At a certain point, you have to live your own life, not just please your mother.
Is that how you became a thief? Is your mother proud of that?
My mother died when I was young.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who took care of you?
I took care of myself. That's how I became a thief. Speaking of, there, the snuggly duckling with horses out front, as I suspected.
Oh my gosh, horses! Look, Pascal!
Yes, they're horses.
Are we gonna ride them?
That's the plan.
Who do they belong to?
I don't know.
How are we gonna pay for them?
I'm not going to pay for
Wait,
them.
wait. You're gonna steal them?
That was kind of the plan, too.
Can't do that!
Why not?
It's completely unethical!
Okay, I understand if you have moral objections.
Like, girl, take out that braid, take off that shirt, put on your basketball shorts, and be a lesbian. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. You are not femme. Take it off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you're not good enough an actor to convince me either. I said what I said, okay? I said what I said. Take off, okay? Take it off, okay? Now, hold on. Did you guys, this is a Jubilee video. Hold on.
Have you ever watched The L Word?
I've been obsessed with these. I don't even like Jubilee, but I like these videos. Hold on. I've been binging these videos. Okay. Okay, they have to guess like lesbian or not a lesbian.
This bracelet.
Oh, so I do volunteer work for foster youth. So I'm really big on like foster youth advocacy. So the last one I did it with the foster kids.
Okay, this girl's funny because at the end, she literally is like tricking them.
Love, oh my.
She's a lesbian, but the way she tricked them into thinking she wasn't a lesbian was by changing her clothes and aesthetic. But like, that was...
Love, oh my God.
I was like, I think it's the way she goes. What if it's a medical thing?
And like, I think that's so funny. So that's like an aesthetic change that you think is going to matter. But if you look at certain people, like certain people walk up. Okay, you know my favorite part of these videos is certain people walk up and they just look gay. Like, again, intuitively, but like you just look, you're like gay, straight, gay, straight, gay, straight, gay, straight. And it's like, and there really is a biological argument to be made. Like some people think like gay people have like a gay face or like there is a gayness to people. And like I see people, now this girl throws everybody off. This is a vegan girly. I follow her YouTube channel. This girl throws everybody off.
It's a Whoop. It's like a Fitbit.
Okay. Are you married?
Lesbian or not lesbian? She's straight. But her aesthetic and her walk makes people think she's gay. So that's where it wouldn't make sense. But then I think there is something about the ability to be like gay, not gay, straight, not straight, gay, 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 gay. And I think that's like, oh yeah, like if I was you know what I mean? Like, okay. Wait, Chaz, some lesbians have said that hyper feminine presentation can be interpreted as lesbian. Oh, for sure. Well, there's a type of like, again, high femme doesn't always mean not lesbian, right? But like there's a type of femme that I think changes. Like, again, I think it's very nuanced. I think it's like very, very nuanced. Like, look, I have never looked like a lesbian, even when I identified as one. Never looked like a lesbian. Never, ever. It's like people knew. They're like, are you a lesbian? I was like, yeah. But like, you could tell that I wasn't a lesbian. But if I said I was bisexual, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Or pansexual, yeah. Even bi girls, I think, have a look. Bi boys, I think bisexual, gay, I think there's a look. But I don't think the look is like, I think there's something intuitive. It's like, okay, look, and maybe this is just my lived experience. Sometimes I can even tell with a voice. You know what I mean? Like gender, a girl, guy, they, them. Sometimes I'm like, you, are they, them? And they're like, how'd you know? And I'm like, it's a vibe. I think there's something, a vibey to things. Now, I'm not saying you're always correct. I'm not saying it's correct. You know what I mean? I'm saying there's just like sometimes you're lucky and you're like, but sometimes you're wrong. You know? And I love this stuff. I do love this idea of like, I don't know if it's just too woo-woo, but yeah, Chet said there's an aura. There's an aura. I don't, you know what I mean? I get it. And I know it probably sounds woo-woo, but sometimes I'm like, yeah. You know? So anyways, all of this to say, I cannot believe, how long have we been here? 2 hours on this topic that I thought was going to take 20 minutes. I legit, yes, Chat said in the same vein, I look asexual. Sometimes I see an asexual person, I'm like, asexual. Yeah, makes sense. Lock it in. Yes. There is like an aesthetic in people that I'm like, Again, people don't even know they're doing it. I don't think anyone does. But that's why I'm telling you, like, gaydar and stuff. How did my mom know her kids were gay as kids? When we were kids, my mom's like, are you gay? And I'm like, but she only asked certain kids. She only asked certain kids. And I was like, how'd she know that? Why did she know that? How could she even know that? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Okay? There's a look to even children. I see kids. Oh, we're making bets right now. The nieces and nephews, everybody's betting on who's gay and who's not. I'm like, gay, ADHD, autistic, lesbian. Like, everyone's like this. We're all guessing. We're like straight, lesbian. And they're not even, but it's just the adults. It's like all the adults are like, we're waiting for the kids to obviously tell us. We're not like, but like, we're making bets. Let's see who's correct. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying we're making them gay. Obviously, you can't do that. But come on now. Come on now. Sometimes, I'm like, so again, right? Chet says archetypes become expressions, which become trends, which become stereotypes. Exactly. Now, exactly. And that's the thing is like, there is nothing wrong that you fit into a category. There's nothing wrong that you defy the category. There's nothing wrong that you fit perfectly into it. There's nothing wrong with being a stereotype necessarily, but maybe you don't like the stereotype you are, so maybe we can have a conversation about it. But like, when my mom would say, oh, I really hope you end up with somebody who can calm you down and make you peaceful. I end up going, rah, rah, rah. My partner says like I have the heaviest footsteps he's ever heard in a person. Thank you. I'm sorry. This is who I've been my whole life. So my mother's prayers are being heard by nobody. Okay. Tough energy all day, every day. Okay. Like earthbender all day, every day. Okay. This idea that like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I just wish you could be calmer. I just wish like you could just be peaceful and calm. And I'm just like, huh? What? Why? Anyways. Okay. Twinkle toes. You said I'm twinkle toes for sure. Hey, and some people are, Jess says, do you have downstairs neighbor drama? Honestly, I don't think so. I will say, I think the apartments are really insulated. They're really, really well built. And even my upstairs neighbors, they have kids. And the kids, they do this thing every day, like dance or something. So I could hear them stomping, but it's not even that annoying. It's just like, okay, if they're stomping like that and dancing, then I'm probably okay. Because I'm not actually trying to like, be loud. They're on purpose, like stomping, and it's not even that annoying. So I think we're okay. But I'm telling you, Croatian apartments, well, because they're like homes. They're, you know what I mean? They're like built to be people's homes. They're very great. American apartment complexes, guys, I could hear my neighbor snoring through the floor. Americans got to get their shit together and stop building everything out of fucking wood. Okay? Everything here is concrete. Croatia is concrete. Everywhere is concrete. Concrete. We've got to figure it out, okay? I'm so sick of America. Our buildings fucking fall down because of fires. We're literally, everything is see-through. It's crazy. Chet says Soviet era construction. There's a lot of that here. I mean, there's a lot of different builds here for sure. But yeah, Croatia has like Soviet style buildings. Some are different than others, but I think generally, even the homes are brick here. Like when I walk around the neighborhood, the homes are brick. Everything is brick. Like I feel like everything is stone and brick here, We need to get our shit together in America, Yeah, I think everywhere but America is concrete. Yeah, like apparently I've learned that too. Anyways, okay. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll get into the videos that I planned for us today. Be-de-de-doo, ba-da-da-dee, ba-da-doo-doo. Okay, be right back. Do-do-de-doo-dee, ba-da-da, da-da-da-doo. All right, girls, I'm back. Did we answer all the questions about that topic? Pausing Elvin's music in 1, 2, 3. Does anybody have any other questions? I had a little snack just now and briefly talked to my partner about what we were talking about. And like, also the fact that I look witchy, you know, I have this shape of my face, right? The fact that I look witchy makes so much sense for my life. But how many people like don't want to look witchy, right? Versus I'm like, oh my God, I already look like a witch. You know what I mean? Like it's, you know, it just makes so much sense for my personality. A witch. That's why I'm saying I'm meant to be Zeniba. God. I'm telling you, I was born to be her. Born to be wild. Born. I was born to be her. You know what I mean? I wasn't meant to be a Galinda. I was meant to be a Zeniba. You know, how am I supposed to be her with the cute dainty nose? You know? It just makes sense. I fit so perfectly. Yeah, she's a great, like, a great example of my goals here. Look at that. You know? Look at Chihiro's cute little nose. You know? You know? I'm just saying. Obviously meant to be a witch. Grandma witch, you know? Da, 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 da. Who sang that song? Who just sang it? To be what? Why did I have that? Who sang it? What if you guys sing it? Did I sing it? Why am I singing it? Chaz said, who doesn't want to be a witch? Somebody who think witches look ugly. Because witches, you know, there's like a... You did? Don't... Chad said that to you. Ow, I just straightened my neck laughing. Stop. Oh my God. Did I do that to myself? Was it me? Ow. Oh, I just literally cracked something in my neck laughing. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, you said you were born to be wild. Oh. My poor partner who can't get to a conversation with me without me like busting out song lyrics while he's talking. It's me. It's my yeah, he'll just say something and then I'll start like singing and I'm like, "Oh, what was it yesterday with Timberland?" He said, "Apologize." I was like, "Apologize." And he's like, "What?" And I was like, "It's too late." And he's like, "What?" And I was like, "It's too late to apologize." He's like, "What are you singing?" And I'm like, it's a mess over here, okay? It's a neurodivergent bubble, okay? All right, well, let's transition. Everybody take a deep breath. Okay. Na, 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 na. We're going to get into sad stuff, okay? Everything I want to talk about today, well, for the first few stories, Phil covered today. So we're just going to watch today's episode of Philip DeFranco. But it's a sad one, girls. Okay? It's a sad episode. Lots of bad things happened this week. I don't know what's going on with the world, you know? It's just one of those days. So let's catch up on the news together, huh?
Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, they were found dead in their home yesterday afternoon, and it appears like they were murdered. Their son, Nick's been arrested and booked for murder, and the reactions, including an absolutely psychotic one from the person in charge of this country, they're flying everywhere. But with there right now being so many unanswered questions, let's start with the specific details of what we do know. Whereas yesterday afternoon, the LA Fire Department responded to a medical aid request at the house of the Reiners owned in Brentwood. There, the bodies were found with knife wounds, and the LAPD confirmed that detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division were investigating the deaths as an apparent homicide. And also, if you're not familiar with Rob Reiner, you're probably at least familiar with his work in film and television over the last 40 years. Where he directed This Is Spinal Tap, When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, just to name a few of them. He also, I'll say, acted, right? He won 2 Emmys for his role in the sitcom All in the Family. He made an appearance in Sleepless in Seattle and even had a recurring role in season 4 of The Bear. And then, I mean, it's just the entertainment stuff. He was also a liberal political
Hello? He was Jessica Day's dad?
activist who campaigned on behalf of marriage equality, spearheaded campaigns against smoking, and even considered running for governor against Arnold Schwarzenegger back in 2006. Right then, as far as he and his wife Michelle, they met while he was working on When Harry Met Sally and got married in 1989 and went on to have 3 kids of their own, 2 sons, Nick and Jake. And
Okay, let's look at the faces. Okay, which one's the murderer? Don't, if you don't know, which one do you think looks like the murderer? Don't, if you already know, don't guess. Okay. But if you're just looking at this picture, who do you think killed the family? Because I already said it right now, girl. Come on, look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. You know, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Look at everybody. Who looks like they murdered their family? Now, obviously, we have to be careful when we stereotype these things, but also, okay, there is something to be said about aesthetics. Again, you have to make sure you're not being ableist. You have to make sure you're not being racist. You have to make sure you're not being prejudiced or biased. But some people out here, and I don't want, this is the problem, because I do this. I will ignore warning signs in people because I don't want to assume the worst of people, and then they hurt you. So if you get a bad feeling about somebody, regardless of the reason, find out later when you're in a safe space. Okay? But sometimes people just got a vibe.
One daughter, Romy. And it's also with Rob having come into the relationship with an adopted daughter from a previous marriage. You know, regarding this family, Rob and his son Nick even made a movie together, which premiered in 2015, about the issues that their family endured. And specifically, the movie centered around a character inspired by Nick and his struggle with addiction.
I had no.
It was this guy. Do you see him? Okay, so look.
With an adopted daughter from a previous marriage. You know, sons Nick and Jake. And
it is the guy on the very right, for those of you who guessed it. The guy in the blue shirt could definitely have done it in a different story, but he's got pretty warm eyes. But yeah, it's Nick. It's the one at the very end.
One daughter, Romy. And it's also together, which premiered in 2015, about the issues that their family endured. And specifically, the movie centered around a character inspired by Nick and his struggle with addiction.
I had no idea how difficult it was for him.
Yeah.
But I knew what I was going through, and I thought maybe there's something in that, in a story. But then I kind of put it aside because I thought this is too raw and it's too, difficult. But I guess when we had a little distance on it, then we could kind of start looking at it.
We now flash forward from that clip back in 2016 to it being reported that sources have confirmed that Nick killed Rob and Michelle. Right from there, you have TMZ saying that an argument led to Nick attacking his parents, and it was one of his sisters that found the bodies.
This is so sad. Like, this is so devastating, especially as conversations around like family estrangement comes into the conversation. Like, this is devastating when you have a family member that you love, but like you even think for a second could kill you. It's a very different family situation. Like, when you have somebody in your family that like you have no real reason to think they'd kill you, but then you do have a real reason, but it's not tangible enough. I know this feeling from personal experience. Like, even though it's hard to explain it to people, I do have definitely somebody in my life that like, if anyone was going to kill the whole family, it'd be that person. And I know people are like, but what did they do? It's too many behaviors over too long of a period of time to even explain it to you, but it would be that person. And I always tell people, I'm like, be careful. This person should not know where you live. You should be careful about what you tell this person. Because like, if anyone's going to do it, it's this person. If this person shows up to your house unannounced, call the cops. Don't even invite them in. This is not a fun surprise visit from family. This is scary. If this person shows up unannounced, call somebody. Okay? This is not like the other family members that when they show up, it's great. This is scary. And again, people would say, oh my gosh, maybe you're exaggerating. What do you even mean? But like, if you know, you know.
TMZ then further reporting that Nick was in custody of the LA County Sheriff's Department. And then just this afternoon, you had the LAPD putting out a statement saying that Nick Reiner is being held without bail, and their investigation has found that he is responsible for his parents' death. You know, while the public is waiting for more information, many people have been chiming in from around the internet to talk about Rob and Michelle and mourn their loss. Many in the film industry highlighting his beloved work as well as his position as a staple of the entertainment space. Sean Astin, president of SAG-AFTRA, saying that Rob Reiner is one of the most significant figures in the history of film and television, saying the impact he made on American culture simply can't be overstated. You then also had politicians like Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass focusing on his advocacy. Initially, if you looked around, there was a lot of love and sadness for both people on the left and the right towards what happened with Reiner. And with that, you even saw many prominent Republicans saying, hey, people on the left, look at what's happening. We're saying liberals are desperately searching for a prominent conservative mocking Rob Reiner and his wife passing and saying they've seen nothing but love, which I guess possibly Donald Trump saw those takes and was like, I'm going to be a big asshole and make all of this about me and just be a disgusting piece of shit. Because he decided this morning to post about Reiner and his wife saying, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. With then, even some of
That is the craziest thing. Well, actually, it's not because we live in this world, but like, You know what I'm saying? What?
Donald Trump's most ardent supporters going, what the fuck? How is this real? This is disgraceful. Granted, you had some still trying to play defense for the president. And well, of course, we're still waiting for more information to come in.
Wait.
This is disgraceful. Granted, you had some.
Laura Loomer, why are we even listening to this lady? Psychosis is a real thing. Rob Reiner had a level of TDS that likely excluded? What's excluded? A level of craziness around those he spent time with. Many people who have crazy kids have psychotic issues themselves. You notice a lot of celebrities have kids with addictions, trans kids, gay kids, spoiled kids. Why are we even highlighting this woman who commit crimes? Kids who are total deadbeat losers because so many of them are raised with no accountability by parents who subscribe to hardcore liberalism. Trump is right. Rainer himself sounded insane when he would speak. Imagine how crazy his own kids are on drugs. We have a mental health crisis in America. What?
I'm still trying to play defense for the president. And well, of course, we're still waiting for more information.
Oh, exude. Of course. Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
Come in, more confirmation to come in. With the likes of Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene writing, many families deal with a family member with drug addiction and mental health issues. It's incredibly difficult and should be met with empathy, especially when it ends in murder. Saying this is a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies. And it appears that one of the reasons, especially among even further right-wing circles, that Rob Reiner was given at least some grace, not universal. People noting Rob Reiner was both classy and sincere when Charlie Kirk was murdered, saying, let's return the sentiment now that he and his wife have been murdered. For now, regardless of the self-centered, sundowning ramblings of the president, we're gonna have to wait to get more information about the death of Rob and Michelle Reiner, as well as what's happening around Nick, including why he'd do this, as well as what's in store for him now. But then
this is just like so devastating, like family dynamics. Why don't you talk to your family? And again, like the world is so unhealed. So we have to recognize that as well, right? The world is so deeply unhealed that even having this conversation is so hard, because I do understand that a lot of the time when kids don't talk to their parents because there was some severe fuck up from the parents. But I also understand why some parents have to stop talking to their own children, because once they're adults, they become like a threat to them. And I do believe that. I just think it's one of those things where like you never actually stop becoming a parent, but eventually your kid does become an adult and they are in some way responsible for their life. I just think the issue is like, this is about preventative care, because at this point it's too late. Like killing his parents, his 78-year-old dad and his 68-year-old mom, like stabbing them too. Haven't I read, is this not true? Am I wrong? That stabbing is like considered very personal. Like it's very hard to stab somebody. Like you have to really fucking hate the person. Is that real? Or is that something I heard on a horror show or something? Like you have to really, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You've heard that as well. Okay. Because like he must have really, you know what I mean? And so it's just like, and they're old. They're old. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if you guys know. Have you seen, hold on. Let me show you.
You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem like you might just...
I get crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to set me off.
Yeah. Were you ever worried that that Nick could shine poorly on your career or something like that?
No. That never crossed my mind. I mean, he's my son. I love him. It doesn't matter. He's more important than anything that could happen to me.
Charlie, why don't you tell us what you want to thank God for? 6 months of sobriety? Nothing you want to say?
Do I smell like weed? No. I think I smell like weed.
Is most of the movie parallel to your life, or almost all of it?
We took from our lives, but it's a fiction. I mean, Nick can tell you because he went through all of this, and I think you took from a lot of different people, didn't you?
Yeah, from my own experiences and from also seeing other people going through it, and also the varying establishments that I was in. You really get a sense for that whole world. So it's not like copy and pasted, but it's...
And look, we don't know why Nick did it. He might have been in psychosis from drugs. He could have been sick. He could have been a lot of things. But I think that's what's devastating is like, could this have been prevented? I don't know. Maybe the illusion of life is thinking we could have prevented every tragedy, right? So we also have to let go of the attachment that you can prevent every tragedy that's heading our way, right? But I think there's something to be said about, how we show up in the world. And look, there's no guarantee that Rob was like a perfect dad. He probably wasn't. He probably fucked up a lot, right? Like there's no way that he was a perfect dad. He was probably an absent father at some point, right? Like he's busy, he's directing movies. There was a whole thing, I think he did this project to bond with Nick probably. Like he probably said, like, let's do something together, you know, let's do something we can do together. And it was probably his dad way of like wanting to be on a baseball team together, only it was a movie. Because I never saw this movie. I never even heard about it, to be honest. So like, I must have missed this. In 2016, I was busy, you know what I mean? But I think it was probably his way of doing it, but it was probably not the answer, right?
Definitely derivative of, reality. Sort of like a 4-year process. Like first we started out with this like slapsticky half-hour comedy pilot that was horrendous, bad jokes and everything. And he looked at it and was like, eh. And then
I just felt he could go deeper. He could go deeper with it. I mean, it was funny, but I felt the subject matter, should allow him to go deeper with it.
Yeah, well, that wasn't said at the time. It was sort of just like, hey, this is trash. But anyways, we went along, and 4 years went by, and then I met up with Matt for a bagel in New York City, and we were like, what about?
Allegedly, they had I don't know if this is true. This was being reported, but hearsay. Allegedly, they had a fight the night before the stabbing. So maybe he just like lost it. But again, to lose it so much where you stab your dad instead of not talking to him is just like, whoa.
About that old script that we were, maybe there was some.
And you can see the tension here. Like I would say there is tension in their interviews. I saw a bunch of their interviews and I did feel there was like a little bit of like, and there's a struggle there. I see it.
Good stuff in there. We went in and we looked at one page and we were like, this is terrible. And then, I just sort of wrote a new pilot, then got around to him saying, would you like to make a movie out of this? And we were like, we don't know how to do that. And then we just tried to do it.
Was it cathartic in a way to revisit the journey?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we went through a lot. I mean, we didn't do it to be cathartic, but it turned out that that's what happened. I mean, it forced me to understand a lot more of what Nick was going through, and I think it forced him to see what I was going through, and that brought us closer together. And during the process of working on the film, it took about a year just working on the script. The first draft they wrote was like 190 pages. They had thrown everything in that they had gone through.
Manifesto.
Yeah, and as we shaped it and changed it, the whole process brought us closer together because
I have it just by I'm just 100% going to speculate. So just like nothing I'm saying is real. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Chad said the daughter found the parents dead. She did. Which is awful. I don't know that this is true, but Nick is giving child who never amounted to anything and never felt good enough for dad. He's giving child who never actually picked a hobby, liked anything, had an interest. He doesn't feel like a self-actualized or even a person who has like a personality in that sense. So again, I don't know anything about him. So this is just of my intuition of like what category of person I think he is, where it'd be like, tell me about yourself. Like, who are you? Because right now it doesn't feel like he's a person. It's like, but who are you? And I feel like maybe he never felt like he knew who he was in the shadow of his father. But then it begs the question about the other siblings, because I know for me, like, because my parents have 10 kids. So I've watched every kid have a very different relationship of living up to expectations. And, most of us got over it or went to therapy or bottled it up and should maybe go to therapy. But we didn't. It didn't stunt us. Well, no, it stunted us. It didn't keep us from doing something with our life. But I just have this one sibling who like just refused to get his life together because of, quote, what mom and dad did. But it's like the way it's everyone else's fault and never his is just, it's very hard for me to process. Like there's always that kid in the family who's like, everything about my life is like that. It's like, like, dude, I think it might be you, bro. Like, I know, like, because I want to validate all the harm that was caused towards them. But even after you validate it, they don't care. They're out for blood. Like, they're out for, like, they want more, and they became a predator. So it's like, well, at some point, I don't think it's mom and dad anymore. At some point, I think you might have made every wrong decision in the playbook, And so like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what's the difference between mom and dad are the reason and like, this is also who I am. Do you know what I mean? So like in this case, it's like, yeah, he obviously has tension with his dad, but like, did you need to kill him? Did you need to kill your father? Do you know what I'm saying?
Start understanding each other a little bit better.
I'm not going to listen to you tell me what a drug addict I am. Careful, I'm one of your constituents now. You wouldn't want to lose the governor's race by 1 vote.
You can either head back to treatment or live on the streets. It's your choice.
I can't tell exactly what got me into them besides the fact that I thought they were really cool and I just wanted to do them. But I think I heard this question a lot, and I think the only answer I can give for wanting to tell a story like this is that it's even more powerful to tell it about someone who is going through this and they're given everything and they're in an opulent situation and they're still deciding to go to the drugs. And that's more powerful than some, in our opinion, that's the only story that we know. We don't know any other story.
And I think, you know, it cuts across socioeconomic boundaries. I mean, if you look what's going on now with the heroin epidemic.
Yeah, and he killed his mother. He killed his mother too. Oh yeah, thank you. Just a reminder. He killed his mother, Michelle. I believe that's her name. I want to confirm. Hold on, Michelle Reiner. Yeah, he killed his mother, Michelle, and he killed his father. So just a reminder. Okay, he also killed his mother.
Around the country, it's you know, invading white middle class suburban neighborhoods. So it doesn't really it crosses all economic boundaries, and you know, difficulties that you have are not you know, relegated to only you know, people who are.
And I'm not taking mental health out of the equation, right? It could have been mental health. I mean, obviously, I would think it's introspective mental health, but that's the thing is like, could this have been prevented? Look, do I trust Rob Reiner to have made every possible decision that was best for his kid? No, I would never expect that of any parent. But again, like, you know, how could this have gone differently, right? Chad said, when was this posted? It was posted 15 hours ago, but the interview is from 2016.
Unprivileged, you know.
How bad did it get at home between the two of you?
It's reflected in the movie where the father character talks about how, you know, he didn't know what to do, so he listened to anybody who had a desk and a diploma to do exactly what you're talking about. But the truth of the matter is, you have to be who you are. And I made mistakes in that I didn't go with my gut instinct and the feel. And I know Nick better than, you know, some expert who's never met him. And I think had I listened to my own instincts, I would have done a lot better by Nick. But, you know.
I'm questioning that statement, but interesting. I mean, I think that's true that we know our kids better than experts, but sometimes we're too arrogant to know our kids better as well.
You do what you do. You're a parent and you think, here's my kid running out into the street, he's going to get hit by a truck, or you want to keep him safe. So you do what they tell you. You feel you're at their mercy. But what I feel.
Is he talking about hospitalization? Maybe he's talking about that.
After all of this, it's not about punishing. If somebody has, you know, is struggling and has difficulty.
That's true. We don't want to punish.
You don't punish them for that. And I think a lot of these programs feel like, the kid is being punished. And I don't think that's a great way to go. I mean, how do you feel about it, Nick?
About what part of it?
About what I was just saying about the idea of you know, the tough love and all.
Is he like neurodivergent? Is he like, he doesn't seem very present, so he could be like really going through things. I don't even know if they thought about getting him tested for neurodivergency. He could be hearing intrusive thoughts. He could be OCD. He could be a lot of things. None of those things explain his motivation for the murder. I think that's a mistake. I think the motivation for the murder is bitterness and hatred, or psychosis. He wasn't in his mind. But I don't think it's, he does seem neurodivergent. Does he? I'm saying, like, I think it's important to recognize that, like, okay. Again, like, we don't know if he murdered his mother and father in conscious mind or in psychosis. We don't know if, like, he did it because he wanted to, or he did it because he was having a medical emergency. It feels like we're building up a case to say he was intentional, and maybe it was. But again, like, we don't know that exactly. But I think it could be many things, right? So this idea of lumping it all in is, you know, again, it's always about why. Why did you do this?
All of that stuff.
You know, I'm here, so it worked.
It was never about the drugs. All I ever wanted was a way to kill the noise. Getting sober is a selfish thing. You gotta help yourself first.
For everyone, it's different. For me, the noise was basically, you know, living in the family that I live in and catching heat for that sort of stuff. And also just...
For being a Reiner?
I guess. I mean, people would like to think that's a real bigger deal than it actually is, but it's really like, I was an emotional kid who had problems, and I just was not so fond of myself, so I kind of, you know, had problems in that way. But in terms of the thing you were saying before, it's like, I think that our relationship was not as it was portrayed in the film. Like, there were this sort of like holding the line and being tough, but like, we didn't ever argue like quite like that. I mean, we did, I guess, to a degree, but it was never,
He was fiery. You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem
I
like
get
you might just-
crazy. I get crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You don't want to set me off.
No, some big blow-ups there.
No, we both can get
You
pretty.
don't roll easily either.
No, we can
so-
both get pretty hot, and there were times when we did get hot. But,
But you weren't like cold like that. He was very loving and compassionate. I just think that he didn't really know what to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. Chad said this is giving the story he has to tell to make his dad look good. Yeah, I can see that too. I can't tell if he's fibbing to make his dad look better or if he doesn't want to be like honest, because at a moment there, it looked like he wanted to say something earlier when what did Rob say? He said something about like, I didn't want you to feel XYZ. And he said, oh, well, that was, about the show, that it, you know, I think you could go deeper. And he goes, oh, well, that's not the way that it was conveyed. You know, you said it was trash. It's like, okay, well, maybe that's something, you know, okay. You know what's crazy though? Because like sometimes when we're in front of people, you ever have this thing with your sibling where like your relationship's great, but then they act kind of like different in front of people, almost like mean. And you're like, what the fuck are you being mean for me? Like in front of people for? It's like they become a different person, or you're dating somebody who's like the nicest person in the world. But then when they're like, you can tell they're defaulting to that biological need to almost like show off. You're like, what are you doing? And they're being mean to you. And you're like, hey, this is not who you are normally. You're making us look like we fight all the time or something. And then it looks like you're fighting because it's like, we're not these people, but you're making that's also a part of what I think is so interesting about being a person. Like, why are you being so weird when other people are around? And I do think like that is, you know, could be at play here, maybe like something like that. I don't know. But I hate when that shit happens. Oh, I get so mad at people when they do that. I was like, why are you acting so weird because so-and-so is here? Like, fucking get your shit together, bro. This is not how you normally are. And it makes, I hate that shit, you know? Because you definitely, you know, I don't know. It could be a lot of things though.
Mom.
I didn't go to either of them because neither of them believed a word I said, but it was sort of like comforting to talk to her because she was
Chad's right though. They'll never tell the truth in public. It's a promotion and they'll say what will make people perceive them as competent and substantial. I agree.
a little bit more in touch with her emotions and how she felt about it. And he was sort of trying to, you know, follow orders, I guess.
You went to, how many times did you go to rehab? You said, is it 18 times?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it had to come from you. So what was rock bottom?
There wasn't one.
Hold up. Oh, is that him in the middle? Oh. Interesting. Do you see the differences? Look at the difference in the family. Yeah, he's got that look. Our boy's depressed, you know? Like, he's been depressed for a while. And I really think parents really struggle to know how to help their kids. And what's worse is like, without proper introspection, extrospection, it's even harder, you know? Maybe he's BoJack Horseman. You know how BoJack went to rehab a bunch of times and stuff? Yeah, when is your rock bottom? It's coming, dude. Yeah. And maybe we're reading too much into it, but he does look like a sad boy here, you know?
Yeah.
But it had to come from you. So what was rock bottom?
There wasn't one. It's all rock bottom. It all sucked.
When did you, what made you finally make it not a 19th?
I got just sick of it. I mean, it's hard to believe that you wouldn't get sick after 5 of them, but I mean, after 18, I was like, okay, I'm pretty bored of this. It wasn't like I want to go back to rehab. I was like, I'm sick of this cycle. This using drugs, it being so temporary, the fix, then going back into a place for months on end, then getting out and just, you know, rinse, wash,
This being
repeat.
my life.
Yeah.
Do you believe, and they'll tell you, you're gonna die if you continue on this way. Do you think you would die, or did you still feel invincible?
No, I mean, of course, there's that level of feeling that way, but I was, you know, the rate I was going was probably not great. Gonna end up great.
Did you feel like? Did you ever get close?
Yeah. Sure.
How do you manage it now? Do you go to AA meetings regularly?
He's Yeah, Discord said it's giving black sheep scapegoat. Yeah, he's definitely getting. He's giving something. Discord said I get the feeling he was never emotionally validated and allowed to be himself. Someone probably needed to be a safe person for him to help regulate his emotions with when he was growing up, and that was missing. Just an impression. Yeah, I think he's murdered his parents. So, okay. But I do think something was missed when he was a kid. I think they missed something when he was a baby or an adolescent. And I think he didn't get the right intervention at the right time. And that's a really easy thing for us to miss as people raising children. And it almost feels like if he had gotten the right intervention, maybe the right medical doctor, the right psychiatrist, the right doctor, you know, there's something there. I don't think it justifies his parents' murder. Obviously, that's crazy. I just think it's sad. And again, we always want to talk about preventative care. How do we prevent things like this happening? And man, there was so much potential here to prevent harm. Yeah. And then he sounds like he's angry at the world versus for the world. So he sounds like an angry, bitter person. And that anger and bitter, that's why I say, please don't be angry. Like, be the right kind of angry for, not angry at, and you will be liberated. If you are angry, you know, at, you will be unwell, you know? So that's what I'm seeing from him. I'm seeing like an unwell anger, like a, you know what I mean? It's sad, but I think ultimately, I don't know what could be wrong with him so much so that like he needed that severe of an intervention, but I'm pretty sure that like, again, the chances of him being so neglected by this family that it turned into this without some sort of like heavy issue within himself. I also think it's heavily probably his experience, like his brain and how he processes information, his biological experience, not in a bioessentialism way, but like, since we're all animals on a planet, we have to introspect, extrospect away from that impulse. It feels like maybe he didn't get a chance to learn how to introspect, extrospect. And so he didn't get, you know what I mean? I doubt his other siblings probably had his same struggles. And so they were able to regulate, maybe get help, maybe have different friend groups. But since he didn't have that and he needed extra intervention and didn't get that, so that's why I say, if you're going to be a parent, just recognize that your kids can't be treated the same. Some of your kids need a little bit different tools, you know? But this is pretty typical, right? Yeah, there's just so much here. I've been reviewing the Diddy doc series, and I'm going to post that, fingers crossed. I think it should be okay with copyright. I'm just going to highlight the points of what we can learn from it. And, you know, Diddy hits his mom. You know, Diddy grabs his mother and hits her. Just think about what environment you're living in where you would put hands on your mother, right? The idea of my siblings putting hands on our mom is like so outrageous in my brain. My brain almost breaks. Like, my brain almost collapses thinking about that idea, because I'm like, you never to hit anybody but our mother, our little 5'4" mom. You did that. You know what I mean? Like, so now imagine that this man stabbed his mother to death. And I'm just like, were you out of your mind, literally? Because I understand if you're out of your mind, literally, but are you? Or was this like a decision you decided, like, fuck it, fuck these people, this is it? You know what I mean?
And
I found that those weren't as helpful for me as things like staying active and, like, you know, replacing like.
It sounds like a cope. I think his 18. Okay, if my kid is going to rehab 18 times, we are changing everything. This man was not done. This man just found a new way to cope. Like, 18 times, you don't think something's going on? Like, what kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need heavy intervention. We need some serious shit, you know? Not this weird Hollywood fucking rehab center. We need some fucking real shit, you know? And it just feels like they gave up. Like, they almost just wanted it to be over. And so I'm just like, bro.
Not just, replacing the activity that you were doing before with stuff that's healthier, like working out, if you can afford it, going to a therapist, as well as, like, you know, having a good, you know, support group of friends. I have that, which is lucky. And
okay, that's good. I was curious if he was going to say, I don't have friends.
Everybody has that. And I have some supportive parents.
And you also found work that you like. I mean, you found his writing, and that's something that, you know, he liked.
See, he didn't have a job. I'm telling you, you found this writing. You found something you liked. He's trying to insinuate he's never had anything his whole life.
To do, and he works with his friends doing that, so.
Can you be in a room now where people are drinking or.
Damn, he stands out so hard, bro. He stands out so hard. Our boy's depressed, bro. I've never seen depression eyes so hard in my life. Every picture, he just stands out so aggressively, bro. I mean, he's obviously struggling with something really deep, you know? Damn, bro.
Smoking pot or something, or do you consciously avoid those situations?
No, I want to be there when they're doing that, because I don't want to feel alienated, like I'm some, you know, special case. Or
Which, by the way, girlies, can I just say, you can't date this boy. Okay, listen to me, gay, theys, girls, thems, all of thems. You can't date him. You cannot save him. He's not your boyfriend. Okay, you do not see these sad eyes and think I can fix him. You cannot date this man. Okay, I love you. I love that you see him and you might be, empathetic. We're not going to date this man. We're going to see this man and think about, okay, this man needs help. We're not going to date this man.
I don't want to feel any different or alienated. I just want to be part of the crew again, and just not do that other stuff.
Nick, what do you do when that little voice comes in and says, let's do something, let's use or something? How do you get over that?
I just replay what's happened every single time when I decide to give into that voice. And
So he doesn't have a values. He didn't have an embodied experience. It's going to be a struggle.
it's never been good. So it's just like if I look at it from like a mathematical standpoint, the statistics are like 0 for it going well. So
Were you ever worried that that Nick could shine poorly on your career or something like that?
No, that never crossed my mind. I mean, he's my son.
Hold on. Chet said, I totally understand, but at the same time, I'm someone who was hit by my mom until 19. When I moved out, and I still would if I lived with her at 26. So I don't know the situation. I wouldn't react to it. Are you saying like in heavy abuse situations, you're thinking about fighting back? Because again, it'd be different if you're in a hostile. I doubt Rob Reiner was beating the fuck out of his kids. I mean, he might have, but I don't think he's that kind of a dad, right? So again, if the I don't know if you're saying this, so let me know. But you're saying if you're in a situation where your parent is hitting you even as a grown up, you're in an incredibly abusive situation. You know what I mean? If your parents, you know what I mean? Yeah, fighting back is what I meant. Yeah, fighting back is one thing, right? That's a different scenario. I think when I say I would never hit my mom, I'm not saying in self-defense. In self-defense, you know what I mean? It is what it is, right? But in a normal situation in which you feel entitled to hitting your mother or anybody in a feel of a power move, killing people in self-defense is a horrible situation nobody should be in. But I'm talking about entitlement to hitting your mother or entitlement to, taking it out on people, right? Or even just a thought process, right? Yeah. Chad says he looks like he hates life. He does look like he hates life, which is really difficult. Again, we could never know what could have changed. Because I wonder, sometimes I think about people, and I do know that even as children, people reported that something about them was off. Even with children, I see really small kids. And that's why, you guys, I don't really believe in free will as much as other people think in free will. I think not all babies are born the same. I do think some babies are born. That's why I say, please be careful before having a baby, because we don't know why certain babies turn out certain ways. And I know a lot of people hear that and they think eugenics. You guys need to slow down and understand that you are bringing a consciousness into the universe to suffer in a brain they did not choose. And God knows if that brain is haunting them and torturing them and, making them feel I don't know why certain people are born. I don't know why serial killers are made. I don't know why people do what they do. But God, if somebody said to me, yeah, your kid's going to be one of those kids who stabs his parents and we don't know why, I'd rather not have that kid. Because if we don't even know why, there was nothing I could do, Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? It's just that's devastating. Imagine you're in a situation where there was nothing you could do. Because, the illusion right now is that we could have done something to prevent this. But what if we couldn't have? What if we couldn't have done anything? What if we had a magic wand that told us, oh yeah, no matter what you did, it was going to end up this way? It's fuck. That would feel really horrible. But I think that's true for some people. I think for some people, it wasn't going to matter. I do strongly believe no matter how much intervention certain people get, you know what I mean? They're but that doesn't mean you should give up on people. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. So I think both things are true at the same time, because you never know until you know. So since you can't predict it, you never know until you know. You know what I mean? And that's the thing too.
I love him. It doesn't matter. That he's more important than anything that could happen to me. I care more about him. He's most important, and Jake and Romy and my family, they're the most important. So that doesn't factor in.
What is your advice, Rob, to parents who might be in this situation with a kid that's struggling?
I think listen to your kids. Go, try to spend as much time you can with your kids. Try to understand your kids, and don't punish them, because this is my opinion. In my opinion, the reason they're taking, whether it's drugs or alcohol or gambling, whatever they're doing, they're doing it because there's a pain. There's something inside they don't feel good. They don't feel good about themselves, and they're self-medicating. So to try to understand why it is they're not feeling good. Kids that don't use drugs at all, just going through teenage years, is difficult. So you have to just stay with them and try to understand as best you can. And whatever you do, don't be punitive, because I don't think that helps at all.
What worked for you that mom and dad did, and what didn't?
You know, everything, what worked is when they kind of like were like, you know what, they turned their back and they're like, you know, you got to figure it out for yourself. You're an adult now, like this is getting old, like, you know, sort of not like we don't care, but just like, you know, I don't know.
Nick, if you think if Dad said from the very beginning.
Yeah, he's very like stunted, huh? He's very stunted. He's like, oh, I don't know. Like he talks like a teenager still. Yeah, interesting.
God, I love you. I think it seems to be in terrible pain, and I hope you work it out. No, I always love you. And do you think you would have, instead of any, it would have been a shorter journey? Maybe not 18 rehabs, you might have gotten there quicker, or no?
I think it needed to happen the way it happened. I was a real like nutcase. I was crazy. And I just, it was more than drugs. It's really always about more than that. And I needed a lot of that sort of discipline. It's, you know, it's life. Life goes on. Life happens. Things flare up.
Life. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's you know, the movie doesn't, it's not happily ever after the movie, but it is hopeful that, you know, that Charlie's moving in a good direction, that the father is starting to understand Charlie a little bit better. And I think it's, you know, it's like Nick says, it's a process. It goes on, and you know, you live your life.
Thank you for sharing your story and sharing your film, and congratulations, Nick, on writing a great movie.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the comments are like, wow, this interview is like really tense. Like you can just feel it.
And we begin with the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, their son, now suspected in their murders. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. Today, Hollywood paying their respects to a prolific director, Rob Reiner, after he and his wife were killed in their Brentwood home over the weekend.
NBC4 News was the first to break the story last night, and today detectives are retracing the steps of their son, Nick, now being held with no bail on suspicion of murdering his parents.
Our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, has learned more about his arrest. He joins us live in the newsroom right now with an update. Eric.
Hi, Colleen and Michael. Well, our law enforcement contacts now tell us Nick Reiner was tracked down by a group of detectives who are often sent out to make high-risk arrests. They say they spotted Reiner smoking on a sidewalk near Vermont and Exposition, and say he may have ridden public transit to get there. LAPD robbery homicide detectives are trying to follow Nick Reiner's path from the family home in Brentwood to Exposition Park, where he was arrested Sunday night.
He was subsequently booked for murder.
Now inside LA County Jail, where he's on a no-bail hold until he's charged and brought.
I wonder if somebody saw him. There must have been a camera in the home. If the sister found the bodies and she knew right away. That's also something to think about. Like, if you see your parents dead in the house and you know exactly who did it, that tells you they had a run-in with him before, right? Because why would she suspect her brother? Why would they even suspect Nick? Unless he was caught on camera or the sister knew when she found her parents. Like, there was a history here.
To court, which could happen in the next days. Several law enforcement sources tell us Nick Reiner didn't drive. And in the hours between the murders and the time he was caught, he may have walked south from Brentwood to the Metro Expo line, then ridden it to the Vermont station, very close to where he was arrested. The bodies of Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Chet says this is a drug area, Exposition in Vermont. Is this so do we think he was like using again? And you know, somebody in chat said maybe it was like a drug, you know, fueled situation.
Were discovered Sunday afternoon inside the couple's home in Brentwood. They'd attended a party with Nick at the nearby home of Conan O'Brien the night before. Sources familiar with what happened there tell NBC News Nick was behaving in ways that made other famous guests uncomfortable, and that Rob and Michelle Reiner shared their worries about Nick's health with other partygoers. Nick is 32 years old and had a long struggle with drug abuse. He'd spent time in and out of rehab, which inspired the 2015 film he co-wrote with his father called Being Charlie. In an interview with AOL to promote the film, Nick talked about his experiences in rehab and developing a new appreciation for his father after they worked together.
We didn't bond a lot as a kid. Like, he really liked baseball, I liked basketball, and he could watch that with my brother, but baseball. But I just, when I saw him do that, and it was something that I'm interested in, I was like, wow, like he really knows a lot, and like it made me feel closer to him.
It's not clear yet if police believe the murders happened shortly after that Saturday night party or sometime on Sunday. The LA County Medical Examiner hasn't yet announced the causes or timing of their deaths. Nick Reiner was in police custody for about 8 hours before he went through the booking process, so it is possible he has spoken to police about what happened. The next significant development we're watching for should be the decision from prosecutors on what charges to file. That could happen as soon as tomorrow.
Very interesting. Okay, let me see. 15 hours ago.
Happening today, police are presenting the double homicide case against the son of actor and director Rob Reiner to the LA County District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors will determine the specific charges to file against Nick Reiner.
This was an hour ago.
Police arrested a 32-year-old on Sunday, and he's currently behind bars in downtown LA without bail. Rob and his wife, Michelle, were found dead Sunday afternoon in their West LA home. Sources tell CBS News they both had multiple stab wounds. At this point, police have not provided details about the incident. They only say Nick was allegedly responsible for their deaths. Fans are paying tribute to the filmmaker by placing flowers on his Hollywood Walk of Fame star you see here. We spoke to one person who says he'll remember Reiner for his legacy as an entertainer and an activist.
He had a strong backbone. He stood up to...
Interesting. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Oh, so sad, bro. And of course, everyone's doing tributes. All the celebrities are doing tributes. You know, people in the community doing tributes. Man, oh man. Sad, bro. Yeah. He's young to have such old parents. Well, when you have babies at 40, you know, 45, which is the new millennial age, all our the whole new generation is going to be old for sure. Discord said Nick's eye patterns are suspicious in the interview where he's retrieving information from. Anyone know? You mean like voices? Do you mean, or do you mean like in the microphone in his ear? He does have like neurodivergentness tendencies, and so like even the way he looks, we want to make sure we're not associating like psychopathy with neurodivergency. But he does have like a look to him that's really like sad and depressing, and like. If I saw him, I would say he was troubled. Like if I looked at him, I'd be like, are you a troubled teen? You know, you, even though you're 32, you look troubled. And so there's something to be said about that. Like, you know, and again, girlies, like we're not dating this boy. Okay. If we see this boy, he's not a sad boy. He needs to be saved. He's a grown man who has problems. Okay. So I just want to make sure that we don't run into the trap of empathizing so much with him that we forget that he like stabbed 2 people to death, regardless of the why. Okay. You know, it's very sad, right? And so it's not that he killed somebody alone. It's just like the whole pathway to this. I just don't want you to, you know, empathize so much that you end up thinking like, if only we could, you know, if only he had the person who could love him in his life and it could have been me type thing. Because I do think some people, it doesn't matter how much intervention they get. If they're not going to do the work, it's not going to matter. You know, like if they don't do the work, it doesn't matter. And maybe that plays into like the levels. I'm not saying he's a 1. I wouldn't know that. I don't know enough about him. But I'm saying like, no matter how much you give, some very few people, all of the resources, they still won't get better. But I think most people with the right resources and interventions and earliest interventions can get better, you know? I do believe that. I do believe like if we can prevent it, if we can get to kids as fast as possible, we can change the trajectory of their life by giving them better resources. You know, I do believe that. Now, let's move on to go back to Phil. There's a couple more stories he covers that I want to go through with you.
Next up today, let's talk about Barry Weiss, Candace Owens, and Erica Kirk. Because Erica, the late Charlie Kirk's widow, she announced last night, Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. Candace Owens and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. With Owens then replying to that, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. So if you've been keeping up, it would appear that the live stream that was scheduled for today, where Turning Point USA was going to debunk Owens' conspiracy theories, that's either been canceled or postponed. And with this, there's just been a wide range of reactions. Or with some saying it looks like it's going to be good, where they're going to be putting this conflict to bed away from the cameras rather than creating a spectacle. Then you also have others saying they doubt that anything productive is actually going to come from this, especially if it's not recorded. There are people arguing that Owens and Kirk, they could just go out there and make up whatever they want about whatever was said. Others also speculating that threats could be made, deals could be made, just, you know, whatever you can think of. Because, you know, there's not a little disagreement here. You have Candace Owens saying that she believes that Charlie's assassination was plotted by some conspiracy between Israel, France, maybe Egypt, the United States government, and people inside TPUSA. So really, there's many skeptical that a conversation's going to make everything hunky-dory. And this is also sort of where Barry Weiss enters the picture, because she asked Erica Kirk what she had to say to Owens and others out there spreading conspiracy theories, and she said,
"Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say."
Hold on. Let's just look at her for a second. This feels like a mask, right? Like this doesn't feel like her, but the eyes say a lot to me. Like her aesthetic doesn't make sense. Why do you look like a 50-year-old mom from Wisconsin? Love Wisconsin. I don't know anything about Wisconsin. I'm just making a stereotype. But why do you look like that? You're not that old. Why do you look like this? You know what I mean? Girl, you're a youngin'. You're a girly like the rest of us. How old? Erica Kirk. Why do you look like that? How old is she? 30. Oh, she's 37? Okay, well, let me... Wait! Nuh-uh! She's 37. She's my age, though. Hold on. I don't look like this, do I? Oh, God. Do I look like this? No. No, she doesn't have to look like this. Wait. No. She doesn't have to look like this, though. Do I look like that? Stop. You know what I mean? Like, why does she look like this? Like, you don't, this is a choice. But like, she is putting on a costume, right? You know, like it's a costume. And it's like, what is this? What are we doing here? You know? But it's a costume that appeals to the demographic she's appealing to. But who would she be? Like, if I got her alone in the room, does she dress like this at home? When she's like in the bathroom alone, is this what we're looking like? Is this what we look like? Is this you, or is this what you think your audience wants to see? I just feel like there is a part of Erica that existed that was like fun because I've seen those videos, but always conniving. You know what I mean? Like always like political, right? Like always like intentional because she's always been on TV, right? But isn't there a part of her that's just a girl? That's just one of the gals, you know? I don't know. But her eyes are giving, somebody said it. She has that preacher guy's eyes too. Somebody said it on, let me see. Does somebody have a picture of it? You know that preacher guy? What's that preacher guy with the jet, the private jet? You know who I'm talking about? Preacher jet, this guy. People are like, oh, Erica Kirk looks like this guy. Hold on. Oh, hold on. A bunch of pop-ups just, okay, thank you. You know, discourse that the conservatism is on brand, though. Yeah, she's got the conservatism, white bomb, whatever down, you know? Yeah, fake Christian vibes. Like, that's what I'm saying. This isn't who you are, bro. Why are you playing so hard into this caricature? Like, it's a character, right? So we agree it's a caricature. So then who's the real Erica? You know? Like, that's not even, like, that's the thing. You know what I mean? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Like, if we know this is a grift, who's the real Erica? Like, what do you think she's really like? But like this aesthetic, this look is crazy.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
And so one, that might give us a little insight as to kind of the tone or the stand she's going to take during this private discussion. But also, two, we should take a moment to talk about the person who's interviewing Erica there, Bari Weiss. Because ever since Paramount head and Trump ally David Ellison anointed her editor-in-chief of CBS News back in October, she has attracted a lot of criticism for her editorial changes at the network. And that, it really came to head Saturday night when she personally moderated a CBS town hall with Erica Kirk. But it was a move that
who the heck is this lady?
struck many observers as odd right off the bat, because one, CBS News doesn't typically host town halls like this, and two, senior editorial executives likewise typically stay off camera. And you could even see where this was going just by looking at the event's sponsors, who included the Right-Wing Heritage Foundation, a Christian prayer app, a faith-based film studio, and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. So then there was also a relatively small handful of mainstream advertisers like Spotify and TikTok. Also, if you
I saw her interviews. Her name's Bari Weiss. Oh, this is Bari Weiss? This interview was crazy.
You applied to attend the town hall, you were asked a series of questions, including, do you consider yourself a conservative? Are you grieving?
I know Bari Weiss's names, but no, I don't know her. I don't know her, but I know her name. But I don't know her.
Loss of a loved one, and are you an evangelical Christian? Plus, for many, it just kind of felt weird that after Erica Kirk's been giving interviews to numerous outlets and podcasters, spoken at TPUSA events, and even closed out the New York Times DealBook Summit, you would Weiss bring her on to CBS as if she was finally being given the chance to speak. And as far as the town hall itself, there are a few moments that have been grabbing the most attention, starting with
I did not watch this. I just watched the highlights.
the question from Hunter Kozak, the
Oh, she's an Israeli puppet? No way. Oh, wait, I think that's why I know her name.
guy who was debating
Maybe.
Charlie Kirk right before he was shot. And you had Kozak saying, hey, I admire how you condemned violent rhetoric, but what about Donald Trump?
Yeah, see this thing? Like,
Aren't our nation's
her aesthetic, her look, she like, it doesn't look like a person, you know? And I don't mean that like in the way, again, we're not conservatives here. We don't mean it like could they do, but like, hey, that doesn't seem like you. Like, what is this face you've practiced? Like, she's practicing a face, right? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't feel like how like people look.
leader is most responsible for diffusing violence?
President Trump
She's about to burst singing Hellfire.
called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them.
I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home, okay? This starts with family. We have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit hole? I'm trying to go to Pilates class. Do you want your
Charlie, okay, again, I don't know how y'all make a living online posting content for kids to get swallowed up by and then blame it on the phone. Charlie's whole career was made on that phone because young people watched him. Hello?
kid to be a thought leader or an assassin?
So you saw that.
And Charlie Kirk wanted people to be homophobic and transphobic and racist.
That provoking a lot of ridicule online. People saying things like Erica Kirk shaming moms for taking an hour.
Yeah, Chad said her emotions seem so fake to me for some reason. That's what it is. Look, everybody grieves differently. That is factual. And I still feel like Erica Kirk reads inauthentic, but not like Meghan Markle, who I actually think reads very authentic. Some people really think Meghan Markle reads inauthentic. I don't. I think she reads really authentic. You know what I mean? But like some people don't think she does. So I don't know. But for Erica, she reads really inauthentic to me. You know what I mean? Like she just doesn't feel real. But I don't think I'm being biased the way I think Meghan Markle haters are, because Meghan Markle haters are crazy. Like they're, you know what I mean? But I think they're wrong about, but actually that's the reason I even looked into Meghan Markle, because I was so confused why people hated her. And then when I looked into her and watched their docuseries, I was like, I don't know, dude. She seems pretty fucking fine to me. Like pretty fucking normal. I don't know. Everyone's like such a hater. But then when I look at Erica Kirk, I've been trying to do that too. Like, okay, everyone hates her. So I already know their bias is playing a role. Okay, let me try to watch her and be very empathetic with her. And I am deeply struggling. Like I am deeply struggling to see the wife who lost her husband, the mother who lost the father of her children. Like I am deeply struggling to see her humanity, because I feel like she either won't let me see it or she's faking it. And so it's making me confused about like, how do I empathize with you? Nothing about you is recognizable. Ooh, nothing about you is something I recognize, except the only thing I recognize is deceit. The only thing I'm recognizing from her is like a trick. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm trying to see past that. Like, I'm trying to see past the publicity, past the scripted speeches, past the coached Erica. And I'm really trying to see her person. And I just like, I can't see her. And I don't know if I need glasses or what, but I can't see her, you know?
Or for Pilates while she's on TV every single day is peak fucking hypocrisy. Also, at another point in this town hall, someone said to Erica, we all know about anti-Semitism on the left, but can you condemn anti-Semitism on the right? And at first, Erica did that in general terms without naming any names.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. How could you hate the Jewish people?
But then she also seemed to suggest that to stop anti-Semitism, people need to become Christian.
We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior.
You know what I mean? Like, woo! she's giving, you know what she's giving? Evangelical cult leader. That's why I can't see her humanity. She's a cult leader, bro. Sorry. That was giving so cult leader that I was like, that's what that feels like. Like, she is not giving like you know when you see a tragedy in a community and the imams come out, imams, and the priests come out and the pastors come out and the religious leaders come out, they don't sound or look like this. You know, some of them might, but they don't really. They're compassionate and they're kind and they're loving. She is giving like, and the fires of hell will rain down and God will take you from the, you know, you know what I mean? She's a, that's what she's giving. She's giving stay skinny for the Lord. And I'm like, oh, excuse me? That's what she's giving.
And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord.
Oh my God, look at her facial expressions.
Need to become Christian.
We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior. And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender to the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate. And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament. You cannot.
Right, and that's a theme that many took note of because throughout this entire town hall, nearly all of Erica's answers and some of Weiss's questions really harped on Christianity. Right, with Weiss and other attendees asking Erica how she follows Charlie's practice of keeping the Sabbath, soliciting advice for Christian women seeking conservative husbands in big cities, and asking how she trusts God despite unfair and immense suffering. Right, and then also, even after the event, Weiss seemed like, she was just overwhelmed by the aura of spiritual power surrounding Erica Kirk.
Well, she is a deeply...
And guys, let's stay away from the misogyny and ableism, right? Like, I know a lot of people were very misogynistic to Erica Kirk. We're not going to do that. We are not going to be misogynistic. It's not because she's a woman, and it's not because she's cluster B. I mean, God knows, right? It's because I think it's like, I think like she's got something going on. But, we love our cluster Bs here, so.
Religious Christian. I'm not Christian, but bearing witness to something that in her is clearly very deeply held and sincere was quite powerful and powerful for everyone in the audience.
You said not because she's a woman, she just gives off that. Does she give off cluster B? I'm not getting that at all. I'm not getting cluster B at all. Like, I don't know. I'm getting cult leader, grifter, businesswoman. I'm getting, yes, Discord manipulative. Her facial expressions are contrived. Exactly. I'm getting like intentional. I'm getting like, you know what I mean? Discord says she wants and needs whomever is listening, watching to believe her. That I'm giving like, yeah, chat says psychotic televangelist. Yeah, I'm getting like that bubble. You know what I mean? Which would make sense, right? You said I'm seeing ASPD, so cluster B checks. I mean, maybe. Okay, just a reminder, we cannot diagnose people and we do not know. I don't get enough information to go that far, but could be antisocial personality disorder, could be narcissism, which is, it could be that, but it's not that alone, right? It's not that alone. So pause. We know narcissism isn't the reason why, right? Like cluster B isn't the reason why she's doing this. It's just could be that, but like, it's not why she's doing this, right? So I'm asking why is she doing this? And it's not because even if she is a narcissist, it's not because she's a narcissist, right? So the question is, why is she doing this, right? Why is she doing it? And I think like, probably because she doesn't think it's immoral. She's probably a 2A, right? She's probably just like a 2A who's like, fuck this. I'm going to be the top. I married the guy that I thought was going to be president. He died. Fuck it. I'll go to the next one. Where's JD Vance?
Audience.
And so, at the very least, this was described as a unique piece of programming for CBS News, one of America's most venerated legacy media networks. And with it, you had many people giving reactions like, how humiliating for CBS to go from Walter Cronkite tearfully breaking the news of JFK's assassination and death to Barry Weiss doing a town hall with a widow of a racist podcaster who is milking her husband's death for every penny, as well as there has never been a brand so thoroughly destroyed in such a short period. This is what they're going to do to CNN next, to the extent they haven't already. Though it also appears like it wasn't just CBS viewers who were turned off by the event, but maybe advertisers.
And by the way, I think JD Vance has already admitted through his book and everything else, from my understanding, I haven't read it, but like from my understanding of it, that he hates the bubble he came from. He's always hated the people he knew growing up. He's always wanted to be, he was like a person born into a 2C bubble who like really wanted to be a 2A. became a 2A, got himself to the vice presidency of the United States, which is not too shabby for a boy who used to fuck couches, okay? And then now, which by the way, no judgment, okay? We've all, no judgment. And then, okay, now he's in a position of like, you know who I'm really sad for is his kids, of course, because like, that's weird that that's your dad. But also Erica Kirk also has children. Like, this is the thing. At the end of the day, you know who's going to suffer the most? Children, our children and theirs. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, who's going to really lose out on this whole adults playing with our fucking lives? Us.
As well, because you had Variety reporting that most of the commercial breaks were filled with cheaper direct response advertisers. Things like HomeServe.com, Carfax, and even ChiaPet. For context, the way direct response advertising works is that networks typically just put them on the air whenever it's convenient.
Actually, great point from Discord said, I think many people don't know what cluster B is and are naming a few traits, not the pattern. Actually, great point. Great point, which is why I said even if she's an NPD, it doesn't mean that she would then do XYZ. Like, NPD is a group of traits, not telling you what like the pattern will be. Because like there are NPDs that are very self-aware, introspective, do the work, don't show up this way, and are honest. There are cluster Bs. Like, we're all vibing. Like, borderlines, like we're all vibing. I say this as a girlie who's diagnosed BPD. Like, being, told like this is your borderline, this is your BPD feels really reductive in a world where like, no, that's just my values. Maybe it's just my values. Maybe it's just my morals. Like, now I know what is like, is this borderline or is this something else? Is this menopause? Is this something else? Like, is this, what is this, a lack of sleep? Is this something else? That's why I say like, she doesn't need to be cluster B to be up here on this podium doing what she's doing. Yeah, exactly, Discord. A diagnosis doesn't mean destructive behavior. Amen, amen, amen. Exactly.
Right, not when they're the first choice. And so when you see a bunch of those kinds of ads in one program like this, it suggests that the network just couldn't line up more mainstream support for its content. While the Saturday 8 p.m. slot given to the town hall is one of the least watched hours in broadcast TV, that also doesn't explain why big advertisers like Amazon, Ferraro Group, and Procter & Gamble returned to the 9 p.m. rebroadcast to 48 hours. And so that's something to take a look at, because that could be a signal that CBS News' new editorial direction isn't necessarily the right one from a business perspective. But I'll say regardless there, you have Weiss seeming very intent on keeping this going.
This is going to be the first of many conversations and debates on CBS News about the things that matter most, which are often the hardest to talk about. You will not agree with everything you hear tonight.
Interesting.
Or in any of these other broadcasts. And that is exactly the point.
There's also, as you reportedly have network staffers telling The Independent, David Ellison must be mortified by his $150 million investment in someone who so quickly revealed themselves to be the most shallow, least interesting person in TV news, as well as how embarrassing. Barry's been editor-in-chief for 5 seconds and has revealed that all she really wants is to be on TV herself. And then we're going to dive into even more in just a minute. But first, let me say, debt is big.
Phil, you're great. We love you. You're so sweet. Look at you're beautiful. Oh my God.
Place to mark the first day of Hanukkah. I'm going to PDS.com.
Okay, everybody lock in. I'm so devastated to hear what happened in Australia. This is that story. Okay, I don't know what he's going to show. I don't know what footage he's going to show, but I've seen the videos and they're devastating. Shout out to the heroes who tried to fight the gunman off. Also, I am devastated. This was a father-son team. Imagine being in a relationship where your father... And who recruited who? Did the father convince the son to do this? Did the son convince the father? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? A family team? This is devastating, This is so sad. Okay, so here we go. So sad.
.com/DeFranco. That's PDS.com/DeFranco, or just scan that QR code on the screen. But then, next up in the news today, this is horrifying. Australia just got hit with its deadliest shooting in 30 years. With police saying that a father and son opened fire at Bondi Beach in Sydney on Sunday at the same time that there was an event taking place to mark the first day of Hanukkah. And so you had officials saying that the shooting was a terrorist event and it was designed to target Jewish people. And so with that, at least 15 people were killed, including a Holocaust survivor, including children. 42 people were taken to the hospital. And as of recording, 26 people remain hospitalized. Though also with that, I've got to say, the numbers could have been even higher if this played out slightly differently. Because one, police located 3 improvised explosive devices at the crime scene after the attack, which thankfully were never detonated. And 2, in a moment that was captured on video, there was a man who's widely been
Look at that. Look at this hero, bro.
As a hero, tackling and disarming one of the shooters while the attack was underway. Right now,
Yo, look at that.
Moment that was captured on video, there was a man who's widely been hailed as a hero, tackling and disarming one of the shooters while the attack was underway. Right? And that man has since been identified as 43-year-old father of 2, Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's an Australian citizen who immigrated from Syria back in 2006, and he's now one of those in the hospital. Right? And he was visited by the Premier of New South Wales, who also wrote on X, Ahmed is a real-life hero. His incredible bravery, no doubt, saved countless lives when he disarmed a terrorist at enormous personal risk. And along with thanks and praise, you had a GoFundMe page actually being set up to support Ahmed, and it's already raised the equivalent of about $1 million, including roughly $65,000 from billionaire Bill Ackman. But then, jumping to the other side of this, right? The suspects suspects, they've been named by some media outlets, but also police have only identified them as a 50-year-old father and a 24-year-old son. And this father, he reportedly first arrived in Australia back in 1998 on a student visa. He was in the country illegally. He was also a licensed firearms holder with 6 guns, and he was fatally shot by police at the scene. And then as far as the son, he's an Australian-born citizen, and he suffered what were described as critical injuries, and he's been hospitalized. And even the police commissioner of New South Wales saying, based on his medical condition, it is likely that that person may face criminal charges. And then according to Australia's Prime Minister, the son first came to the attention of the country's National Security and Intelligence Service back in October of 2019. But when apparently he was examined on the basis of being associated with others. However, he then also had the Prime Minister claiming that there had been no indication of any ongoing threat or threat of him engaging in violence. And then adding that there were no signs as of now that he and his father were acting as part of a wider terror group, saying there's no evidence of collusion, no evidence that these people were part of the cell. Now that said, at the same time, we are also seeing reports today that the men have pledged allegiance to the Islamic State and flags of the group were reportedly found in their car. So then also, notably, you have many trying to connect this attack to rising anti-Semitism associated with backlash to what Israel did in Gaza. Where we've heard, for example, opinion pieces in The Atlantic and New York Times popping up, rushing to bring up the idea of intifada, a concept most often associated with Palestinian uprisings against Israeli occupation. Right, in the phrase globalized intifada has been seen by many Jewish organizations as a call for violence and anti-Semitic terrorism, though many have disputed that. You also had Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu suggesting that Australia's recognition of the state of Palestine is what caused the attack by pouring fuel on the anti-Semitic fire and claiming your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You took no action, you let the disease spread, and the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today. So there you had the Australian Prime Minister rejecting that notion, noting that most of the world recognizes a two-state solution as being the way forward in the Middle East. But also with that, putting aside the question of blame, it has been widely accepted that Australia has especially seen a high rise in anti-Semitism. Or with, for example, a prominent Jewish advocacy group in the country recently reporting that more than 3,700 anti-Jewish incidents had taken place in the country during the 2 years after the October 7th attack in 2023. A rate that the group says
Remember that a two-state solution is just separate but equal.
is 5 times what it was in the decade before the attack. So there you've had some contesting the number because what counts as an incident includes extreme acts of violence like Sunday shooting, as well as an arson attack in an Australian synagogue last year, but also things like anti-Israel graffiti. And so with that, when Australia created a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism in
Listen to me. Do not make me defend a patriarchal religion. But you can't kill people in Islam. Like, I know people think you can, but you can kill people in Islam the way you can kill people in Christianity. But you're not supposed to be out here killing people. You know what I mean? Like, you're not any more Muslim or Christian if you don't follow the Quran or follow the Bible or follow the whatever church. So like when people sit there and go like, oh, it's pretty, it's written into their doctrine. It's written to their doctrine. No more than the genocidal Christian God. So again, you're not supposed to be killing people. Like you're not supposed to be killing yourself either. So suicide bombers being associated with Muslims makes no sense since you're not supposed to kill yourself in Islam. Like just because a bunch of men, okay, are doing this action does not then present. You see how it looks like I'm supporting Islam now? Like I would never support a patriarchal religion, but you can't criticize Islam when 1 billion people are a part of Islam and you're acting like 1 billion people are terrorists. The same way with Christianity, there's 1 billion Christians. You know, the religions are bad for their patriarchal reasons, but they're not bad because they're terrorist organizations, right? So there's like this like weird misconception that happens. And of course, because Ahmed, is it Ahmed or Ahmed? Ahmed or Ahmed? Either, I think there's an H in his name. Either way, Habibi, he goes, takes down this gunman, Syrian refugee. Hello, stereotypes? Much like he did it. Like immigrant on immigrant, you know what I mean? Like he sat there and saved the day. But also, you know what I mean? It's like, it's obviously not that they're immigrants. It's obviously not that they're refugees. It's obviously not that they're Muslim. It's obviously not that they're XYZ. It's the fact that they, in their own heads, felt entitled to taking people's life for whatever their belief is. Which, by the way, is what a lot of people do. The same people that are criticizing these people support their country doing the same thing. Again, we have to go down to the basics as 2026. Violence, where does violence fall in our value system? Again, we have to go back to the basics as we move into 2026 because I want you to really remind ourselves, like, what is our goal here? You know, is our goal to understand each other, or is our goal to remind each other that it's us versus them? What is our goal here? And does nobody wonder how a father-son came to this? I couldn't even imagine the conversation. How would that conversation even start between my father and I? I'm just trying to imagine my own family. How would that conversation even start? A father and a son duo? Is this like a Columbine shooting thing? Like, how does this start where two friends get together and shoot up a school? How does this even begin that a father and son are sitting and having this conversation? You know, like what happened? Like, there's so many questions I have here. There's so many questions I have. Do you guys know in the Muslim bubble, there's a discourse about Christmas, celebrating Christmas? And like, you know, Christmas is not a thing in Islam. But a lot of Arabs celebrate Christmas because it's such a global phenomenon and they want a Christmas tree and they want to celebrate. And it's like, you act like we're not all just people who want to have a good time during December, or we're not all just people who want to celebrate with our families. Like, at the end of the day, and I have a video about this I want to make for my podcast. The next 3 pods are going to be fucking killer, bro. But I really want to talk about like this feeling of home, how we're all just like looking for home and we don't know where it is. And like every person is looking for home. And some people feel like they find it in religion, in people, in a country, in a flag. But that's what we're looking for. All of us are deeply searching for home. And it feels like really reductive and silly to look at, people and say like, oh, they want a home less than I want a home. My home is more important than your home. Everybody wants a home. Like all these people that are like, why would you want to go back to Palestine? It's destroyed. Because it's their home. It's their home. It's like, I don't understand. Like, we all understand what home feels like. So it's so interesting when people come to threaten your home, all of a sudden you remember what it feels like. But when you threaten theirs, you forget. Interesting.
2024, you had some arguing that pro-Israel groups had successfully weaponized anti-Semitism by conflating that with criticism of Israel's war in Gaza. But then also, in addition to everything there, Sunday's attack has sparked a lot of conversation around another big issue, and that is gun control. Because Australia, they already have strict gun laws, many of which were introduced after a gunman killed 35 people on the Australian island of Tasmania back in 1996. But now you've got the Premier of New South Wales saying that he wants to introduce the toughest gun legislation in the country. And with that, you had the Australian Prime Minister announcing that his government will consider tightening the entire country's gun laws. And specifically, with what's being considered are gun owners maybe soon facing limits on the number of weapons they can own, and non-citizens, they might be restricted from owning firearms at all. But that said, very likely on all fronts, we'll be getting more and more updates, more information. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything we're seeing right now. But then also, unfortunately, Australia is not the only mass shooting that we have to talk about. Because this weekend, you also had a gunman
Brown University
bursting into a classroom at Brown University in Rhode Island, killing 2 people, injuring 9 more, and all those victims being students. Right, not only that, at least as of recording, the shooter, he's still at large. Well, there's pretty little known at this point as far as how this went down. The shooting happened Saturday afternoon in a room where students were attending a final exam review session for an economics class, and other students were actually in the same building taking their final exams or studying. Then, after reports of an active shooter, an alert was sent by the university telling students and faculty members to lock their doors, silence their phones, and stay hidden. And some students actually ended up spending the night locked in classrooms, libraries, and dorms. Then as far as the security footage, it showed a male suspect walking away from the scene of the shooting wearing all black clothing. Also, there was no weapon reportedly visible in the video. His face is covered, and officials say that a firearm wasn't found in a sweep of the building. Also, someone who had been considered a person of interest was detained yesterday, but they've now been released. And law enforcement officials, they haven't named any other suspects so far or come up with any.
Wait, I just don't get it. What? Why?
Lock their doors, silence or put a male suspect walking away from the scene of the shooting wearing all black clothing. Though also someone who had been considered a person of interest was detained yesterday, but they've now been released. And law enforcement officials, they haven't named any other suspects so far or come up with any potential motives. Right, and the mayor of Providence, where Brown's located, said that officials had no way of knowing if the attacker was still in the city. And so with that, you had several private schools in the area canceling classes today, while public schools stayed open with an increased police presence, and the University of Rhode Island canceled all in-person exams. But unfortunately, for now, that's where we are. But that, my friend, is the end of...
Just insane. What a crazy week it's been. Wow. Oh, Jesus, fuck me. Okay, let's see here. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, let's do this. You guys, this is a request. Oh. I don't understand. Yeah, Discord said they don't know anything. No, they don't know anything about the Brown shooter. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think that's insane. Like, what do you mean, bro? Uh-oh.
Y'all ever notice how it's only...
That's crazy to me. Like, we don't know anything. Like, that, I don't know if it, maybe it was like a, I wonder if it was personal or what, I don't even know what it was. We'll have to keep tabs on that. Kind of insane, honestly, that he could get away with it. But he was super covered up, too. Oh, God, exhausting. Okay. So this is a request from one of you guys to talk about Menifest Stell. So we've talked about Menifest Stell, and I just want to say it again because I know her audience usually comes into my chat and calls me a pick-me-sha. First of all, hilarious. Second of all, listen, I have not resonated with Menifest Stell's work. I find it to be a reaction out of survival in relation to patriarchy. I have not enjoyed her suggestions for the girlies. I respect the hustle, but I also don't because, again, even though she's educated and seems well-intentioned, I tend to feel very disconnected from the work. And maybe it's because I'm queer. Maybe it's, I don't know, who knows. But she made a video called The Myth of Women's Overconsumption. I made a podcast this week about how overconsumption is not empowerment. So women's overconsumption is not empowerment, because I think it's been sold to us through capitalism that it is. It isn't. But now there's a conversation being had, and I have seen, this is so funny, this TikTok she features first. I have seen this TikTok, and I wanted to talk about it, but let's let Jimena Festel monologue through so we can use her monologue, her content to have this conversation, right? Okay, please go check out my podcast channel and check out that video because I worked really hard on it. Okay.
Y'all ever notice how it's only overconsumption when we're talking about women? Labubus, matcha, purses, blind boxes, etc.?
If you ever find me hiding my purchases from a man, save me.
And by the way, I was going to go into more detail about men's overconsumption, but the podcast was over an hour as it was. Men overconsume too. Collections, anime cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, D&D props, figurines, cars, trophies, XYZs. Okay, so men also overconsume, definitely.
Hey, bestie.
Sneakers. Men love their sneakers.
Welcome to the Spoiled Girly Support Group podcast, where we talk about how to get that bag while also securing your own bag. I'm your host.
So how to get that bag. That's also like, it's fine, but like very capitalistic. But okay, like, yeah, you want to make money. You want to be financially independent. Okay.
And let's get into it. On today's episode, we are talking about the myth of women's overconsumption. Obviously, overconsumption is a real problem. It harms the planet and it drains personal finances. This part is true. What's not true is the cultural myth that women are uniquely or inherently the problem. That women are these frivolous, impulsive overconsumers destroying the world one manic haul at a time. The myth of women's overconsumption is that, number one, overconsumption is driven only by women, and number two, women's normal and necessary purchasing behavior is by default overconsumption. I get it. I try to be an underconsumer myself, so I too am irked by overconsumption, but where do we draw the line between rightfully calling out overconsumptive behavior and misogyny? This TikTok video by Aziology articulated for me exactly why the constant criticisms of women's consumer behavior irked me, and also were starting to give me the ick. And as we talked about in a past class, women's icks are valid and may be rooted in something that we are perceiving but cannot yet fully articulate.
Y'all ever notice how it's only overconsumption when we're talking about women? Labubus, matcha, purses, blind boxes, etc. But like when men spend thousands of dollars on hundreds of thousands of pairs of sneakers, it's not over. I've never seen anybody use the word overconsumption when it comes to men collecting things.
Except my mother. My mother loves to point out how much people spend on things unnecessarily, and it's ungodly. It's a form of gluttony. So yeah, my mother would say, you own too many shoes, give some to the poor. But my mom isn't on the internet, thank God. Oh my God.
Ever. I'm gonna need y'all to just like lay off of women for a second on the whole overconsumption thing.
Aziology ends the video with this. Everybody always thinks that we're making society better by clocking people for different things, but oftentimes it's like misogynistic and falls into the umbrella of just feeding the patriarchy, which is really scary. One of the incidents that really pushed me over the edge was seeing this video by this journaling or stationery TikToker, and I did not save this video, which I fully regret, and now I can't find it, but they're a biggish journaling or stationery TikToker, so if you know who I'm talking about, please share in the comments. Anyway, this TikToker made this video, and she was upset because a YouTuber made a video featuring her, and the video was about overconsumption. And the TikToker was really upset by it and really saddened because journaling and engaging with stationery was her form of self-care. And why can't she have that? Why does she have to be featured on an overconsumption video when all she's doing is following her joy? She's a mom, and journaling and stationery were the few things that she had for herself. And those weren't the exact words that she used, but that's how I recalled her sentiment was. She was so sad, and I was watching her, and it made me sad too. Imagine you're so excited about your hobby and you're sharing it with the internet, and all your online besties think it's cute and the vibes are vibing, and then a YouTuber makes an overconsumption video about you. Okay, it's so heartbreaking.
Okay. Again, because I would never post myself on the internet unless I was a content creator, I really struggle why normies would be posting themselves. Like, even on forums, like, it would have to be a really locked down forum for me to be posting. Do you know what I'm saying? I understand that comment sections thrive because people post, but also, I guess I'm just not that girly. So maybe I'm also the reason that those websites wouldn't work, because I wouldn't think at this age, especially, to post those things unless I expected people to treat my content like content to react to. So I get it, but yeah, I struggle with this one. I struggle with the idea that people are posting to TikTok as normies. I do get like Facebook or something because your friends are there. I haven't been on Facebook in 10 years, but like, you know what I mean? I don't even get public Instagrams. Like, I don't even get it. Like, why are you public? Why can people see your stuff unless you're trying to make money? Like, but okay, I'll try to be thoughtful about it. I love a journal. If you want to keep a journal, keep your notebooks. I love reading my journals. I love that it's in my handwriting and it's a testament to like what I was doing at the time and how my handwriting is improved or not improved. So I don't mind a physical journal. But I also assume that anything I post, even in public, private places, will probably get on the internet. And I just like, it is what it is. It's, you know, I understand. Okay, so I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
In my own personal life, I know many women who collect things as their hobby. Explicitly women-coded things like purses or Labubus or shoes.
Okay, what is a collection? Let's talk about that. I think collections are overconsumption. If the collection is curated too quickly, if it's a lifelong collection, it's valid. But if your collection started 2 years ago and you have 30,000, that's not collecting. That's over-consuming. Collection is like, for me, it's like, it's something you curate over a long period of time, but it's not like something you go and spend all your money with. Like if you are like, I'm a collector. Oh, when did you start collecting? Last night. But you have like 30 Pikachu stuffies. Yeah, I just bought them all last night. It's like, well, then you're not a collector, you're just a hoarder, or like you know what I mean? So like I also struggle with the word collector a little bit, but I'm open to it meaning different things for different people, right? Like I collected rocks in Arizona, but I put them all back outside when I moved out because I just kept them in the house because they were pretty, but like it's not a real collection. It's not like something I'm going to save. It's something I'm going to, you know, put outside when I leave. You know what I mean?
Also, books. Is having a library now overconsumption too? Where do we?
It is if you're just buying books you've never read. If you like, that's the joke on Book Talk is like, oh, how many of your books have you read? I only had books in my collection I had read. I had over 2,000 books in my collection and I had read every single one. And then I sold them all because I was moving and I couldn't keep taking them places. But realistically, if your book collection is on the shelf and you haven't read most of those books, it's a waste. You could go to the library. We could share resources. We could talk about, you spent $30,000 on books when you could have put it towards something else. Like, let's have conversations about libraries. Why do you even need a book collection? But then that might sound a little communist, right? Why does anyone need to own anything? You know, so I get it. Okay.
Draw the line. And I would hate to yuck these women's yum and tell them that they're over-consuming when they are simply following their joy. Why can't we have nice things? And for a lot of collectors, these purchases are emotional. They mean something. And to paint a wide brush on all of these women as brain-dead over-consumers, like a lot of these think pieces paint them to be.
Oh, I think a lot of over-consumers are emotionally. It's like an addiction. I think overconsumption is an addiction problem. Like, not a real one, but kind of. Like, they're over-consuming because they feel left out. They don't feel good enough. They want to keep up with the Joneses. They never feel satisfied with anything in their life. It's a hit dopamine. It's a quick dopamine hit. Like, I think a lot of people collect because it feels, you know, yeah, like overeating. Chat says like overeating. Yeah, but not always. So I agree, not always. But then maybe that is the difference between over-consuming and collecting. Is collection thoughtful? I mean, it's subjective, but is it, you know what I mean? Is I have a collection, you know what I mean? Like, is that maybe you put thought into? I don't know.
I think is a practice laden with misogyny. Misogyny that we willingly internalize because it is under the guise of something generally reasonable. The premise that overconsumption is bad. So on today's episode, we will address the myth of women's overconsumption, that only we women are guilty of it, and that our normal purchasing behavior due to us anticipating others' needs as a form of care work.
Ooh, chat says my mom taught us all to ascribe sentimental values to items and now we're all pack rats. I think about that all the time. Exactly. Versus my mother is the opposite. My mom is like, they're just things, give them to people who need them. But my mom, I think, is neurodivergent. So I think she gets sensory overload from having too many things in the house. So people would always say, like, I can't believe you have 10 kids. I can't tell. And that's because my mom would just like, she hates clutter. She hates it. And my mom's just like, give it to somebody, give it to somebody. And I'm similar. Actually, my partner asked me the other day, what did we say? Oh, he was like, oh, if you want to, we could get a toaster if you want a toaster. I was like, no more appliances, no more things on my counter, no more. And he was like, And I was like, I can't. If I have too many things on the counter, I'm just going to feel like the house is always messy. Like, it's too many things. And then we have to wipe down. We have to lift it up. Like, stop. We don't need a toaster, you know? And there's something about that where, like, I think we think our decisions are really thoughtful, but some of it is just like, I'm stressed. No, I don't want one more thing to clean or one more thing to move around or one more thing to. So, okay, there's like something to be said about like, but why? Okay, are you, do we,
is by default overconsumptive behavior. And okay, why are we even talking about this? It's because it is so important to dispel these myths because they leave women feeling like they can't engage in their joy, like they can't do anything right, like they cannot take up space. And like the very habits that keep their families, communities, and entire economies functioning are somehow shameful. These myths punish women for self-care, family care, and community care, and foresight. And they trick us into believing that our economic influence is a liability instead of what it truly is. One of the most powerful levers women have to shape culture, markets, innovation, and the future.
Okay, what if you have family members? Like I noticed my in-laws are so cute. First of all, they're so great. They're very lovely. They have their love language is they tend to get us knickknacks. And they're so cute. And some of them can be from like maybe places I wouldn't shop at, or maybe it's like things that I'm like, okay, that's cute, but like, how long am I expected to keep this? And now I assume years, which is fine. Most of the stuff they're getting us are like Christmas decorations we can keep for a long time, right? They're cute. But, I always try to tell people, you don't have to buy us anything. But to them, and I think they're right, the intuition is right. They're like, it's just a little knickknack. Who cares? But did any of you guys grow up with a junk drawer growing up? I am very proud to say that we have no junk drawer in the kitchen. But we do have a junk basket. So we didn't really... We have a junk basket and it stays in the closet where it belongs, okay? But we do not have a junk drawer in the kitchen. My whole life, I grew up with a junk drawer. I was like, why do we even have this? But I get it. It's like the little knickknacks that you don't know what to do. So you just put it in the place. And we have a basket. And I told my partner, I was like, please, we can't have this on the table. We can't. It looks so messy and I hate it. It's just overwhelming. Please put it in the closet where I can't see it. And so it lives in the closet. Okay, I just don't want to see it. I don't want to know it exists. It's just like, can we please? But I get it because we have nowhere to put that. They're the most miscellaneous things. I don't even know what to do with them. And there's stuff we need eventually, like batteries for the air conditioning or something. It's like, we're going to need this eventually, but we made an oath to each other when we got married that we would not collect things just to have them. And we made an oath that we would not keep wires for things we don't need. So we're pretty good at not just buying things to buy them, but we do, you know what I mean? It can feel overwhelming. Discourse that is not a junk drawer. It's a spare part drawer. Oh yes, of course. Yes, spare parts. We're going to need that later. We're definitely going to need it later. You know what I mean? But if you know, you know. It's a very interesting phenomenon. But I think that's kind of why I think we're like birds. We're such little collectors. You know what I mean? We're such little collectors, and we just like, oh, maybe we'll need this, or maybe we'll need, oh, I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. But I have run into a lot of women who earn a living, they're college educated, they make a lot of money, and they buy. But guys, they are buying because they have like a problem. So again, it's not that your women or men are buying. The question is, why are you buying? Why are you buying? And also, hey, hear me when I say this. Why aren't you buying? Oh, I never buy myself new things. I never get new clothes. I never get a new car. I never get anything. Why not? Also, oh, I'm a minimalist. Okay, what does that mean? Oh, I'm extra frugal. What does that mean? Because that could also be mental health, right? Like being extreme on either end could be a sign of like, uh-oh, why are you doing this?
Today, I will show you how through your purchasing power, you embody exactly how you are the source, you are creation, and you are the future. After this class, you can now stop hiding your shopping from your husband. Now we have a lot to cover, but before...
See how much I don't like this bubble? I just don't like this bubble. I know Manifestel's community doesn't like me, and every time I make a video, they call me a pick-misha in the chat, and I hear you girls, but I just cannot get on board. I don't know if it's because like the heterosexuality of it or like what it is. Chat said it's pink-pilled. I don't know what it is, but it's exhausting to me.
we get into it, I need you to hit the like, subscribe, and the notification bell so you never miss a Spoiled Girly episode. With that being said, let's get into it. This episode is sponsored by Brevo. Brevo is the go-to automation and CRM platform for businesses looking to enhance their marketing strategies and meaningful relationships with their customers through powerful email marketing, automation, SMS, chat, and customer relationship management tools. With Brevo, you can turn every email, every SMS, every order.
Yeah, Chad said, to be fair, I used to watch her, but I don't fit anymore. Yeah, well, I became aware of Manifest Out because somebody on my Discord was like, brought her up. Can you review her? And then people in my audience were, even this one, I didn't know this video was out, but somebody in my members chat said, Brittany, like, can you review this video? So you guys there is an audience overlap somehow.
Into a lifetime customer. As you may know, I started I Love Isla last year, and I know the value in repeat customers. To this day, even with minimal marketing, I still have customers coming back, not just once, twice, but 3, 4, all the way to 14 times. I am a big believer in social media marketing, but this is only one piece of a business owner's marketing ecosystem. Email and SMS marketing are also equally important.
She might have been making a joke about hiding her purchases from her partner, but that is a bubble that exists where, like, people hide things from their partners about how they spend money, but that's why I do complete transparency with my partner and we buy things together. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not his money, my money, it's our money. You know, it's not her money, my money, it's our money. Like, if she's going to buy something, I'm going to know about it. And if I'm going to buy something, she's going to know about it because we have nothing to hide. Like, there's just, like, we're not hiding anything. We don't lie to each other. And if you're hiding purchases from me, that feels like a lie. Like, what?
It's perfect for anyone starting their own business, as well as the marketing girlies who live and breathe marketing. As a marketing girly myself, I know how important it is to have the right tools for the job, which is why I'm glad to partner with Brevo. Brevo simplifies your marketing and streamlines email and text marketing, which helps boost engagement and keep your customers coming back. Brevo can also help your business grow through
Yeah, Chet said Spoiled Girlies, which is her brand, gives capitalism. Why would our bubble enjoy her content outside of examining it from a philosophical perspective? Yeah, that's the thing, though. When I've criticized her in the past, people have been like, no, Brittany, she's very aware of systems and structures. I couldn't tell if she's a liberal or progressive or somebody right in between. But, like, sometimes she says things and I'm like, okay. And then other times she says other things and I'm like, huh? Like, I can't tell if it's giving liberal, like, you know, lean in feminism. But the way she talks is almost like, maybe because she's Asian, she is coming from that lens, which allows her to have a deeper understanding than, like, no offense to, like, a white woman who would have the conversation. She doesn't give white woman lean in feminism, but she gives, like, I'm aware of what it's like to be a minority, but also capitalism. And it's confusing. I'm just, like, confused.
Analytics and targeted campaigns via email marketing or SMS, marketing automations, or AI, and WhatsApp. So if you're looking to turn a single email or text or order into lifelong customers, go to get.brevo.com/manifestl or click the link in the description and use code manifestl to get 50% off.
Oh, Discord said she's socially progressive but economically liberal. Maybe.
On Brevo starter and
Let's
standard
see
plans
what
for
she
the first
says.
3 months. This offer applies to all new paying customers. That's get.brevo.com/manifestl and use code manifestl to save 50% off on your new subscription. Now back to the topic.
Okay, let's see.
This is where we all get gotten. We are primed to hate on each other and hate each other and internalize misogyny through seemingly innocuous and reasonably hateable concepts. In this case, overconsumption is used as a gateway to misogyny because who is the main target of overconsumption criticism? Women. And I am not the only one who has observed this pattern. This commenter said,
don't worry, I have a video coming up, a podcast that's going to be, why do young girls date older men? Oh, you just get ready. Because all the men were like, oh, I bet you won't make that video. Is that the patriarchy too? Yes. Second, I have a video coming up about men and consumerism because I just know, like, listen, I'm not trying to be a gender war person here because it's so reductive. But, oh, trust me when I say all of us are victims of patriarchy and capitalism, regardless of gender. Nice try, though.
There are entire creators on this app whose brands are focused on calling out women on their overconsumption, but never men. If you look up overconsumption on social media, go on the creators' profiles who make these types of videos. Who is the subject of all their content? Women. Women and their female-coded consumption. Purses, shoes, Labubus, blind boxes, Stanley cups.
Well, it's because men would never allow themselves to be called an overconsumer because it's a proof of their ability to make money. If men are known to have more capital than women, then one is to assume that women are actually not spending what they've earned. They're spending their husband's money or credit cards versus men, because the patriarchy allows them to, quote, own the capital. We assume when men spend money, they have it when they don't. It's all about imagery, right? The patriarchy allows you to assume that because men have more capital, they must be spending real money. But we know men go into debt to try to look cool in front of their boys every day.
that Starbucks bear cup. This type of content others these overconsumptive women and teaches us to distance ourselves from them.
Oh, cannot be me. I'm not like these other women.
If this is not a reflection of how patriarchy has gotten us, then I don't know what is. By the way, if you have been getting this ick as well, comment down below because I really feel like we're onto something here. And listen, I am an underconsumption stan. I support the underconsumption queens, but at the same time, I am so icked out by the constant barrage of overconsumption criticism directed at women. It makes me really sad that I, at some point, was consuming these videos and really internalizing how overconsumptive women are, and I vowed to not be like them. I really was falling into the, I'm not like other girls. I'm not overconsumptive like other girls. But one day, one of my girlfriends showed me her collection of things, and she was so passionate about it. You could see the literal joy in her eyes. She explained the meaning behind every little piece of her collection, where she got it, why she got it, who got it for her, what milestones were signified by each purchase. And if overconsumption talk ever got a hold of this collection, they would shame her and tell her that you're overconsuming. Stop that. But how could I ever hate on her and her collection and her consumption behavior? And then it hit me. I have been gotten by misogynist messaging that women's purchasing behavior by default is overconsumption, that collecting items and having more than one of one thing is bad behavior and should be called out and shamed. In reality, I was ashamed of myself, that before this encounter with my girlfriend, I thought that collecting anything was shameworthy overconsumption, and I really did internalize the misogyny that I consumed on social media. I internalized this messaging so much that I donated all of my physical books, except for like 10. I donated all of my fiction books, my nonfiction books, books I loved, annotated, cried on. I have my Kindle, and since I read so much, I thought that it was better to only have digital copies so that I wouldn't fall into overconsumption, so that I wouldn't take up too much space.
Oh! I think digital hoarding is just as much overconsumption as anything else. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think of overconsumption as only physical items. Interesting. Okay. I see where she's coming from though. She had a bubble pop, had a realization she was judging. I would say this is a better direction she's heading into, but I don't think it's complete yet. But okay. I think she's right. She shouldn't have given away her books or anything unless she wanted to. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the issue is that you have again, the issue is like, is this needed? Why am I doing it? It's always why. Why am I doing it? And does this make sense? Okay.
And after having this come to Jesus moment that I am shrinking myself, this underconsumption rabbit hole I have allowed myself to sink into is teaching me that I don't deserve to take up space, that my normal, joy-led, and very reasonable purchasing behavior is something to be ashamed of. And now that I'm healing from that, I vowed to allow myself to take up space again. So once again, I am rebuilding my physical book collection. And that's also why I started showing physical books on this channel. That was the beginning of my healing era, and you were there for it. So yeah, that happened to me. Now imagine how many other women this is happening to, because I cannot be the—
Okay, no. Okay. So one of the reasons I could not engage in a collection like that would be because I can't afford it. So next, the question is it responsible to have a collection before you have a house? So as an example, one of the reasons I couldn't keep my book collection was because I couldn't afford to move it from place to place. So then I wish I could go back, and instead of spending all the money I did on books, I wish I had saved that money and used it for like a down payment on a house, right? I wish I had, some more, I wish and I was at libraries a lot, guys. I was reading like 30 books a month from libraries. So I was also, 2,000 books are just what I owned, right? Like, not to mention all the books that oh my God. I just vomited a little. Is that 2,000 times 15 is about $30,000? I think I did spend that much on books, and probably. I was buying new books all the time. And yeah, one book a day. I was reading one book a day. My library had to make a special request for me to be able to take out that many books a month. Guys, when I say I lived and breathed books for an era of my life, I was working and reading, and fucking. Working, reading, and fucking. That's it, baby. That was my whole life, okay? So, okay, Matilda, it really was, girl. Yes, autism. It was definitely autism, And that was it. That was my identity. I'd go to parties with a book in my hand, and people were like, "Are you literally reading that book?" I'm like, almost done. I'd be like at work shifts, Chess says, "How fast do you read?" I'm a pretty fast reader. And my partner was just commenting that on the other day. Like, they're like, "Oh, in my head, I'm a very fast reader." Out loud, actually, because of stream, I've had to practice reading out loud. I have never been a good reader out louder. So you see how much I struggle. In my head, I'm fast as fuck, bro. Because like, how many times do I tell you on stream, I can hear it in my head, I know how to say it, but I can't say it out loud. My brain, very fast. My mouth, very slow. Okay? It is very slow. This thing is so slow. But my brain, very fast. You know? But anyways, all of this to say, my biggest recommendation to you is hold up, wait for that collection, and put that money towards a house or towards investments if you can. You know what I mean? Like towards, you know, your education maybe. Like go to the library, do free things. I know you want to collect something. Like, look, we have all of this art. I have all of this art I need to put in frames and get up on walls, but we're waiting till we have a house, right? Because like, why am I going to put it on walls of an apartment that I feel like I just don't want to do that. I don't want to spend the money because it does cost money that we would rather put towards a house right now. So again, it's not that you're guaranteed to always live in the house you buy, but I mean, it's a pretty good bet that you'll probably be able to die in the house you buy. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Okay. So that's what I would say versus Manifestel is saying, go buy your books. And I'm saying, well, hold up. Maybe collect books for free if you can, or go to garage sales and buy them cheap. But maybe save that money for a house or something more stable for your retirement first. Yeah. I just, how many boys do we know with 30,000 Yu-Gi-Oh card collections, $30,000 worth of collections of dragon figurines, and they live in their mom's basement? It's like, that's okay. You live in your mom's basement, unless that's not okay. And then priorities are a question. Or how many girls do you know who spend all of this money, you know what I mean? Because they're not looking towards the future. Again, it's like, I want you to have those things after, when it's more appropriate. But I get you. And I say this as a girlie who spent a lot of her money unwisely.
Only one. I have never had a unique experience in my life. I cannot be the only one who was affected negatively by consuming overconsumption criticism media that are solely targeted towards women. Another TikTok creator made a similar video pointing out how we don't call men's overconsumptive behavior overconsumption when they're essentially doing the exact same thing.
Why is overconsumption always talked about with women but not with men? I live in kind of like a outdoorsy area where men are like really obsessed with like brand names and gear. And y'all, they have shopping addictions. It's still present with men. Definitely. And I don't understand why we don't talk about this, because I feel like a lot of men that I've met within the past year, they all have shopping addictions, like worse than like the women I've met.
Don't even get me started on the rise of microgambling as a result of the popularity of sports betting, which young men are more likely to engage in.
I 100% agree with Manifestel on this and that TikToker, that men are suffering too, and patriarchy has convinced us all that we are what we buy, and this is not new, and boys need to stop it as well.
And it is costing them so much money, ruining their credit scores.
Think again, the same difference between a girl moving into an apartment and decking it out with like furniture right away in art so people don't make fun of it for being sparse. It's the same as a guy decorating his whole apartment with things. Like, did you even want to decorate your apartment this way, or did you just do it so it didn't look empty? Like, move me to an empty apartment before I would spend money decorating it just to have the walls filled. Like, that's what overconsumption is. It's saying, oh, you just moved to somewhere, you got to fill it up with stuff. What did that girl say? Jaclyn Hill? She said, you guys, Jaclyn Hill has a shopping addiction. She goes, I don't, who cares? This house takes a lot of stuff. She was buying stuff on Amazon just to fill her house with stuff. And I'm saying, why? Because we've been trained that way. We've been trained that way.
Providing a gateway to dysfunctional addictive behavior. But yeah, let's talk about women and their labubus. And this comment really stuck with me because men get categorized as collectors and hobbyists. But if we have the same hobbies, it's a shopping addiction, overconsumption, etc. Exactly. Where do we draw the line? I honestly don't know. But we can all agree that overconsumption is a real problem, and that if men are overconsuming, that's not a good thing, and that if women are overconsuming, that is also not a good thing. But where does the criticism cross the line from reasonable to good old misogyny? And I think I learned the hard way that when you internalize all the overconsumption criticism content largely directed at women to the point that you find yourself not worthy of taking up space and engaging in your joy.
Also, it's because women are expected to do charity when men are not. So obviously a lot of the girlies who make a lot of money on TikTok are under scrutiny right now for not donating to Angel Tree or doing stuff like that. And a lot of that scrutiny comes from the bubbles that claim to be more left-leaning or caring about people. Because obviously, guys, I hate to tell you this. I hope you know in Red Pill bubbles and all those other bubbles, no one's complaining that the men aren't giving to charity. It's just because you decided to put yourself in a bubble where people expect that of you. And then when you don't perform, we're like, hello? Like, hello. So that's the thing. Like Jaclyn Hill and all these people and Michaela saying like, oh, like I donated, you know, I can't believe you guys are bullying me to donate, that kind of attitude. It's because you decided to put yourself in a bubble where we had the expectation of you. If you joined a different bubble, we wouldn't have this expectation of you. Not all bubbles actually expect you to donate.
That's where you have crossed the line. That's where you have internalized the misogyny fed to you. All this to say, the myth that women purchasing multiple versions of one thing is by default overconsumption is rooted in the misogynistic belief that women are not allowed to take up space. Obviously with nuance, no nuance, Nelly. And only you can tell when you have gone too far. Maybe you're running out of space. The collection is becoming a biohazard. Your collecting behavior is no longer allowing you to save money and fund your retirement and to work towards your financial goals. Only you know when you get to that point. Otherwise, don't let the haters get you down. And since I have experienced it firsthand, I can think of other behaviors that a lot of women think are normal and funny and kooky regarding their consumption behaviors. I'm talking about women hiding their shopping from their partners.
Oh, let's definitely talk about that. Okay, I agree with that last sentence. I think she's right. I think ultimately we want to get ourselves away from overconsumption. I will just say though, like, do we need purses in the same three different colors? And also, do we need name brand purses? And also, do we need to buy? Okay, example, somebody in my comment section of the podcast was talking about, in my overconsumption video, was talking about Hermes, and they were like, actually Hermes has like a really good policy. They're really good to their employees. You should look into it. Like, I wouldn't buy this bag, it's too expensive, but they're a really ethical company. And again, is this made out of animal flesh? Are these bags real leather? Are they still $12,000 bags? Like, again, I think Manifestel, if I'm not mistaken, would probably be okay. Thinking spending $20K on a bag is not a big deal if you've earned it. But in my mind, the question is, when do you ever earn the justification for a $20,000 bag? Like, not out of punishment, but out of values. Like, is this something we should be spending $20,000 on? You know what I mean? A bag? A bag? A bag. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, theoretically, I get it. But in practice, it feels really unethical. You know, and obviously personally immoral.
If you ever find me hiding my purchases from a man, save me. Because
What do you mean? What do you mean?
you drove all the way to the store, you took your time picking out supplies.
When you're trying to hide all your shopping bags from your boyfriend, but it's too late. Yeah, there's a whole bubble of this. There's a whole bubble where people think it's funny to hide that you've overshopped with your husband or whatever. I don't think it's funny though.
For the house, which you have researched extensively to suit your household's needs, you hauled all of these items from the shopping cart into your car, you drove home, and now you have to hide the results of all of that labor?
Ridiculous.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
Even online
not.
shopping and ordering things is labor. And then you have to make these items magically appear in the home to suit everyone's needs. Like, you're not Santa. Your labor must be...
Oh, she's not talking about shopping just for you. She's talking about when you go shopping, like grocery shopping, shopping for the family, shopping for the household. Okay.
Seen and made visible. Everyone needs to know how much you put into these items appearing in your home. If you have ever done any shopping for the household, that is nothing to be ashamed of. It is a lot of work. It is not frivolous. It is not irresponsible. It is literally a form of care work. The work of keeping everyone alive, comfortable, fed, and functioning. Sociologist Alison Daminger identifies 4 components of the cognitive labor that runs households. Daminger writes, I conclude that cognitive labor is best defined as the work of anticipating needs, identifying options for meeting those needs, deciding among the options, and monitoring the results.
My partner does a lot of this labor. This is my partner's primary job in the relationship. Their primary job is to predict needs. I do not pay attention to most of anything in the house. Like, if I need something or if I realize something is missing, I'll tell him. But generally, like, he's in charge of restocking soaps and detergents and cleaning products and staples in the kitchen, like spices and like, that's not something I have to think about because it's not, quote, my part of the labor. Of course, I help when I can, but generally that is his responsibility. So they take care of all of that. But a lot of their brain power is in that thing. So even today, before I started to stream, they were like, what do you need from the store? And I said, I need vegan, plant-based protein powder, but I don't want to spend as much as the DM has because we have a DM, which is a German store here in Croatia. It's very popular. I love it. And then we have a grocery store. And I said, I don't want you to go to the DM, which I really love, and buy their protein powder. It's too expensive. I said, can you go to the other store and tell me how much it could be? Can you take a picture? And then he came home with pictures of the different ones because I also was like very picky about flavors. And that stuff he can do while I'm going to work. So while I started work today, my partner was doing their job. which is like going to the store, researching, coming back, looking at results, helping me do one less thing so I could do this, right? So it's like it is a part of that labor. Or like, you know, Indiana's food, Indiana's medications, doing good doctor's appointments, vet appointments, government appointments, like that's all my partner. That's not me. I don't do any of that stuff. You know, talking to the landlord, paying rent. Like, I mean, I pay rent with technically my job, but like he sends in the payments, like he does the communication, he does, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of labor that goes into that. A lot of labor that people discount, you know, and that's why when people say like, oh, does your partner work? It's like, yes. Oh, does your partner bring in money? It's like, no. But my partner labors. Yeah, he does the logistics. Exactly. He does all the logistics, you know? Chad said, Britt, how would you go about this if you were single? It's kind of exhausting to do this alone, and I wonder if that's why women settle sometimes. It crossed my mind. Yeah, for sure. I think when I talk to my single girlies especially, they sometimes will even like notice one of the benefits to like, let's say they're settling for a friends with benefits type thing, is because like it's just really nice to have a helping hand. If I've only lived alone once, and for actually a pretty short time, I had my own apartment. It was really fun living by myself. To be honest, I did fairly well, but a part of that was because I'm a very routine-y kind of girly. So like I was working at the nanny job and I was working for YouTube. So I had 2 jobs at the time. And everything was on a schedule. Like even now, everything is on a schedule. Everything I do is scheduled. So example, I'm always experimenting with my schedules as well. I've changed my schedule up again where usually I spend, because I'm privileged enough, I get to do this. I spend like 2 hours a day cooking, which is such a privilege in the morning before work. But that's kind of fucking up my work schedule because I got to record stuff before I come stream. So I decided to start prepping at night. And making my dinner ahead of time for the morning, and then making my dinner again that night because I can make dinner after stream. And that's been okay. I've only been doing a couple days, so who knows? But normally what would happen is I would wake up, take my coffee, catch up on like messages, start making food, but it would take up like my whole morning spoons. And then I couldn't record. And then I'd be like, I'm too tired. And then I'm chronically ill. And then I had to stream, and then I had to edit. And I was like, I'm burning out. So then I was like, okay, new change. What if I took this away from myself? Okay. And so the idea is like, instead of committing to a schedule, change it as often as you need to adapt to the new you. And if I was single, that's what I would do. I would schedule things out realistically. Don't lie to yourself, be realistic. And then I would try to do those things. So I would say, here's what I have to get done tomorrow. Here's what can wait. Here's what has to get done this many days a week. So I have a wash hair day. I have, like a retinol day. I have my like, you know, whatever hair dye day. I have a day for like cleaning the house. We like clean the house, you know, once a week. We like go through everything and kind of like do a big refresh for the house. Obviously you do your little maintaining during the week, but like one day a week is like, okay, we're locked in, clean the house, you know, and that helps, you know? So stuff like that, like do whatever you have to do to make it happen, but be realistic about your expectations. Be nice to yourself, be kind to yourself, you know? You said, do you ever have days when you don't get it done? It throws everything off. It's sort of like that. Oh yeah. I'm sort of like that. Like, so, or no, you said if you have days where you don't get to, does it throw it off? I'm sort of like that. Like get to follow my schedule because, okay, this is why I don't lie to myself. Okay, hold on. Let me bring out my phone for a second. So if I look at my phone, I won't show you my calendar because it's crazy. Okay, so on Tuesday, the 16th, that's today. Okay, it's my nephew's birthday. That's sweet. I just outed his birthday. I have to stream. Okay, I already had spaghetti made, so I got to eat it this morning, which was good. And I have a workout I have to do later, and I have to record. So have to record. Okay, have to acknowledge nephew. Have to work out, have to stream. Okay, things that I'm open to doing but probably won't get to. Film a OnlyFans photo shoot. That's not happening today. That's not happening today. Okay, I put it down as a maybe. It's not happening. I'm too tired. I can tell. I can tell my fibro sucks. It's not happening. Okay. Same thing for tomorrow. Get ready for stream. I have to write down a note that says prep dinner or prep because now I'm starting a new schedule. Prep or breakfast tomorrow. So now I'm prepping my breakfast. Okay. And that's going to be a new thing that I have to implement. Okay. The idea is like put down things that you have to get done and things you want to get done. And everything that you want to get done can go to the next day until they're a have to get done and then you have to do them. So then you schedule your spoons around that thing. That's how I do it. So I gear myself up for my spoons. I go, no, I can't do that. I have to have spoons to do this thing. Does that make sense? Because like sometimes you just don't have the spoons. Okay. But I did it today, girls. I woke up. Okay. I had a great morning. I pre-made food yesterday, so I didn't have to do it today. And I recorded a 2-hour reaction video that I have to edit down now. But I recorded it, so I got that done. And then I started stream today. So how long have I been streaming? 4 hours. So I've at least put in about 7 hours of work today already. And then I'll be here for another couple of hours. And that's just for recording, streaming. Also, I guess you can count getting ready, like taking a shower and stuff like that. And doing my hair. My hair takes 45 minutes to an hour just to dry. Right? So I'm sitting there with my coffee and I'm just drinking my coffee and like drying my hair. So like an hour of just drying my hair goes by during the day. You know what I mean? So there's that. You know, you said sometimes you just wake up and don't have the energy. Well, I will say this. If I wake up and I don't have the energy, the question I always ask myself is, what don't I have the energy for? What needs to be asked? So sometimes it's work. Sometimes it's stream. Sometimes I'm out of spoons and I'm too tired and I say I can't stream today. Sometimes things cannot be sacrificed. So and this is not the best, you take spoons from tomorrow. You go into your spoon bank and you ask for a loan from the bank. I don't recommend this. And then you use tomorrow's spoons for today, and then you have to make it up eventually. And it takes a long time to recover, but that's sometimes what happens, which sucks, you know? So it just depends on what you can do. You know, what can you do? You know? All right, back to Manifestal.
I further find that women in the study carry a heavier cognitive load than their male partners, and in particular, complete a disproportionate amount of anticipation and monitoring work. Let me read that again. Women complete a disproportionate amount of anticipation and monitoring work. And here's where the overconsumption comes in. If you are the one responsible for anticipating everyone's needs, you become the one responsible for purchasing to meet those needs. That is not overconsumption. It is duty. It is holding the household together.
She's equating different things. I never assumed mothers were overconsuming, and she was showing pictures of not mothers shopping for houses, but mothers shopping for clothes or women shopping for clothes. So I think her visuals aren't making sense to me. Let's rewind it.
Needs a result of the work item. You're not late. These items.
These are not household items. These are clothing bags. These are not for the family. This is for her. Right? Like this isn't household items. So I'm a little confused why she's equating the imagery she's using to like household items. I'm a little confused at that decision. I don't know what that means.
Particular disproportionate is not overconsumption. It is duty. It is holding the household together, because if you don't buy the toilet paper, the right kind of toilet paper, no one else magically will. It's knowing that winter is coming, so the kids may need new sweaters. It's buying extras of stuff on sale, so when you need them, you don't have to buy at the inflated regular prices. So the problem really isn't women's purchasing behavior. The problem is a culture that demands that we do this unpaid labor and then shames us for the evidence of it. It is yet another example of the damned if you do, damned if you don't positions that women are cornered into within patriarchy. You are mandated to perform care work, but when you do the tasks that are then part of that care work, you are doing it wrong and you need to be shamed for it. And actually, you will learn to be embarrassed by it. And
yeah, I don't understand, because even in the traditional patriarchal bubbles, women are supposed to be at the store buying for the household. It's when they buy for themselves, they're punished. So I agreed with her premise that when women buy for themselves, they're punished. When women buy from the household, they're praised, because that's what patriarchy wants you to do. It wants you to take all of your time and effort buying for the family and never yourself. And you're selfish when you invest in yourself, which is what I thought she was going for. So now I'm a little confused. Maybe she just didn't mean to use that imagery. Maybe she fucked up on the edit.
Make jokes at your own expense, all while still doing that labor.
You make it do too much labor.
It irks me to no end seeing these hiding my shopping from my husband videos. Like, no. If you have to hide your shopping from your husband and it's literally just groceries,
But it's not, Habibi. Nobody's hiding shopping from their husband and it's groceries. This is what I mean. What?
Little treat, a couple of little trinkets, like, can we not? And what is really insidious about this general sentiment that it's cute to hide your shopping from your husband is this notion that women should be ashamed of driving the national retail economy. Like, no, that's power, purchasing power, and we should own it, not hide it in our trunks.
That's the capitalism idea, right? Like, I agree. You dictate where you spend your money and it's important and it's a part of your power. Let's see where she goes with it, though.
This not so cutesy cultural meme of hiding your shopping from your husband frames women's economic influence as something sneaky, embarrassing, or childish, when in reality, it is one of the most powerful forms.
Let's read some of these. When I go shopping, but my dad's home, so I have to hide the bags.
Something sneaky, embarrassing, or
Mom, who used to hide our shopping bags in the car so dad wouldn't see.
Childish, when in reality, it is
when my mom and I have shopping day, then hide half of the shopping bag so my dad doesn't know how much we really spent.
One of the most powerful forms of social and cultural leverage women.
You're trying to hide all your shopping bags from your husband.
When in reality, it is one of the most powerful forms of social and cultural leverage women have. As women have gained economic power, their economic influence has expanded. Women long held primary purchasing responsibility for everyday household items, but today they control or influence 85% of consumer spending. In other words, the economy moves where women move. The entire consumer marketplace orients itself around the needs women anticipate. And instead of being embarrassed by that, women should be owning it. Women's purchasing power can shape product development, reward ethical companies, direct funding towards female founders, push industries toward accessibility, safety, and quality, influence which cultural values thrive and which ones die out. Women have been trained to think that our consumption is the problem, but our default consumption isn't the problem. Unquestioned consumption is. And our shame for our default consumption keeps us from seeing our economic behavior as a tool for collective good. Imagine if women saw themselves not as over-consumers, but as market architects, as tastemakers, as drivers of national demand, who can then push these companies to innovate in ways that materially improve everybody's lives. Because that is what we already are. That is what we already do. So no, please do not hide your purchases in your trunk. Understand your purchases, own them, and direct them with intention, because women are not just participants in the economy. We are steering it. Dig deeper and you'll see the female consumer dollar drives both the acceleration of new consumer brands and associated activity.
Okay, she's saying, I can't tell if this is like, hold on. Okay, let's see.
Around creator and with intention, because women are not just participants in the economy. We are steering it.
Well, girl, I hope not, because we're steering it right into the ground. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, oh, I hope we're not in charge right now, because whoever's in charge is steering it into the ground. I actually don't think that's true. I still think the patriarchy and men are primarily in charge of the economy. I just think women uphold it. And they are driving it into the ground because they're convincing us we all need it. And women are, you know, I would agree with her if she said that we need to change how we're participating in it. I agree with, is that what she's saying? But like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, chats and corporations are very good at selling things and targeting their ads towards women. Didn't I? Hello? Please go watch my new podcast. I got to bring it up. Guys, I said this about that same company, Bulgari. The company that, what's her name? Pokimane bought her $12,000 ring from. It's all targeted towards women.
Is a little controversial, maybe not, but I feel like no one really talks about it.
Rich influencers are, she's literally like, the company's like for strong, liberated women, or like strong, independent women, or like, it's literally targeted towards women. They're literally using the tech. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really want this video to do better. You know, like, people should see this video. It's good.
Dig deeper and you'll see the female consumer dollar drives both the acceleration of new consumer brands and associated activity around creators and influencers, e-commerce enablement, and supply chain. The influence of the female dollar can be,
I think she's right to inspire women to spend their money more consciously. I think that's true.
Felt in consumer-facing categories like education, healthcare, food, and financial technology. When thinking about the female consumer, it's more appropriate to ask which industries are not influenced by the female dollar. And when women recognize this power, we can then use it to create a world that actually serves us.
Okay, she said when women recognize this power.
And when women recognize this power.
So she's saying you don't even know it yet, but like you are moving the economy, which is true. Like, we don't even know it yet, but let's be real. Like, a lot of women are so beholden to their husbands about how they spend their money. And the women who are making jokes about hiding like bags from their husbands are usually in relationships where the man's like, oh, the wife spending my money. And the wife's like, tee-hee. And they kind of have a consensual women overspend stereotype in their relationship, which is not healthy and should be deconstructed, right?
we can then use it to create a world that actually serves us. Your joy matters. Your intuition matters. Your ability to see what others need before they see it themselves is not a flaw or something to be ashamed of. It is a skill honed by duty. If anything, this shaming of women's normal purchasing behavior, which is part of our care work, is in itself embarrassing. This shaming of women's normal joy-directed purchasing behavior is also in itself embarrassing. That is so embarrassing for them, not for you. Even through your purchasing behavior, your economic power, it is very clear that you are creation, you are the source, and you are the future. And it's time you wake up to that. That's
you listen, what is gender really? I don't know if I believe in women this hard, but you know, she's like very like into women. I'm into women too. Just maybe I'm not this kind of, my gender deconstruction journey is leading me out of this bubble. I don't really think of like being a woman this way. Right? But like, okay.
all I have for you today. I just want to let you know that you have so much inherent worth and value in a world that is hell-bent on devaluing you. And a big thank you to today's sponsor, Bravo, for sponsoring today's video. If you're looking to turn a single email or text or order into lifelong customers, go to get.bravo.com/manifestl or click the link in the description and use code manifestl to save 50% off on Bravo starter and standard plans for the first 3 months. This offer applies to all new paying subscriptions. That's get.bravo.com/manifestl and use code manifestl to save 50% off on your new subscription. Now get that bag, bestie. Also, bestie, wake up.
Yeah, it's just, I still don't get her content very, I think her content would have been so interesting to me as a liberal when I was like in my 20s and a little older. Like I probably would have really liked it. You know, I would have thought it was so empowering when I was like, you know, I want it, I got it, you know, but let's see, my ex came home with $500 to $800 of climbing equipment a month, but I spent too much on groceries. So there is, to be fair to Manifestl, a bubble that I'm probably not aware of men who don't look. You have to budget with your partner. You know what I'm saying? Like my partner isn't allowed to tell me I spend too much on groceries because we don't spend money. We have a budget. How can I spend too much on groceries? We have a budget. You know what I mean? So if you're in a relationship with your husband spent $800 on climbing equipment but complained about your spending on groceries, both of you have a problem. Like, we need to sit down and talk about this, or you need to divorce this person, as if people aren't settling. I think that's my issue. You can't use toxic relationships as the starting off point for what you do. That's why I don't resonate with Manifestl's content, but I think if you're in an abusive relationship, you will. A lot of women said, Brittany, like, Manifestl really saved me. Yeah, girlies, if you're in an abusive relationship, her content's probably pretty helpful. But if you're not in one, her content doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, it can make sense, but like, you know, in healthy, functional families, we're in this as a team. Okay? There's no spending $500 a month on whatever. Like, there's none of that. And I know that. I know a lot of girls and men, I know both genders are struggling with money. A lot of people are struggling with addiction. A lot of people are struggling in this economy. And people aren't sitting down and having real conversations about money. I know. And you know what's worse is like, I'm not even going to play, girls. Can we please have somebody who's progressively minded do financial content? Because Chelsea's done. She's off her rocker. I'm sorry. Like, not to like, her last video series she just started, I'm just like, oh, can we please be serious? Can I get back to the numbers? I'm sorry. Am I too much of a guy? Is this my boy brain? I just want math. Somebody give me math that isn't a dirty fucking capitalist and a man. Like, is there no women on this app doing math numbers? There is. There's that one financial girly I watch, but she's not even doing it either. Can I just have somebody who's talking about math? You know, she's like, has this new girl on talking about manifestation and like how she's not woo-woo, but how she thinks about money matters. It's fine. It's an okay video. It's just like, can somebody please talk about math? Can you go back to the basics? There's always new people trying to buy a house. Go back to how to buy a house. Okay, that content never gets old. It just, you know what I mean? I just feel like, I don't know, her content leader just lately just doesn't make sense to me. We need somebody in this sphere. That's what I'm saying. It's so hard to find people. New channel ideas, finances with Brittany Simon. I don't think I'm ready, girl. I'm not financially where I want to be yet to be started. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm not there yet. I want to watch people that are there yet so I can start. Don't make me watch Dave Ramsey. That's a joke. I've already watched hundreds of episodes of Dave Ramsey. He drives me crazy and up the wall. But, you know, just tell me math. Stop talking to me about Jesus. Just talk to me about math. See, that's what I'm saying. Stop talking to me about Jesus. Just talk to me about numbers. Okay? I'm so sick of people. Like, just give me the math. Math is math, you know? Okay, let's see. Sports betting is ruining families for sure. Men buying cars and trucks they can't afford to impress nobody. Silence. Women buying a furry keychain. You're killing the planet. Okay, Labubus were not free keychains. Labubus were, a fast fashion trend that is already dead, that was costing people thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? But also, those men buying trucks they can't afford is patriarchy convincing men that the size of their truck is the size of their dick. It's bad. It's bad for everybody. But that's the point, is like, we need to be falling in love with good people that are focused on our future. We need to focus on our future together. Remember that couple I showed? Do you remember the couple I showed? The parents who were saving for their kids. So nice. What a nice little bubble, and what a nice little, people working together for bigger goals. That's what I'm saying. Where's this energy, okay? I've never seen someone address overconsumption being aimed largely at women, and I'm honestly a little embarrassed to admit that I've never saw it either. Thank you for this. Let's see. My husband and I actually had to have a conversation about this a few years ago. We were trying to take a closer look at our finances, and he told me that I seem to be spending a lot more money than him. Then I went through all the purchases and showed him that every time I spent a significant amount of money, it was for our home or for our experience that both of us shared. He apologized immediately and said he had no idea. Okay, in my marriage, the way we have it set up right now, we have a house budget and we have our budget. But like the house budget is us. There is no like, you spent money for the house. What do you mean? You mean we spent money for the house? How could I make a big purchase for the house? You mean we made a big purchase for the house? How could my partner even be in a situation to think I was spending more money than him? Do you know what I'm saying? What is your financial setup that you even allow that negative thought to come into your head about your partner? What do you mean we? You mean we spent the money? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Do you see, how would this problem even happen in my marriage unless somebody was stealing? And in that case, divorce. You're not about to, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, when we have these conversations, you have to first ask yourself, what kind of relationship do you have and what's the setup? Okay. Let's see. Chet said, quote, women are taught to save and reduce expenses while men are taught to invest and increase income. Tori Delop, financial feminist. Oh, I don't like her very much. I read The Financial Feminist. Yes, I read the book. I don't like her. I want to, but I just like, it was okay. It was basic. It was good. It's a good start. If you've never read a financial book, start with The Financial Feminist. But okay, it's fine. I don't like her. Her lived experience isn't relatable, but it's not her the consciousness. It's the product. But I did read her book. So I don't want to hear anybody tell me, oh, you didn't read the book. I read it. Okay. Shopping is labor that largely falls on women, but is only considered a problem if women shops for themselves. She's not hiding the evidence shopping when it's for her husband and children. Thank you. But feels like she has to hide it when she buys something for herself. Thank you, chatter. It's sad and unfair. No, I see women guilted all the time for shopping for others. It's like pregnancy or any kind of labor. We're supposed to want to do it. Just do it. Oh, so, okay, this person's saying they have seen it. Let's see. Yeah, I've always shopped for everyone in the family. Groceries, clothes for everyone, supplies we needed, and was told the kids don't need that. I don't need it. Divorced his ass. Okay. Well, okay, then this gets down to toxic relationships. Look, I will say this about Manifestel. She seems to know her audience really well. And she must be in a very dysfunctional or unhealthy bubble, and I'm just not in that bubble. So if her content is genuinely getting women out of toxic relationships, I'm here for it. I will, you know what I'm saying? Do I think it's the end goal? No. Now, I understand, of course, that I'm not saying you should have a relationship like mine. I'm not making the prescription. But I find that a lot of the ways that my partner and I avoid a lot of the problems I hear people have is that we both pay attention to the money. We're both involved in purchasing. It's our money. It's not his money or my money. It's our money. I copied my parents' way of doing things, and I liked that they were very involved. My mother is, in charge of budgeting. She's in charge of making sure everything goes in the right place. My dad's the earner. They're retired now, but it's like, it's very good for you to know which model of relationship are you going after, and are you actually marrying somebody with that? I just learned of a friend of a friend of a friend whose husband is ready to lock in and budget for the house because he makes a lot of money, and the wife just refuses to stop spending money in very irresponsible ways. And I know this girl comes from a very hard background, and I think about that all the time, how it's not about her gender, it's about her trauma. It's not gender, it's trauma. Gender is the secondary play here. Like, yes, there is a role to play in gender, but it's secondary. First, the question is trauma around money. Money is a very traumatizing subject. It's very sensitive for us. We're very sensitive about money, okay? How you raise your kids, how your body looks, and what your wallet's filled with. It's a very sensitive topic for people, okay? Which is why they're like some of the 3 main reasons for divorce, right? Sex and intimacy, kids, finances. So just be very thoughtful about how does my finances being impacted by my trauma, by my background, by my knowledge, by my understanding, and is there something there I should deconstruct? You know, and of course there is. Look at it in the detail. Deconstruction is not to eradicate or destroy. It's to pull apart and understand in detail and then put it back together again. Be introspective, extrospective. Example. Here's an example I went through with my partner the other day. Hold on. What did I say to them? Hold on. I can't remember how the conversation started, but I remember I was like, oh, wait, it was so funny too. I got locked in. I was like, okay, lock in. I was like, are you locked in? They're like, yeah. I was like, we need to talk about money. And he was like, okay. I was like, I don't like the way we're doing something. And he's like, okay, what is it? And then I was like, I think this, okay, I don't know what it is, but I want to buy vegan ice cream right now. He goes, yeah. And I was like, and I don't have the budget. And he was like, yes. And I was like, so how do I buy vegan ice cream when I don't have the budget? And he's like, you don't. I was like, but hear me out. I really want some vegan ice cream right now. And he's like, I hear you. And I was like, what do I do? And I sat there, I was like, I really wanted this snack. I was like, if I didn't get that snack right there and then, the whole world was going to end, you know? And I sat there, I was like, what do I do? And I was like, I have to pace around this house. And I was like, am I really not going to get this ice cream because it's not in the budget? And then I sat there and I was like, oh my God, I am, aren't I? And this was like, it's $6, girl, €6. Okay, €6. And I was like, I feel trapped. I feel psychologically imprisoned by my own budget. And then I was like, okay, that's me. This is me stuff. A feeling. Okay, you know what? He's like, hey, you can get the ice cream. I was like, don't encourage me. Okay. New Britney, you know? And it was like, and I hate that feeling, but that feeling is like the difference between old Britney and new Britney. Like, so then it's just like, again, it goes back to like, what is the goal? And so we came up with a loophole that is only needed in those types of feelings. Like if it's really needed, one, it's the weekend and we won't have any store accessibility. A lot of the stores in Croatia are closed on Sundays and we were going to have to go 2 to 3 days without something. 2, if we took it to next week's budget, but stayed true to it and didn't lapse over 2 months. Okay. Or 2 weeks. Okay. So we came up with ways for me to not like get triggered. Yes, PDA was PDAing without me feeling like my sense of agency was being threatened, but also excited to keep within budget. So, hey, worst case, I get the ice cream, but it pulls over to next week. Okay, we start off the budget for next week at a lower rate. Okay, fine. Or we pace around the house until the craving goes away. Okay, it's about understanding where it's coming from. But girl, sometimes when I really want something, oh, you know that craving, like nothing will do. Just nothing is going to make me happy. So that's what I do. I either pace until, or, you know, like distract myself with the anime until I'm over the craving, or I say, fuck it, it can go in next week's budget and I'll just start off with a little bit less money. Woo, girl. But I felt like emotionally, I felt so like, like it was like triggering my PDA. I was like, ooh, don't tell me what to do with my money. But the truth is like, I instilled this budget on myself. So really, I'm annoyed with myself, but this is why it's so hard. I get it. I get why it is so hard. Yeah, Chad says when your animal brain takes over your economics brain. Literally. So I'm very empathetic to people spending money. I'm very empathetic to overspending. I get it. You know, I was so there. I was so struggling. And it's not that I'm not tempted, girl. I'm tempted every day. When I come back, you know, when my partner comes back from the store and I'm like, oh, did you get this? Oh, should I get this? It's like, you know, But again, nothing is more satisfying than hitting those financial goals right now. Nothing is better than staying within that budget. But that doesn't mean we're not going to have moments of temptation. It just means the difference between, you know, your past self and this self is that instead of giving into the temptation at the expense of your joy, you enact some sort of we'll make a deal, you know, attitude that doesn't come at the compromise of your budget. And that's kind of the goal, right? I think a lot of people are willing to compromise their joy and their happiness and their economic status for temporary relief. And I'm just trying so hard not to do that because it's so built into us. Like, this is what comfort buying is. Amazon, one click away. It's to get you, like, I watched that documentary on Amazon and it rewired my brain about Amazon, that like everything they're doing is they're literally in an office, sitting in a room and saying, how do we get people to buy as quick as possible so they don't have a chance to say no? They want to exploit your vulnerabilities. And so my job is not to exploit my own vulnerabilities. And that's takes work. So be kind to yourself through this process. It's really, really hard, you know? It's really, really difficult. But it's possible. And I will say that I feel I'm just so grateful to myself that I'm working on it and changing the trajectory of my path. Because if I didn't do this work, then I would just be back where I was, and all of that debt, all of that credit card anxiety, all of that worry of like, should I file bankruptcy? Should I not? And now I don't have to think about it anymore. I used to stay up nights thinking, should I file for bankruptcy? And now I don't have to think about it because it's all taken care of, you know? Yeah. So it is what it is. Okay. Now, with that said, if Manifestell is helping people, I hope it helps people. I'm glad you guys recommended this video. I still feel like there's something more I wanted from it, but you know, wishing her all the best and her audience all the best. Now, to end the night, I want to watch this doc with you about Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione. It sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Anyways, I kind of liked it when I started it. Hopefully copyright doesn't get us, fingers crossed, right? It's called Symptoms of a Sick America, and it's kind of about how people felt about his impact. And I was like, oh, I just saw clips of it, and I thought, oh, I don't know how much of the clips were accurate, but it was like they were asking people who were really impacted by insurance companies, how do you feel about Luigi? And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'd like to hear from them too. So hopefully this happens. Now, Chad says, I have a question. Is OF misogynistic? I don't know anything about it, so I thought I could ask you because I only listened to your thoughts about it. Depends on the context, depends on the audience. It depends on your relationship with it. It can be. I put a lot of protocol in place to avoid having a misogynistic audience. Like, I do a lot of work and I take a pay cut because of it. I lose a lot of money because of it, but it's better for my mental health. I have a very strict requirement of the expectations of the people who watch me, what I create, and at what pace I create. So it is a part-time gig. I don't think OF is inherently more misogynistic than capitalism allows under patriarchy. But I think that most women rely on the misogyny to pay their bills because the more misogynistic a client, the more money you're going to make. Chad said, I'm sad you never got that ice cream. You've come a long way, though. It's okay, girls. I got it eventually in my next budgets. I always get it in the next budget. That's what I do. You know, it's a $6 ice cream. It's a big deal, but it's the most delicious vegan ice cream I have access to. It's so good. Don't worry, girls. I always get that ice cream. But you know what? It's full of sugar and it triggers my fibro, but worth. And they do have a sorbet option that's really good. You know? And I will say that ultimately, you know, everything we're engaging with in terms of business, it's always, you know, a conversation you have to have with yourself of like, how do I do it without it coming at the expense of my values? And that takes years to figure out, you know, it takes a lifetime really. Okay, let's watch this video together. Hopefully it works.
New York City, December 4th, 2024. It's 6:44 in the morning. A man steps out of his hotel on 54th Street. He's the CEO of United Healthcare, the largest private health insurance company in America. Suddenly, a man appears behind him and opens fire, 3 shots. Brian Thompson collapses. His killer flees the scene.
Later be pronounced dead.
Got a male shot outside of the hotel. No prep description at this time.
After 5 days on the run, the police catch the killer. His name is Luigi Mangione. He's 26 years old, and he has a clean criminal record.
The suspected killer, in other news, of United Healthcare CEO is now being held at a federal jail right here in New York City.
Investigators uncover that the attack was premeditated. On the 3 bullet casings left at the scene, Mangione had etched 3 words: deny, defend, depose. This is the very strategy private insurers use to reject compensation claims. Within days, the man who assassinated the CEO of a company that denied nearly 30% of reimbursement claims last year finds himself back.
Hold on, let's listen to that again.
CEO of a company that denied nearly 30% of reimbursement claims last year.
30% of reimbursement claims.
Finds himself backed by millions of Americans.
I think a lot of people really resonated with Luigi and the pain that he's suffering, because we know or know a lot of family members who are also suffering from similar things because of healthcare companies like United Healthcare.
You know, I think that act, as terrible as it was, did allow the discourse to be opened up.
We don't want anybody killed, but at the same time, somebody's got to stand up to these guys. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's become a hero. He's become a hero.
Stand up! Look around! There's a healthcare crisis in this town!
T-shirts, mugs, flags. Luigi Mangione's face is everywhere.
Chad said, or is he popular because his looks and he's wealthy? I think it's everything, right? I think it's all of it. I think it really resonated with a lot of people. I think, like, guys, I was never insured in America. Well, I was, but for a very short time until I got a really big bill once. I have been an independently funded person for my health care for years, and it's because I could never afford it. It's just not reasonable. They wanted a payment of $800 a month for my insurance. What? And now in Croatia, I pay like $100. You know what I mean? It's like such a different reality that people are living in around the world. Like, America not having healthcare is crazy to people. You know what I mean? Like, I think people forget, like, though you may get healthcare through your job, I'm a YouTuber. What job? What job? Right? What job do you think I have? I don't have a job. As far as the government's concerned, I'm a contractor. As far as, you know, the world's concerned, like, I don't work for a company. So, you know, when I think about this, I can understand why what he did really resonated with people and really made people feel seen. And honestly, the problem with violence is it's often a manifestation of your feelings. I get it. You have thoughts and you want to take it out on somebody. I hear you. What if we did something different? But also, like, the world's a reflection of us as a whole. So how did we get here? I think we forget to ask, like, how did we get here? Like, Luigi killing that guy should have been a wake-up call for us to realize, like, I can't believe it came to this. But it's not going to. In the same way, it doesn't matter how many Palestinian kids you see or innocent people getting killed. It's never going to matter to you. No matter how many school shootings there are, gun reform will never happen, right? So when we have these conversations, I think, again, from a philosophical perspective, it's always about accepting that human beings really are our own worst enemy. And only the people who are willing to will exploit that vulnerability in us for their own gain. But mind you, it's like they're exploiting something that's really real. Like, these people are not stupid. They know we'll fall for it. We'll do it. And I'm not saying it's our responsibility. Well, I'm not saying it's our fault, but I'm saying it is our responsibility to accept that, like, oh, that's why I say introspection and extrospection will free you, because it will give you an understanding that, like, these systems first are bigger than you and we can't do anything alone, but also we can't do anything either because humans aren't that great. Right now, there's a Democrat race that's happening in Texas. And does anybody know her name? It's a black woman. She's said Israel deserved to defend itself, or / there should be a 2-state solution, which is obviously not the goal of progressives. But she also said she's never supported Israel in that traditional sense. I think she's never taken money from AIPAC, maybe. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? But people are saying that progressives are asking too much to not vote for her in Texas, because they're saying, well, and again, this is a philosophy channel, so I'm kind of rusty with what's happening politically, like, in that sense. I don't know what's happening in Texas, but from my understanding, they're saying, why expect something perfect out of her when you wouldn't expect it out of somebody else? And the thing is that some people do, though. Some people do expect that out of all of their candidates, and some people vote for them. Jasmine Crockett or Cricket? Is it Cricket Crockett? Jasmine Crockett. Thank you, chat. So, like, for Jasmine, it's the same thing where, like, maybe it's racism. Maybe it's just the fact that progressives are over it. Maybe it's like people are done You know, I think it's a combination of things. It's like with Kamala Harris. Like, did I understand why the Arab community didn't want to vote for her? Sure. Did I understand why people still did? For sure. Did I understand that there was racism at play here? Yes. And misogyny? Totally. Right? So again, it's like, do you want to build bridges with conservatives or with liberals? That's a very interesting question. Like, do we as a collective, can we come together and build bridges with homophobes and transphobes for healthcare? Because that's what's required. Do we as a community want to hold hands with bigoted, racist people in order to get universal health care? Now, some people would say that if it was a country full of white racists, they would have had health care already because they would have been more than happy to give it to other white people. But like welfare, because there's black and brown people benefiting from the health or the welfare systems, they don't want to give it to them. So the question is, once again, is bigotry the reason we're not free? And then in that case, it's not billionaires, it's us. If our bigotry is the reason we won't come together as a community, it's us because it would be the majority of people, right? If the majority of people are bigoted, then it's us as a collective. You cannot excuse yourself from the collective if you're the minority because like the majority would be the collective. So it feels like you are at the mercy of human beings and their bigotry more than even the billionaires. The billionaires are just there to exploit it. And so the billionaires are the ones who are like, oh, all these people are going to fight. Let's make money off of them. The people that are fighting might actually believe it, but like, why are you fighting this hard to stay racist? You know? So again, they're all very good questions. And I'm not saying there's an answer to it other than radical acceptance and doing your best and trying to be less bad every day. But this is why I say, like, I am never going to support a man with a gun. Like, I know everybody was like, oh my God, he shot somebody. He's a man with a gun as far as I'm concerned. And I'm sick of men and their only solution being men with guns. Like, you know, I heard people say like, Brittany, it's not just men who shoot people. Women are rising up to free Palestine. Yet taking up violence as a form of liberation, which is a form of self-defense, is a little different than a man opening fire in a public space to kill a CEO of a company as, I think, a form of political protest. I don't even know his intentions. We don't know his intentions. So I'm not about to put it on him, right? You know, so it's like there's a lot here that I think needs to be understood, and I don't have enough information. I feel like people are projecting onto him a motivation that I'm not sure about. But, you know, again, I'm not happy that I'm not really excited to celebrate men with guns. I don't think I'm that kind of a girly, you know? Tess said if people have better material conditions, does it lead to less bigotry over time? That's the theory. The theory is that people become more bigoted the more they suffer under economic stress. So the theory is that in a liberated community, there would be less bigotry. But we also know that's not necessarily true, as we've seen thriving, rich communities maintain their bigotry just fine. So obviously it would require more than just those things, right? Like, you know, really rich conservatives exist and they're all fucking bigoted. Do you know what I mean? So rich people are bigoted. So I just, you know, it doesn't, but generally you would have more time to deconstruct and then maybe you'd have time to face your bigotry and then, you know, yeah. It's like, that's the theory, but I don't know if it's true without the introspection and extrospection, right? So, yeah.
Polls show that 1 in 4 Americans sympathize with him. So how does a killer become a Robin Hood-like martyr almost overnight? We set out to understand why, for some, Luigi Mangione has become a vigilante, the voice of an angry America.
Did he say he did it? Do we know that he did it? I only say that because his mouth looked a little different in that video, but, you know. Oops.
It's 7 in the morning, and this college
He said that a lot. Did he say he did it? No.
in Connecticut is already packed. People
Pled not guilty? Well.
have come from all corners of the state just for a chance to see a
And by the way, like, a lot of, like, maybe he's a freedom fighter like Sabo. Or maybe he's a, you know, is he the freedom fighter that Hassan wants to be? I love poking fun at Hassan. I really do. You know what I mean? Like, Hassan isn't a freedom fighter, and neither is Luffy. Luffy would not go around shooting a CEO. Just a reminder, Luffy would not have done this. Sabo would have, though. Sabo Sabo would have been like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know about Luffy though. Luffy is not about to do this, you know?
Doctor.
How are you? Good, how are you?
And for hours now, this makeshift hospital hasn't stopped filling up.
I had a little bit of soreness down at the bottom. It's more of like, I feel like there's always pressure on that.
Paul works as a school janitor. Despite the pain, he waited several months to get free treatment here.
I went once out of pocket. It was over $100 for just the basic. And I was like, okay, I won't be going back for a while because it's a lot of money when you're paying out of pocket.
Paul's circumstances aren't an isolated case. Most of the people here aren't unemployed or homeless. Many pay hundreds of dollars each month for health insurance, insurance that barely covers anything.
That's the point. The point is, why am I paying this much in health insurance and I still have to go through these avenues to get care? That's what's so frustrating.
I do have insurance for to include dental, or you have to add that onto your primary.
Just a reminder that in the USA, I was quoted $3,500 for my fillings, and in Croatia, I got them done for less than $500. How the fuck are Americans supposed to afford $3,000+ of fucking fillings? Hello? That's so fucked up. That was double my rent, basically. No, that's almost double my rent. My rent was like $1,900 a month. And they wanted $3,500. Are you fucking stupid? And my partner went with me because they're from Croatia. They went with me to the dentist. And they're like, I cannot believe they just quoted you that much money. They're like, don't get it done. Do it in Croatia when you come. I was like, I can't believe it, bro.
So it gets,
And by the way, teeth health, oral health is completely connected to heart health, cognitive health. Like, these things are all connected, girl. Your mouth matters.
It could be anywhere between $500 to $1,000 a month just for your insurance. And that's kind of prohibitive when you're retired. So it's a lot of money.
In 2023, a study revealed that 43% of American adults with private insurance skip medical care because it costs too much.
I haven't had a look at my teeth in a long time.
A long time?
Yeah, maybe 8 years. It's been a while, yeah. So I have to pay out of pocket through the state. I got 2 kids, so it's a little hard.
Today, 60 million Americans have no access to...
Okay, hear me out. Again, without judgment, stop making babies. Without judgment, get your tubes tied. Without judgment, wear a condom. Without judgment, get your kids on birth control. And you know who's not letting them do that? Conservatives. Conservatives are taking away sex education, healthcare, because they want you to have babies you can't afford, so they can also shame you for having babies you can't afford. And then they'll also make you feel bad while also being pro-life. This is a conspiracy theory. But it's real. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's real. Conservatives want you to have babies you can't afford so they can make up reasons to not help you. Okay? And again, those babies did not ask to be here. Okay? And I'm sick of it. I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm sick of everybody bringing babies into the existence. You know what I mean? And then I get it. You think I'm talking bad about you? I'm not. I'm saying, if you really had that choice, do you really think we should be having a baby? And by the way, 40% babies are oopsies babies. Okay? You didn't even attempt to, have them here. Okay? Like, you didn't even really do it on purpose. So I'm saying, well, if you could go back and not do it. So again, it's not about your baby that exists now. It's about future babies in the future. Okay?
Basic health care. That's why the NGO Remote Area Medical sets up mobile clinics across the whole country. Originally created for war zones and remote communities in developing countries, it now operates in the heart of the United States.
Here you'll see this one has a green target, so you're going to look at the green target, okay? And just focus on the green target for me. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, remember that was it.
Yeah, these are probably 4 or 5 years old now because I got to do my best to keep them as long as I can. These ones?
You know that feeling, okay? Because it's not about what I like, it's what do you feel better, more confident in.
I'm going with these.
Okay, perfect.
The last time I had an eye exam and I was looking at glasses, it was going to cost me about $400 out of pocket. So big savings.
Brother, bro.
Let's hang on.
People like me, where we have insurance, but the co-pays are ridiculous.
Exactly.
Or, like he was saying, they'll cover the exam, but the glasses, what good is an exam if you can't buy the glasses?
A broken, unforgiving healthcare system that leaves millions of Americans behind. The head of the NGO has felt the anger building for years and says a shooting like this felt almost inevitable.
You remember when you heard what's happened with Luigi Mangione and the CEO shooting? What was your reaction?
Felt sad. Anytime someone loses a life, it's sad. I can understand how frustrated people may be. One of the richest countries in the world with the poorest example.
It reminds me of that scene from The Incredibles where Mr. Incredible, like, teaches her how to go around stuff. And that's the thing. Ultimately, even the people working for these companies, like, you know, they're real people. Like, they have families too. And that's why they can be so compassionate to you. That's why they can help you. But also to keep their job, they have to also engage in like bad business. And it's just like a horrible cycle. It's just like a ruthless fucking cycle.
Of healthcare.
However, the story of Luigi Mangione did not begin with blood and revenge. He grew up here, in Baltimore's Little Italy.
Give me a little bit of marinara. A little bit of marinara for me.
Gia Franschetti has run this restaurant for 15 years. She's a pillar of the Little Italy community, and the Mangione family were regulars at her place.
They're probably going to be very private for a long time. So this cloud is over them and finished and gone. The father, and that's Kathy, and I believe that's the daughter. I thought they only have one daughter. Maybe they have two, and that's, of course.
I don't even know this. I've never looked up Luigi's family.
Of course, Luigi.
These days, the family keeps a low profile, but they were once among the most prominent in Baltimore. Luigi's grandfather came over from Sicily.
Oh, wait, is this? I'm sorry. Was I not listening because I was reading chat? Who is this?
And the Mangione has run this restaurant.
A little bit of marinara. A little.
This is who?
In Baltimore's Little Italy.
Give me a little bit of
However, the story of Luigi Mangione did not begin with blood and revenge. He grew up here, in
Oh, my bad, girl. I was reading chat. Hold on.
Baltimore's Little Italy.
Give me a little bit of marinara. A little bit of marinara for me.
Gia Franschetti has run this restaurant for 15 years. She's a pillar of the Little Italy community.
Okay.
And the Mangione family were regulars at her place.
Oh, they were regulars at her place. Okay, sorry, girls.
They're probably going to be very private for a long time. So this cloud is over them and finished and gone. The father, and that's Kathy, and I believe that's the daughter. I thought they only have one daughter. Maybe they have two, and that's, of course, Luigi.
These days, the family keeps a low profile, but they were once among the most prominent in Baltimore. Luigi's grandfather came over from Sicily, made a fortune in real estate, and built an influential dynasty with deep roots in politics and business.
Family is well known in our Italian community only because they're a wonderfully generous family. To me, they are the epitome of the American dream. You come.
Oh, yeah. And Chad said the most prominent in Baltimore, I told you. And I think you said earlier, right, that he's good looking and rich. His pretty privilege does play a role here, for sure. If he was just slightly uglier, the world would change their tune. But he's just hot enough. You know, there's something about that. And I do think we assume he's good because of it, which makes me hesitant. When I see a man with six-pack abs, I'm always hesitant to believe he's a good person. And I follow a lot of gym bros. Okay? My sister and I were just bonding on gym bro bubbles because we both, she's much more of a gym girly than I am. And because I'm getting back into it. And we were talking about gym bros on the internet. And she was like, I swear to God, if this man disappoints me, I was like, don't hold your breath. He's still a man. But we were like, we like certain YouTubers so much. And we're just like, he better not disappoint us. And like, that's, there's just like you better not actually be a secret Trump voter. You know what I mean? Oh, but like, yeah, there's, something about Luigi that I see and I'm like, I don't know about this one. Like, I know everyone wants to like, but also, I don't know. Everybody was too easy to accept this man with a gun. How easily you accept a man being violent in public? I don't know, girls.
Work, and then you become whoever you want to become.
As a teenager, Luigi was accepted into one of Baltimore's most prestigious schools, the Gilman School, a private boys' academy built to shape the elite. No one here wanted to speak about Luigi Mangione. All that remains are the archives from his time at Gilman.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here to celebrate Gilman's 116th Founders Day.
In 2016, Luigi Mangione graduated top of his class. Today, he's facing the death penalty. His exact motive remains unclear. What we do know is that in 2023, he finally underwent spinal fusion surgery, an operation doctors have postponed for years. Those years of pain may have fed his growing hatred towards the healthcare system. A hatred.
Ooh, angry for the world versus at the world? Was he just angry at the world versus for the world? But again, angry at the world turns you into a school shooter. Angry for the world turns you into an activist.
Now shared by many Americans. For them, Mangione isn't a killer, but a kind of avenger. a man who acted on behalf of the thousands of Americans failed by their insurance companies.
How old is that?
That's from our wedding.
Yep, 1991.
Oh my gosh.
Cute.
We look so like babies.
Yeah, I was 20.
I was 19.
She was 19 when we got married, so. And she
Cute
still has a dress.
picture.
I do. But it was love at first sight, pretty much. So.
Sarah has been battling breast cancer since 2020. Since then, her husband Jerry has had to work for both of them. He's a warehouse worker, pulling 55 hours a week, often overnight, for $3,000 a month.
Jesus Christ. Monkey D. Trevi says, to your birdiversary, going to smoke, eat some guacamole and hot Cheetos in your honor. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Thank you so much for being here. Ooh, that sounds so good. Oh, the little things really bring me joy. Ooh. Have fun, girl. Have fun.
1,000 of which goes straight to insurance,
Okay, let's listen to that again.
often overnight, for $3,000 a month.
So $3,000 a month.
1,000 of which goes
So $3,000 a month, 55 hours a week,
straight to insurance.
and $1,000 goes straight to insurance. That's what I'm saying. They quoted me for insurance $800 and a $10,000 deductible. They wanted $800 a month, okay, because I looked up insurance because I'm sick, and they wanted $800 a month and a $10,000 deductible. And I was like, are there no other options for me? And there was no better option. And that's why I always went in and out of having healthcare, because paying out of pocket ended up costing me less money. I talked to medical professionals. I talked to people who worked in the industry, and they said, look, if you pay out of pocket, you'll pay cheaper, because though you're going to pay like $1,600 or $16,000 or maybe even more, you'll pay less over that because you won't have that $12,000 hanging over you, or whatever it is, $10,000 of just paying your monthly payment. So it was like, fuck. And like, I had to make that decision, and I'm glad I made it. I did the math and I did save more money, but that was really hard. And I am a single person with no kids, It's kind of crazy.
A few months ago, Sarah's condition took a turn for the worse.
The cancer spread in my spine. There was a new lesion.
Jesus.
Her doctor then prescribed an urgent new round of chemotherapy, a treatment costing $17,000 a month, meant to be covered by her insurance, United Healthcare.
Twice daily. And then these are the denial letters that I've been sent from the insurance company. We received a prescription drug request from your healthcare provider for capecitabine 500 milligram tablet. The requested medication must meet specific criteria, and coverage cannot be authorized at this time. Anyway, they sent me another.
United Healthcare ruled that the treatment recommended by Sarah's oncologist was not appropriate.
I trust more my doctors because my doctors have examined me. The insurance has never met me. They don't know me. They've never examined my body. They know my case only on paper. Insurance started denying me, and I was off any treatment for 2 months. 2 whole months. And when you have stage 4 cancer, 2 months without treatment is scary. So I'm getting pain kind of by my jaw and like behind my ear a little bit. And that started getting worse. So I can feel it growing. Like that felt weird. And to not, this felt like an emergency to me. And it felt like nobody else, like crying out, like, help me, and everybody's just walking past calmly, like it's no big deal. I mean, this is life or death for me. This is United Healthcare. Hello?
Hi, Sarah. It's Kim, Nurse Case Manager with United Healthcare, just reaching out for follow-up.
Hi, Kim.
If it's not approved, like we talked, Sarah, try to submit some information showing that this is, a special situation that requires that.
Is there anything that I can do on this end that can help?
As far as for the prior approval, no, I don't really think so. It's all pretty much driven by the provider and what they've, so yeah. All right, well, you take care, Sarah. Have a good weekend, get some rest, and have some fun. Take care.
You too, bye-bye. It just feels like there's not a human component or something like that. Like they're just looking at a computer screen saying denied, or like the decision is made by a book, not by a human.
Or worse, it's made by a human and they don't care. You know what I mean? I think that's what's even scarier, is that I would argue it's actually made by a human. And that's what's so evil about it, is like, how are you turning people away? And I stand by this, and I will always stand by this, that like people, governments would do better to make sure we were all healthy. You know what I mean? Like, it would literally benefit them more if we were educated and healthy, But at the same time, I understand why it wouldn't for the billionaires with investments in these companies that require exploitation to make money. But if governments weren't in business, in business with big business, right? Obviously, they would want an educated and healthy community. But it's really hard because, outside of these systems, guys, we're still fucked up. I know we think that if the systems change, we'll change, but the systems are us. We're fucked up. The systems are not going to fix your molestations. They're not going to fix your, your mental health. They might be the cause for some of it, but realistically, like, people will still be suffering. The question is, what do we do even if we dismantle the systems? And I think that's why, like, a part of my issues with, like, feeling like a need to save the world, in therapy, I worked it out with my therapist, and it was very much like, you are not obligated to save the world. And thinking you can is a part of, like, the delusion. Like, we believe we can save the world. So we believe we can be these vigilantes or we could do something. It's not going to work that way. And the question is, have we accepted that it's not going to actually work? Now, of course, there's this battle between them not wanting you to stand up for yourself and you doing it. That's important. But it's interesting that the only solution we can ever come to is violence. As if violence has ever been the solution. So then it's like, okay, if violence isn't the solution, then what is? But the real solution, I don't think anybody's ready for, because we can't even have conversations about solutions that don't feel like attacks. And then they weaponize that attack and make you feel worse about yourself for even existing. And then you start to, really believe that any responsibility for the way that the world has turned out, all of us, feels like an attack. And that's just like a perfect method for self-sabotage. Right? So the conservatives convince people you're the reason the world is the worst, but they never think about themselves. The progressives will say you're the worst, you're the reason the world sucks. Human beings as a species, separate from our egos or our political affiliations, we're the problem. It's us as a species. And I know that's really hard to process because it's like, well, there must be certain people that's the problem. Sure, definitely. But, like, we are the problem. And I know that's really hard, right? Like, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about why people hate vegans. And I say this as a person who's, like, not vegan, but, I'm testing the waters. And I was like, go on this plant-based journey in order to coincide with my values of harm reduction. And by the way, girls, I'm just having a great time. It's been fabulous. I really just feel so good about it. It's just making me feel really aligned with my values. Who knows how long I'll keep it up? Maybe forever. But it's really working for me right now. And I'm like, why was this so easy now, but it wasn't easy then? And a big part of it is because, like, I really know why I'm doing it. But this was years and years and years. I just started this process at 35, right? It took me 35 years. Maybe you don't count my childhood. Took 25 years. I don't know when you're counting, when you're starting, to think that maybe killing animals to eat them wasn't necessary. And maybe buying shampoos and conditioners that, and it was funny because, as a teenager, I always told my mom not to buy shampoos and conditioners tested on animals. But then what about medications? Like, there are life-saving medications that require testing on animals before humans can do them, right? Think about that. So, like, this is, again, it's about harm reduction. How do I be less bad every day? And that's really difficult. Because it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I think requiring a prescription is what's difficult too. Like, I would never prescribe that to you. I would never make a prescription that you ought to do this. But I will say that I think the world would be better off if we try to be a little less bad every day. And if it took me so long to start that process, how much longer is it going to take everybody else? And what have I not learned yet? Like, what is the other thing I'm going to have a realization about? Like, sometimes, like, earlier in chat, somebody said that, right? Like, I want to see where you are in 5 years when it comes to this. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. Who knows? Maybe in 5 years, I will be like, oh, this chatter was so right. Or maybe in 5 years, I'll be like, no, I think I was right. Or the answer is not even any of these. It's a different answer. But either way, I better be growing. I better be changing. Let me tell you that much. It doesn't matter about being right or wrong. It's about, like, I better have figured out something, right? I think that's important. It's a very important thing to say, I wonder if we'll figure it out, and to accept that they maybe won't, right? That's the other part. You need to radically accept that humanity will be this way forever. And then we can talk about change. Because if you do not accept our biological realities, not in a everything I say could be taken down a bigotry. I'm so fucking tired. Everything I say could be said in a different bubble and it could mean a totally different thing. If we are animals on the planet, like we came through evolution and we are part of the earth and a part of its ecosystem, then we are dealing with some sort of reality that we are animals on a planet, therefore having a biological experience, therefore limited based off of that experience, but not in the way that bigots will use it to limit change, right? And so there just needs to be a lot more compassion, I think, and patience, but also a lot more standing up to bad people in the right way. So here's the challenge. How do I, with wisdom, stand up to corruption? I'm still figuring it out myself. It's really hard. Where is the wisdom in the way we stand up to corruption? You know? Chad said, personally, I do not believe Luigi is a caring person type that only truly cares about this woman's insurance. Wait, hold on. I do not believe Luigi is a caring person type that only truly cares about this woman's insurance issues. It's not the motive he murdered that executive. Yeah, I don't know what his motivation is, but it's not very likely he was thinking about other people. It would be very exceptional for him to have been thinking about somebody other than himself. Now, that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people get into activism thinking about themselves. But I think, again, you should think about the values. You know, Chad says, I'm just turning 39 years old in a couple of weeks and I'm just now understanding my why. Love that, though. I love that. You said I was doing some reflection and introspection writing and I realized I believe ideas are more powerful than DNA, but that takes so much work and capitalism has us in a chokehold. 100%. I believe that too. I really believe, like, if in therapy we learn that we can rewire our brain to unlearn our trauma and to change how our brain actually functions and is, then I know that our beliefs and our thoughts are more powerful than our DNA, but that in our biological experience, but that also requires like so much work and patience and realization. But yeah, like we are rewiring our brains in therapy, which is why the right kind of therapy with the right kind of therapist with the right kind of everything really changes people. Like we become different people, you know, and we aren't destined to the default. You know, I think we're destined in a sense, but we're not destined in the way that we think, you know? I don't know.
So, I don't know. Instead of crying, I'd rather laugh. It's a little easier to get through it that way, you know? It's ridiculous. This is all ridiculous. He gets angry. He gets more angry than me.
Yeah, I get a little. She told me she got the third denial of the
Well,
letter.
obviously, it's
so
horrible.
I was pretty upset. Maybe wanna do it, Luigi. You know, like if something were to happen to her, we don't have any kids or you know, nothing specifically holding me here.
Please, to all the men in my life I've heard say this shit, y'all need to sit down. Stop trying to kill people because your women die. I hear that all the time from men. I hear it. Brittany, if anything bad ever happened to my girl, I would just go crazy. Can you please sit down? This is why I do not trust men in their desire to be violent. I get it. Sit down.
We don't have any kids or you know, nothing specifically holding me here. So I was like, oh, maybe I could make a message too. You know, I think, you know, personally, sometimes, you know, with the rich guys, you gotta be a little violent to get their attention. And maybe that's not the right thing, but that's the only way they seem to listen.
Do they? Do they seem to listen? Do they? Yeah, I would be so annoyed from the grave if somebody in my name killed somebody else and said, this is for Brittany. Don't. No. Do you know what I'm saying? Hello? This is what I'm saying. No. If you want to do something in my name, start a goddamn charity, help people, feed people, clothe people. Don't kill people.
New York, just a few blocks from where the shooting took place. This is where Stephen Cohen works. He's a lawyer who specializes in class action lawsuits, high-profile cases that often make headlines.
So if you see the building just back in this one, the tall building, that's where Luigi is going to be tried, State Court Criminal Division. And this is where we're fighting on behalf of the 250,000 retirees to maintain their health insurance. This is the civil Supreme Court of the state of New York.
For over 15 years, Stephen Cohen has been representing patients driven to financial ruin by unjust claim denials, as well as families who have lost loved ones after being denied care.
Ridiculous.
This is one of the most important fights.
Ridiculous that you could lose your family. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about? People should get the care they need.
Had in my life, because it affects people, so many people, in such a fundamental way. To provide people with access to quality health care that they can afford is just fundamental to life. Hey, good morning, Miguel.
Hey, good morning.
George, we okay on that Lovo appeal this morning?
Great.
Good. I'll check in right after, okay? Thank you. You know, I am a capitalist. I am not against private industry. But show me one positive thing that an insurance company has done for healthcare. Insurance companies are private companies that are responsible to their shareholders, not to their members who get the insurance, but to their shareholders to maximize profits. And they figured out about 20 years ago, and it came about as a result of a McKinsey report to a particular insurance company that recommended a strategy they called deny, delay, and defend. And what deny meant...
I'll tell you this much, though, because Chad is debating whether or not he was mentally ill or whether or not he did it for other people. And someone said he killed someone outside of self-defense. Stable people don't do that. Stable people kill people out of self-defense all the time. They do it for governments. They do it for police. They do it for politicians. They do it for their family. They do it for activism. The question is, was he working alone? Because if he was working with an organization, this would have been an activism movement. If he did it because he was being paid, it would have made sense. But did he just do it solo? Was he just like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill somebody. Like, what was his thought? Like, what was the process, right? Was he just like, you know what I'm going to do? So that's what it is. It's like, if he was with a group, if it was like, he's got friends, I would have been like, oh, it's like a statement. But he's alone. So then the alone is like, what's the alone? Like, there have been solo attempts. That's why I say, like, when people see suicide bombers or like they see these gunmen in Australia and they're like, oh, this is Islam. This is kind of like two guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of just like two guys. There's a billion Muslims. I feel like if they were going to do something, they'd, I don't know, use more than two guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not Islam. It's just these two dudes. The question is, why did these two dudes feel entitled to killing all those people on that beach? Why did Luigi feel entitled to using violence in the name of the people he was fighting for? What made him think, I'm the guy? I'm the guy. What made him think it's my job? If your brother came to you and said, I'm going to do this, would you say, oh yeah, that's a good idea? Or would you be like, hey, are you fucking psycho? Sit down. Chad said, I would argue that people that sign up to kill people as their job are not stable. I could agree to that. When I say stable, I mean, I feel like, okay, here's the problem. Stability is a spectrum. Okay, stability is a spectrum. Because you could also say that people who help people in assisted death or who do lethal injection aren't stable. But I would say that there's a lot of stability in helping people die peacefully. So again, are we just talking about the literal act of killing? Because people could say that about animals, like slitting a cow's throat is crazy. But people do it all the time. They're perfectly stable. But also, what does it mean to be stable? So, it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum of what is stability, what is harm reduction, what is healthy, what is reasonable. Like, I never understood how my family friend hated the fact that my brother killed his own farm animals, but she ate at McDonald's and Burger King. I'm like, girl, you're still eating the dead animals. Do you know what I mean? So what's the point? Chad said that's helping somebody with their own choice. Yeah, but when you're an activist and you're killing somebody as a form of rebellion, you could say it's self-defense, but you know what I mean? Like, you could also say it's a part of our goal. That's why I don't like giving Luigi the activist card, though, because who is he associated with? Who's he doing it for? Whose liberation came out of Luigi's action? This is why I don't want to give him the liberation card, because I'm annoyed with him getting so much credit for who is he fighting for? Who is this for? You know what I mean? Like, so then I could see where you're coming from, in that.
It was, we're going to deny a procedure. We're going to deny a test because it costs us money. If it's appealed and we have to do it, we delay it as long as possible. Maybe the condition will go away. Maybe a cheaper test will emerge. Sometimes people die. Too often, people die as a result of a delay of diagnosis and treatment. And then if we're sued, we're going to defend it aggressively.
It's almost like if you did preventative care, you could catch things early and save patients at a cheaper price. You know, it's the problem is like, I don't want to be such a conspiracy theorist that I'm like, companies keep you sick so you can spend more money with them. Because the reality is like, that doesn't mean we have to stop taking vaccines. Like, you don't want to be a conservative that stopped going to the doctor altogether because you feel like they're taking your money. It's like, pause. But also, yes, these companies are corrupt and they're obviously not interested in helping you, even though that should be the focus. You know?
Let's not send that out, okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need some help on something else today. Okay. Julia.
We reached out to United Healthcare to ask about its practices. After a few days, the company directed us to its website, where it claims to be combating misinformation. As for an interview, they referred us to the AIHP, the National Trade Association for Health Insurers. The lobby group never responded. To better understand how the system really works, we spoke with a former United Healthcare employee. A few years ago, Natalie Collins was still part of the machine, and she knows its inner workings all too well.
In all hospitals across the entire United States, every single physician's office, every single humongous building of amazing physicians and amazing nurses, they're all battling this every single day.
After years of staying silent, Natalie Collins finally decided to speak out, triggered by the events of December 4th.
Luigi started it. It made us start talking. I mean, I don't want anyone to lose their life. I definitely don't condone anyone.
Well, even though it started, you know, Ben Shapiro, remember how his audience went for him? Yeah, Chad said there's a role to be said about the role of the radical flank of paradigm shifts in culture and politics. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's audience turning on him was like such a hoot and a half. But also, this is why I say to conservatives, I am so deeply empathetic to your struggles. You know, like so many conservatives are struggling. They're on welfare. They're in Section 8 housing. They also need help. They can't pay childcare. They're all working 3 jobs. Like people are struggling. They're unemployed. They're disabled. Like conservatives are struggling just as much as anybody else, but somehow they like to get, like, they all act like embarrassed millionaires. Like, you know, we're just one choice away. And it's like, girl, please let us help you. Help us help you, help you. Help us. You know what I mean? Like, let's help each other. But it's just like, they can't. And that's the thing is like, they can't trust that people mean it when they say they want to help you because they're so burned. And so instead of like being tricked by this alleged help, they'd rather just not have it. So they don't have to be like, oh, we were tricked. We thought they'd really help us. You know what I mean? Like, they'd rather stay bigoted and tired than helping each other. And I get it. It's so human. But bro, you know?
When losing their life, let alone being just simply hurt at all. No one should be hurt. But also...
And you know what it is? Look, I really do believe this. I believe the ability to get on the internet and continue to rage bait your audience is a sign of how unhealthy the world is. You know that mom we featured a while back? The mom with the neurodivergent kids, and she moved her parents in. And she's like... a budget of a 37 whatever year old mom or whatever she is feeding her family, and people were so mad at her, like what she feeds her kids. And I'm just sitting here and like, she keeps making the content. She keeps making it. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is the mental health crisis that's truly at hand, that we would rather double down and continue making rage bait than like understanding why I'm waking up to this every day. And I'm not even saying that she isn't just a product of her environment, because she is. Like, ultimately, she doesn't have the tools to really do better. So she's doing okay. Like, I want to look at this mom and say, like, you're doing great, mama. And also, let's do better. But the thing is, she can't, because, again, it's like, I need to give you your credit. I need to give you a compliment sandwich for you to get better, which is necessary. But it's really hard to do that when we're all so tired. It's like, fucking A, just do it. You're the adult. Do it. But that's not helpful either. It's like, it's hard because, you know, and apparently she was outed as like a Trump voter and all that stuff. And so there's that layer of it that people just hate her because like, but I look at her in the same way that I look at anybody and I'm like, bro, like I know kids, listen, I know children that didn't start drinking water until they were teenagers. Just process that information and think about how privileged you are that you grew up in a household that drank water because their parents just gave them sodas and stuff. And I'm just like, that's neglect, bro. You were neglected, you know, like, oh my God. But then at the same time, growing up in my household, Pepsi felt like a treat. Like, oh my God, you're so lucky you got to drink Coke whenever you wanted. We only got to drink Coke like limited. Like, you know, we always had to drink water. But it's because, and now I get to be an adult that says, oh yeah, like I love water. Like I love water. I love water. My in-laws just asked me that actually. They said, what does Brittany primarily like to drink? Because I think they were trying to buy me a drink or something. And I was like, oh, I just like water, coffee, teas, and on occasion some juice. I just love water. And they're like, you don't drink soda or anything? And I was like, not that I'm opposed to it, but you know, I did go through a Coke phase in my early 20s. But yeah, like I'm not much of a drinker. You know, I used to, you know what? I used to like ginger ale. Sometimes I love a little shot, you know, like a little grass shot, you know? Yeah, Chet says, I know a 23-year-old that doesn't drink water to this day. Was a bubble pop? Damn. Yeah. But see, I don't want to sit there and be like, I'm better than you. I drink water. You know, it's not, I'm not trying to be better than you. I'm trying to say like, hey, girly, how's your body? I'm terrified for you. I'm concerned about what's going to happen. But you know what my dad used to say? He used to say, Batsy, you eat so many hot Cheetos that when you die and they open up your body, it's just going to be a Cheeto dust. And I'm like, honestly, though, like, honestly, there is probably a lot of hot Cheetos lining my body up. So I'm not even one to speak on it, you know? But I do worry. You know, my parents, oh my God, they were so mad at my sister because my sister brought me hot Cheeto bags. My sister had to hide the hot Cheeto bags in her luggage so my parents didn't see them. And then my mom and dad came early to her apartment before she was ready. And they walk in and they go, is that Cheeto bags for Brittany in your suitcase? She's like, and they were like, I can't believe you want to kill your sister. They go, she's already sick. You trying to kill your sister. She's already sick. It's like, I really appreciate the concern. You know, I wish you cared enough to get vaccinated. I love that they're concerned about my health, but also maybe, I don't know, get vaccinated. Okay. You know what I mean?
People that are working with these insurance companies and healthcare systems, they are dying. People are mad. It has to stop. I mean, we're losing so many people, and so many people are losing their lives, not physically completely gone in some situations, but losing limbs, losing body parts of, you know, because they didn't get treatment in time.
Well, I worked for United Healthcare for like maybe 9 months. Here's my story. I worked in the medical claims department and went through training for about 2 to 3 months to get out on the claims rep floor and was taught so many different ways to deny.
It was this TikTok video that marked Natalie Collins' turning point. Within days of posting it, the clip had tens of millions of views. She became, almost overnight and without meaning to, a symbol of the fight against private insurers.
Which is why I suppose people do post on social media, even just to share their life. And look, in some ways, I wish regular people were posting more so I can hear about it. But then in some ways, I wish regular people would stop posting because God knows you don't need to deal with the internet.
Yes, the element of protection has been very, very important through this entire process of talking about this. You know, insurance people, they have done some very scary things. These higher-ups, they have money, they have power, and
definitely,
I don't want them to come on me. I have a beautiful family.
Excuse me, if your own family members will kill you over a dispute or a family grudge, you think these companies won't figure it out? We know police officers kill people all the time. We know doctors and nurses, rogue doctors and nurses kill people. I don't know why we think insurance companies wouldn't. People suck. I don't know what to tell y'all. People suck, which is why a need for violence is so interesting to me. You know?
Me and my husband, we went and bought me one, and he got a new one, and we got all of our ammo, and I have, let's just say, I have things in place to protect myself when I'm out, especially with my kids.
Natalie Collins asked us not to film the location of her home, where she lives with her husband and their sons.
Hey, Mom. Hi, how are you? Come on, how are you?
Good. I came back.
How's your day?
Hi.
Cuties.
Yes, I was so excited. It was a big building, big corporate, beautiful building, and I've never worked in an atmosphere like this. I was processing medical claims all over the country.
Natalie was expected to deal with between 120 and 180 calls every day.
We had coaching to be able to deny it. There was special messages that would come up that even though it is covered and it will eventually be paid, the company that the person worked for didn't have the money in their account, if you will, to pay it. So we had to delay it. So then we would have scripts on the screen explaining what to say to them to get them off maybe to satisfy them. So they had a preference to be 7 minutes or less on a phone call, especially for an actual phone call coming in. We had, it was like it would flash red once it passed a certain time. I think it was like 15 minutes. It was like, get off the phone. It was so sad to hear these conversations and these situations that people were in, whether it's a client or a patient or it's a provider's office that is so desperate to help their people, and they are so mad at us, having to tell them that they really don't have the coverage for this treatment or they're going to have to pay out of pocket. I wasn't able to sleep well at night. How do you sleep after knowing that you had way too much power that day? I am just a girl. I should not be able to hit a button and make such a determination on someone's life. That was sick.
I really would be the worst person at this job. They'd be like, hey, I need your help. I'm like, done. Next. I need your help. Done. Next. Hey, I need this done. Next. I couldn't even imagine. What am I denying you for? Like, what would ever be the reason that I would deny you unless you were fraudulent? Like, hey, I have cancer in my spine. Next. Helped. Next. Like, we pay so much in a lifetime into insurance companies. It is ridiculous how much money we all pay. And the payout is ridiculous. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Jess said, you last an hour. I'd literally get fired so fast. I should be like, great, next, helped. Like, what am I going to say? No?
Since the Mangione case, the silence has started to break. The methods used by these companies are being exposed, and it's fueling the anger of millions of Americans.
Hey, listen, this is what I say. Okay, this is how I feel. This is how I genuinely feel. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. And should the world be so angry that it turns into the biggest riot you've ever seen, bigger than the one on Avatar: The Last Airbender, this is us as a reflection of a whole. Like, this is where the world is at. That's why I thought Luigi's situation might be a pause for people, but it didn't actually help anybody. You would think the fact that he took such a drastic measure would be enough, but it wasn't, because we're living in a drastic time, and we always have been. I think that's why we're not paying attention to the fact that we're desensitized to violence. Guys, he killed a guy in broad daylight on the street, and nothing happened. Like, it didn't, you see video after video of Sudan and Palestine, and nothing happens. Like, you can see the most, violent displays of human behavior, and, it's not enough. And the question is, what will it take for humanity to wake up? And the truth is, it's we're already awake, and this is our best. And it will get better, but this is our best. And that's what we need to accept first. This is where we're at. Now what? Versus thinking oh, we could just be better if. We are as good as we are. We're okay, you know what the world is? The world is like that guy you keep dating, and you keep thinking if he just gets the help, he'll be better, and he'll be the version of him you're waiting for him to be, his potential. He can't be anything more than what he is. And then you have to decide what to do. You can't keep treating him for his potential. You can't keep dating him for his potential. Humanity, this is the best it's got. Now what? Versus we keep dating for our potential. Oh, if humans just get this, if we just do this, if we just do this. No. Okay, we first have to accept that this is it. Now what? And then try to do preventative care and help people, right? And so that's what I think is missing is I really do think we keep treating everything like the potentiality that a boyfriend has. You can't live for people's potential. You can only right wrongs. You can only be a little less bad every day. I think maybe I say only as if it's true, but that's my theory.
Hi. Are you aware that we have visitors with us? Yeah. Okay. So fun. Okay, come on in. All right, perfect.
We're in Austin, the capital of Texas. Dr. Elizabeth Potter is a breast reconstruction specialist. Today, she's fitting a prosthesis for this patient, the final step in a long medical journey after breast cancer.
We're doing fat grafting for months for us to kind of see how much fat. So surgery will take about an hour and a half or so.
No, so I think this is my final.
We're done.
Final. Done.
Yeah.
We reached out to several doctors. All of them declined to speak. The vast majority of healthcare professionals work for insurance-linked groups. Dr. Potter is one of the last independent specialists in the state of Texas.
Whoa.
So today we have 34 patients. It's a lot. We take care of, I think it's around 40% of the women in Central Texas with breast cancer.
Jesus
we don't refuse
Christ.
anybody. We just
Wow.
put them in.
Let's go, ladies.
Elizabeth
Let's
Potter
go.
sees the insurance giant's abuses every day. This patient, for example, just spent 2 nights in the ER after suffering a pulmonary embolism.
Do you feel in that moment? Like you're going to the hospital, they tell you you have a pulmonary embolism. What are you thinking?
I'm not thinking about insurance. I'm thinking about, I can't breathe right now. Something's wrong. And I know he is terrified.
She nearly died. And just after returning home, her insurance informed her it wouldn't cover the cost, stating her hospital stay was not medically necessary. The bill came to $100,000.
I don't understand how it's not medically necessary. I just don't.
On one hand, you can understand where somebody comes from, being that mad about things, but I can't condone murder at all. I mean, but having a giant corporation like that it's essentially making money off of people being sick is not right.
This is United Healthcare. This is United Healthcare. Yeah. Yet again. Same letters. You have a life-threatening condition. You have insurance. It should be covered, period. Yep. And they are fighting it with technicalities and turns of phrase. That's obscene.
Dr. Potter doesn't just condemn these tactics. She actively helps her patients build medical case
Wow.
files to push insurers into paying up.
Okay, now pause. Everybody plays a different role in life. This is not the role I'm playing in life. Most of us will not play this exact role, but imagine the role this woman is playing. And imagine that she's supposed to then go home and take care of kids or run a household or be married. I don't even know how she could do it. I would not be able to do it. I would either have to be married to my career at this point, and those families have now become my families, or like I couldn't even imagine, like as much as it'd be cool to be like, this is my mom, I also don't know how she'd be able to be present in her kid's life if this was her life, because it's like a dedication. It's a calling. And so like we have to think about that too. Like I've been really thinking about this for myself, because I think we are all as a community engaging in some form of representation and presentation. And I want to use the word activism very loosely, but I think what happens is that we forget that the people who are making some of the biggest differences are people whose names you will never see, who will never go viral, who will never be on TikTok, who won't be in a YouTube debate, who won't be the biggest streamer, who won't be on the TikTok award or the Twitch awards. You know, they are people who are in scrubs, in hospitals. They are pushing paperwork, or not pushing paper. They're dealing with your paperwork. They are on phones. They're on, they are protesting. They are organizing. And I just want you to remember that the internet is the place we come to bring awareness. It is not the place to do the primary and the biggest part of the activism, which is on the ground. And so if you're going to dedicate your life to activism, I commend you. I think that's beautiful. I think it's a calling. If you want to dedicate 20 years, 30 years, and then retire, that's beautiful. But I think it is real. I think it's something that is tangible and important. And I think it's like sometimes I worry that I'm going to take credit that isn't deserved to me for just bringing awareness to stuff that is not that big of a deal. Like me bringing awareness to Palestine is not the big deal that takes 2 seconds, right? It's not the same thing as people who are getting on boats and driving or sailing to Palestine. It's not the same thing as people who are volunteering and becoming doctors and dying in Palestine, right? So but I think it's necessary. So don't get me wrong. You are necessary. We are all necessary. You talking to your family about Palestine is important. You mentioning this video or healthcare issues to your family is important. You talking to your kids and making them aware of the injustices in the world is important. We're all playing a role. So it's never about being perfect. Because look, if we were all activists, then who would be the parents? If we were all activists, who would clean up streets? If we're all activists, who would work at fast food? If we're all activists, who would be doctors? If we're all activists, who would be hairstylists? Like, we can't all be the same thing. We all have to play a role. But the role we play should still be through the lens of that awareness. That's why I say in an ideal world, working fast food or being a custodial manager or like working, like that would not be a bad job. That would be a good job, because if we're all doing it with the dignity it deserves, then the world deserves clean bathrooms and good fast food and like, you know, all these, there's no such thing as a bad job unless it's an unethical one. But there's no such thing as like their job. Like being a waiter sounds fucking great. If you have a dignity of a job, like people need waiters. But why, you know, there's not a need to be like those people are waiter. You know what I mean? So I really believe that we have to give credit where credit is due and still think of ourselves as participants in the world. You know what I mean? You don't have to dedicate your life to like, this is my life for it to be a part of your life, because your values should reflect it. It should not be hard for a pro-lifer to then say Palestine. Right? It should make sense that if you're pro-life, that you might even be vegan. Right? But then, you know, again, it should coincide with your values. And that's really what I think I'm trying to explain to people is like, I'm not telling you we should all be activists. I'm telling you our life should reflect our values. Yeah.
And it's a tough fight. On top of denied claims, there are endless delays. The infamous delay, part of their strategy. She even employs 2 full-time staff just to chase down insurance approvals for her patients.
So, these are the ladies.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mary. Actually, I have an authorization approval on file for a member who is scheduled for an outpatient surgery on the 19th.
All day long, these ladies are translating what I do clinically into that world, into that language of insurance, or navigating that system that is like full of obstacles. Yeah.
This is for outpatient surgery elective with a 90-day date range of 2/28/2025 to 5/28/2025.
That is correct.
We have diagnosis code of Z90.13, Z15.01.
Yes, ma'am. So I muted the call just to show you. So this patient has been coming in for quite some time, but the discussion with insurance has started since December.
What is the main quality you need to negotiate with those insurances?
Lots of patience. Lots of patience. And a certain level of like tenacity. Like we just have to dig in sometimes.
It's a very long and slow process to try to get to the ending point as an approval for the patient.
Ugh.
To get that approved.
Just the emotional labor, I hope these people have therapists. Like, how do you not go home crying? Battling on the phone with other people just like you. They're fighting for insurance companies. You're fighting for your patients. And you're just like, Jesus Christ. Like, you have to be so emotionally strong. And I'm not saying that these people don't have the right, like they probably have to break down at least once a day to get through it, you know? But wow.
So they could just move forward and have their surgery.
I'm tired of it. I am tired of it. And I think that we're all figuring out in the United States that navigating insurance feels like we're unraveling a scam. We've been paying into a system that isn't there when we need it.
And yet, the cost of health coverage keeps climbing. Today, in the United States, 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies are caused by medical debt.
Jesus Christ. What?
The cost of health coverage keeps climbing. Today, in the United States, 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies are caused by medical debt.
Hello? What the fuck? That's crazy. That is so insane. What?
Behind every denied claim, every delayed treatment, there are human lives, complicated, painful
Jesus
stories,
Christ,
like Sarah
what?
and Jerry's.
Okay, drive safe, work safe.
Yep.
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
I feel mentally pretty solid. I've heard of people losing everything just to pay for their cancer care, but I've also heard of people like just giving up and letting the cancer, like not treating it, and stopping treatment.
After 3 months without treatment, Sarah has finally resumed her chemotherapy, but only thanks to a private foundation moved by her story.
Wow.
A temporary victory, whilst America still waits for its healthcare system to be healed.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, my obviously living in Europe now, there's just a lot of just realizations of how different the culture is. And look, no country doesn't, like, all countries have its problem, like, for sure, there's problems everywhere. But at the same time, like, there's such a uniqueness to America that's so, you know, specific to us, that is like really burdening us in a way that is so significant. And like, yeah, I think, like, look, sometimes I really miss America. Like, I miss home. I do. Like, I can get a little homesick sometimes, for a lot of reasons, right? Just like hearing Americans talk, like hearing languages I understand, like being able to have little small conversations with people in public, like little small talk with people, getting, you know what I mean? Like, in talking to my neighbors, like stuff I can't do right now. And, you know, sometimes I even miss like an American vibe, like shopping. I don't know. Like, sometimes I do. I miss my family, obviously, and I miss my friends. But also, like, I'm scared for my family. Like, I'm concerned for them. And I'm, you know, when a sibling calls me and says like, bro, I just got this new bill, or I don't get when I'm supposed to, you know, get ahead, and I don't understand what I'm going to do. And it's really hard. Like, it's really hard to sit there and just tell them, you know, you need to lock in. You need to be philosophically sound. You need to let go of the attachment of outcome. And you need to accept that, like, you're really just a person on the planet doing your best and doing a little less bad every day. Like, you know, my siblings are going through their own journeys of realizing, like, what is being the bigger person? What is being a good person? How do I be kind and compassionate to people, but also stand up for myself? Like, even though I might have been on this journey and I'm going through this journey, or I'm at the other side of the journey, like, new people every day are on that same journey and they're at the beginning. Someone right now is discovering, like, maybe I shouldn't be a misogynist. And I'm like, congratulations. Like, somebody right now is like, maybe gay people are like everybody else, you know? And you're looking at them like, hello. But then you have to remember that, you know, at some point, maybe you were a person who was like, I can't believe I used to think that, you know? And then accept that, like, every new baby is being born every day who's going to have to go through that journey as well. You know? Yeah. And then just be a little less bad every day. I really do think the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And I think so many bigoted people have really good intentions, which is hard to feel and realize. But I think if you grow up in these bubbles and you see how kind and compassionate some of our parents have been to people, you're like, how can this be the same person who has this belief? And it's because, like, beliefs aren't real. Beliefs are like money. They're both not real, but they're all you can focus on. You know, they're like all you can, it's like your whole life is consumed by it. And that's why I say, like, what do you believe and, like, what do you know? Like, what do you know to be true and, like, what do you believe? Yeah, they're not real but have real impacts. It's like, you know, it's like wrestling, WWE. Okay, it's all fake, but the injuries are real. And that's life. Like, just because it's fake doesn't mean the injuries aren't real. And so it has to be taken seriously. It can't just be dismissed, right? Yeah. It's really hard. It's really hard. But that's why I think my work moved from being political to being, like, philosophical, is I was realizing politics wasn't liberating me. I wasn't being liberated by politics, and I didn't know why. And the only thing that liberated me was philosophy. And the liberation came and was about my consciousness, not about where my physical body was. You know, like, I'm still, because I don't identify with my body in that same way. Like my body interacts with the world, but my consciousness is like what needed the liberation. I needed to be liberated. So yes, like I still live in a world that is dealing with all these systems, right? But I was trapped, consciousness and body in them, and now just my body is here. But I feel liberated. Like I really just am, you know, like watch a Miyazaki film and identify with the animals. And that's how I feel, where I'm just an animal doing my thing and people are coming and bulldozing my neighborhood. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, but the moon is out, so I'm going to dance. You know, it's like we're all just kind of existing with each other. You know, like I said, you know, the problem is us. The problem is us. There was, I was watching a Will Tennyson video about a gym in the UK that was trying to get closed down by the government. And it definitely needed an upgrade, maybe some dusting. But what was really beautiful about that video, what made me really like emotional watching it, was like the community that gathered there. The men, women, just people who felt like it was a home away from home. How some people felt like the gym like saved their life. And how the government wanted to kind of like take over the building because they felt like it wasn't being, quote, like kept accordingly. And I was like, okay, well, to help them. They wanted to demolish it, maybe put in some like new structures and stuff. And I was like, the gym's been there 100 years. You know what I mean? Just like, what are you doing? And instead of the community coming in, well, the community came to rally for the gym, but instead of the government coming in to help the community, the government and people were finding loopholes to demolish this gym and replace it with like a new build that's going to hold this gym? ? Like that's the thing about communities is like we want them, but it's really hard to maintain them in the world. And by the way, that is why people kind of sneakily start churches, is to build communities or to avoid taxes. But it's hard to start a community when you also have the overhead and the taxes and everything else. That's why it's so insidious when you use religion to avoid taxes, because you're building like a false sense of community. But if you build a real community, like I think that's why nonprofits can be a good idea in theory. But also, again, you know, everything takes a level of community effort. And it's so hard. It's so hard to like dedicate your life to building a community for people to spend time in their community. And then you really all have to do it. That's why I say, like, guys, I'm not a very active community member anymore. I used to be a community member that was like raising money for buildings, going and paying all the fees, showing up to events, you know, making sure I was giving money, volunteering. I don't do that anymore. It was a full-time job on top of my regular job. Maintaining a third space was a full-time job. And I don't really have a community I feel that way about anymore to do it with them. And that was also part of my actualization journey, was realizing like, oh shit, like I don't have a community I feel that attached to anymore. It's hard to volunteer for a community you don't feel attached to anymore. It's hard to like show up and dedicate 20 to 30 hours a week to a community like you don't feel that connected to anymore, right? And then what's worse is I feel bad that the community might rely on you. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to do it because what if they start relying on me and then I can't do it, you know? It's all very interesting, like when you start to think about like what is my obligation and how do I show up? So then that's why you have to stay with yourself and say like, what are you going to do now? Now, look, I have a dream, hopefully, that in my mind, I have a theory, I have a prediction that maybe once I get certain things figured out, it will make more sense to do those things because I will have the time and spoons and who knows where I'll be at. But the truth is like in my 20s, I did it because without it, I was going to die. I needed those communities because my mental health was so fucked that those communities gave me a place to be. They gave me a community, friendships, like they definitely saved my life. But now that I'm on the healing part of my journey, those communities are too toxic for me because everyone else is still there for their mental health. So then I'm like, how do you find a community that's full of people who need community without it being a place where people are also mentally unwell? I've been really thinking about that. Like, you know, what does it look like to have a healthy community of people who are not going through it all the time? And what does that look like? It's actually pretty hard. But it is possible. Not to brag, I think my Discord's pretty good at it. But, you know, my Discord also is a public space that I say, like, you can't have mental breakdowns here. You know, you can have moments, but you got to take it offline. You know what I mean? But the problem is, like, what does that look like? Because, like, yeah, Chad says this is the space for me. This is the closest I've found so far. I think my Discord's a really good space. I think this is a good space. I think my member streams are a good space. But I would love if that space was physical as well. That'd be so great. But yeah, it's like you have to be able to tell people, I care for you. You need to take your mental health somewhere else. But that sucks because it's like, I want you to be here as well. But you can't be having like episodes at my coffee shop. Like, I can't be the one to actually help you through that. But also, you know, I want to reach out and make sure you're good and make sure, like, if I notice you're missing or you haven't been around lately, that I'd love to reach out to you. But obviously, as a YouTuber, I can't be doing that. As a YouTuber, if I notice somebody hasn't been around for a while, I can't slide into your DMs and be like, hey, I haven't seen you around lately, because they have to be able to leave. They have to be able to go. It's a business at the end of the day. But if I was running a coffee shop and I had a girly who was coming to my coffee shop every day, and then one day she didn't show up, maybe I'd be like, hey, does anyone know where Bernice lives? And then go to Bernice's house and be like, hey, girl, you okay? But, you know, okay, hold on. Hold on. I found this story. Hold on. Let me see. Give me a second. Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking for something. Oh, I hope I can find it. Come on. Where was this? I saw this really fucking wholesome ass story about a guy who noticed a guy at his cafe stopped showing up, an old man, and he went to his house with gumbo, and he was like, he noticed his customer wasn't there. Oh, where is it? Okay, I'll try to find it and show it to you tomorrow. It was so sweet, and I just like, oh my God, I was ugly crying. I was like, oh my God. Like, it was just like the sweetest story. He noted the old man was having a medical emergency and he like intervened. It was like really sweet. I was like, oh my God. And like, he went and got him food and was like, hey, I haven't noticed you around. You good? And I was like, oh my God. Like, that stuff makes me like, you know? Oh, wait. Did you just share the same? I saw a story the other day where a restaurant owner didn't see a daily customer for 2 days and went to his house and found him on the floor injured. Wait, did you see the same? You saw the same video. You saw the same video. Yeah? Oh. Those kind of stories, they really get me emotional. They really make me cry, you know? Like, I'm very impacted by acts of kindness. I'm like a baby. I cry over acts of kindness all the time. Yes. Okay, you did see it. Do you remember what it was called? YouTube's not giving it to me. Let me see. What was the headline? Like, man notices a customer missing for 2 days. Oh, maybe I'll just, I don't know what it was called. Gumbo. I just remember there being gumbo. Oh, hold on. I'm getting close to it. Oh, hello. Wait, I'm getting close. I found it. But I found an article. Okay, hold on, girls. Oh, we're gonna hunt for the truth. We're gonna find this video. Hunting for the truth. Gonna find this video. Hold on now.
Hero Gumbo.
That is an AI video. Can I get a non-AI video?
Sometimes.
Why are these all AI videos? I fucking hate AI videos. I hate AI videos. Oh my God, what is happening, bro? Why are these all AI videos? This is crazy. I found an article, but it's like AI videos. I'm gonna get pissed at AI right now. They're really pissing me off, bro. Donald Stallworth. Donald Hold on, girls. Donald Stallworth. You know?
Some wear an apron.
I found it. I found it.
And that's the case for a cook at the Shrimp Basket restaurant on Warrington Road in Pensacola. He says he got a strange feeling when he noticed that a longtime regular suddenly stopped coming in.
That employee took it upon himself to figure out just what was going on. As WEAR's Haley Samples reports, it could have been a matter of life or death.
Order! They said they don't want no green onions on that, right? That's how we do it.
The Shrimp Basket on Navy Boulevard is more than just a restaurant. Cook Donnell Stallworth says everyone that walks through the doors is treated like family.
You have a blessing. Thank you.
Man, I wish I lived there so I could go.
Come back and see us, okay?
For Stallworth and the staff, there's one customer that stands out. We're not identifying him for privacy reasons. Stallworth says when 11 o'clock rolls around, everyone can expect to see this customer standing at the door.
He's probably an autistic king, every day, same schedule, same meal. That's what I'm saying. The most vulnerable people in our communities can be the people who have the same schedule every day. There's a consistency to their life, and then you notice a change of character. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I say if your friend changes their personality overnight, it's an emergency. You know, it's like, uh-oh. Wait.
He comes in to get his daily cup of gumbo made by Stallworth himself. It's been the routine for the last 10 years.
Whoa.
He's like our grandpa, you know.
General Manager Casey Corbin says the team threw the customer a party in May celebrating his 78th birthday.
Ooh.
It wasn't until recently when everyone noticed he stopped coming in. After a few days, staff tried to call the customer but never heard back. Eventually, a week went by, and the concern settled in even more.
So I was like, you know what I mean, I'm gonna go by his house. So I just left work, went to his house, and I knocked on the door like 2 times, and he didn't answer. So the 3rd time I knocked on it, and I didn't hear nothing. And I kind of stayed there for a minute, and I knocked, and I heard him like, help. And like, who is it? And I would say, this Donnell, and he was like, come in.
When he opened the door, he saw the customer like never before. He says he saw the 78-year-old lying on the ground, a condition he was in for days.
Oh my
Staff
God.
later discovered he had fallen and suffered multiple broken ribs and bruising all over his body.
He was in tears, like, I don't even know how long I've been here. And he was in pain, so to see him like that was one thing, but to not be able to help him because I couldn't move him.
Stallworth says he called paramedics immediately. Now, about 2 weeks later, Stallworth says he's been checking in on the customer every few days. He says the customer is in rehab on the road to recovery. Now, there's just one thing left to do.
Go check on him and see how he's doing. Put that smile back on his face and probably take him a thing of gumbo.
Haley Samples, WEAR.
I cried when I first saw this story. I was watching a TikTok and I was like, oh my God. I'm so sensitive to these types of moments because they're so important. And that's the beautiful thing about a community is just to have someone say, oh, I haven't seen so-and-so. I wonder if they're okay. Like, you know, there's that thing that people do, this sort of mental exercise of like, how long would it take for people to notice I was gone? You know? You know, it's just so nice, like, to have a community or have anybody in the community think of like, hey, where is he? Like, where has he been? Like, that's so special and so important. And I understand that there are millions of people, billions maybe, across the world who die every day alone, who nobody ever knows. And that's why I say, look, the greatest gift you can give your child as a parent is a community. Even, you know, no community is perfect, but like just the sense of a community, how to form a community, how to make connection with people. It's so important. Like, you know, and I understand that it doesn't have to come in the form of making siblings. It doesn't have to come in the form of, you know, whatever, just any sort of community, any sort of like, you know, I saw a Will Tennyson video about what's the strongest guy in the world? His name, Eddie Hall. And Eddie was saying that he's got this great home gym, and Will goes, "Why do you go to the regular gym if you have a home gym?" He goes, "Well, I was, working on stuff with my kid, and he's like 12 or whatever, and I noticed it started to get like a little kind of like toxic with just me and him, and I just wanted to give him like other people, like a community basically." And he goes, "So I take him to the gym, he makes friends there." And I'm like, "Oh, that's like such a self-aware thing to do." And I'm not sure how deep the self-awareness goes, but just to realize that he was isolating his kid at a home gym, because as much as that sounds cool, if the kid and you are just alone and your kid isn't building a community and having friends, like my brother, he does jujitsu with his kids, and his kids have friends they do jujitsu with, and the kids have community. And I told you, my brother moved states away to a new community so his kids would have friends, because he's homeschooling his kids. So though I'm not excited about a lot of that, what I'm excited about is that he purposely moved his kids to a community so they would have friends. And now they have so many friends and this big community and all of the good stuff, right? So I think like there are little things you can do here and there as parents, but I think a big part of it is just like giving your kid a sense of community. So when they are older, those kids grow up and also hold that sense of community close to their heart. I am sure this man, right, Donnell, I am sure he was raised with a sense of community because his intuition, his instinct was to care about this man as a part of his community rather than just say, "Oh, I guess he stopped coming." Now, I understand there are limitations to this, and I'm just glad that within the limitations of reality, he was able to go to this man's house and help him. I know it can't always be that way. I know it's not always perfect. Not everybody in our community is even safe, and it's hard to help everybody, but I'm just glad that within the construct of this community, he was able to help, because that definitely could have ended differently, and it probably would have, right? How many more days did that old man have, before it was going to be too late? So, with that said, shout out to Donnell. I'll actually, you know what? I'll just link this. We already watched it, but if you guys missed it coming in, I'll link it in the chat. You guys can go watch it or rewind the stream. And with that said, girls, we'll end it there. I'll come back tomorrow. I have lots of other videos that I wish I had the spoons to show you today, but I do not. So I will be here tomorrow with you, and thank you for being here. Please go watch my podcast channel. It would mean so much. I'll link it again in the chat. I work so hard on this podcast. It's so good. And also look forward to my next podcast. Was Nicole Iro even that wise though? Great questions, Brittany. Thank you for asking. I will also answer it in my upcoming podcast. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.